side? Should I stand in the middle? Should I just not go on anybody's panels and just ignore all three of them until they work it out themselves? What should I do? Right? I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Internet philosopher. What's up, Wi-Fi? Hello.
Sarah.
How are you?
Peachy.
You're my favorite. You're my favorite seashell ever.
And you are my favorite Sarah ever.
I'm one of a kind.
The one and only Raging Tomato.
I am the one and only. All right, I got Rachel up. We're going to discuss this chat and who do I get to ban tonight? Let's do it.
No, we're not going to ban the.
My vote's on Flow State.
Oh,
and the Flow State.
No, Flo is the egg dropper. Rachel loves Flo.
Yeah, okay? I like Flo. Yeah, and I like Base Oracle. No, it's just my only take is simply like, everything's a community. Mm-hmm. So if you got your people, those become your people, your crowd, that kind of vibe, right?
Yeah.
And so my gut instinct, hi Michelle, my gut instinct is just to kind of, fuck the hell off. Because I go, you're doing your thing. I'm going, it's unpleasant out there in the peanut. I'm just going to go, I love you. But all this stuff, it's so childish and juvenile, and it goes on and on. And the other thing, I don't mind somebody hitting me, like you're a tranny or something like that. I can dig that.
I have a problem with it.
But where I get it is like they're going, oh, you're buying subscribers, you're buying views, like none of which is true. It's just so pathetic. I get over 200 people watching my show.
You do. Your channel just does so well with the engagement, the viewership. Like you got them in.
Michelle, you rock. So there's it's just old hangovers from different things, like Rob the Wax. Like, and here's the thing: like Williams created an account called The Wax, so people confuses people because they go, "Is it really Rob or is it a fake?" thing, and then you can actually say something that would be attributed. Somebody said, "Oh, I saw Rob over in Sarah's chat, and he was saying all this stuff, and oh, what a jerk that guy is," sort of thing. And it's not true. So, like, lay at Rob's feet the thing that he's responsible for, but don't generate an account, a fake account. It's like somebody doing you or Flo or anybody else or GS, and pretending they're them, like impersonation that way. I think it's the lowest of low. I don't think it's
we could
valid.
Just go ahead.
There are enough valid points for people to criticize other individuals on, hey, open day. That's legit. But don't make shit up. Do better. Do better with your criticism, cretins.
Let me find The Wax, because I knew that was a fake, obviously, by the
it's all picture. In cap, Wax. And the real Rob did come in earlier.
Did he? But he doesn't have a picture of his face on it, though, right?
See, Arnie,
this is the white one, right? The white with the
that's
the waxed, the one with the hat.
Yeah, that's the fake one. The one with the hat is the fake one.
And user and delete comments. There you go. Done.
Yeah, that one there was the fake one.
So anyway, tell Wax he owes me one for that one.
Yeah, Rob Yower. Anyway, so the thing is, it's like nobody's been. I timed out Dave, but I didn't ban anybody. I wouldn't do that.
I don't even think you have the ability to.
Yeah, exactly.
I think Michelle can, but
she's a super mod. But anyway, the point is like, and like this Fark Assman, it's an old joke. It's like he's got this guy named Mark Lassman who's like this very nice guy, but he's a nobody. He doesn't have a channel. He's just a guy out in Canada somewhere, in Toronto or something. And he's got Williams created this whole fiction that this guy is some sort of Moriarty mastermind causing evil here, there, and everywhere. And it's like, it's not true. It's just, there's no basis in reality for it whatsoever. So he comes in now as Fark Assman as a take on Mark Lassman, which is the guy's name.
Oh, is that another fake account?
It's William.
We can just ban that one too.
So he's just creating all these fake accounts, right?
Yeah. Any other fake ones?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Hold on. I just want to make sure. Are there any other fakes in there that you found?
iFi, you should ban iFi.
I love iFi though. He's become my new favorite.
Emotional damage.
I love that. I love that one-liner. Emotional damage. I like
Emotional
that.
damage.
Rachel, I just subbed to you because I see you on Flo's shorts. He makes shorts.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Crispy Treat.
You're welcome.
Yeah, love. That was fantastic. And Arnie, I loved you. Arnie, I gave my best years to Arnie. Don't do anything to Arnie. I like Arnie. But Arnie, he's like a first responder in Australia. But him and Rob had a falling out, and it just never worked out, So it's unfortunate. But I like Arnie. But, boy, oh boy, Arnie. Come on, Arnie.
Hey Sarah,
And-
I missed what you were gonna say about, or what you were saying. You're in the middle of a argument between two people.
Well, I'm not in the middle of the argument by any means. I just happen to be friendly and networked and connected with all three parties. Well, actually, multiple parties involved.
Right.
And I'm kind of being put in a position where if I don't disassociate with one, then the others may not want to necessarily always interact with me, and vice versa, and so on and so
Did
forth.
you name names?
I just
Yeah,
did
yeah,
the
it was,
same thing.
Yeah, it was with Glenn, Grid One, Base. Well, Grid One mentioned it last night. He's not necessarily involved in the issue, but that was something that he mentioned. And the issue between Glenn, Andrew, and Base has kind of blown up. But I'm being put in a position where, because I was on Base's panel the other night when VO podcast came on, and I guess I was expected to not take or like not even be on panel with Based or something to that degree.
Don't let anybody covert contract you.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
You do not negotiate with terrorists, Sarah.
Everyone loves Switzerland. Everyone wants to go to Switzerland. Switzerland
I
has a
am
really cool bank.
Switzerland. I am
Yes, exactly.
Switzerland. And good chocolate.
Stay strong with that. Stay strong with that.
Okay, since everyone's giving you head, Sarah, I'll be the bad guy. Switzerland also accepted Nazi gold, so you just admitted to taking Nazi gold.
What would you have thrown in the trash?
Dare you?
Right. Man, I might have accepted Nazi gold too.
By the way, Sarah, I did get a kick out of your little panel with Grid 1 the other night, because just before you popped on, Grid 1 banned me from chat just for saying, and they
Yeah.
lived happily ever after. That's all I said.
Oh wow.
So apparently I'm so untouchable that you shouldn't even, appear on panel with me, because
That's what I was trying to say.
so
Watch
see,
this
Flo was
for the
trying to
future.
protect your dignity and honor, but you didn't listen. So ban the Fi.
I will never ban you. That's why I wrenched you, because I wanted you to feel stuck here forever. Because
Yay.
now you uphold the duty of a wrench, and you have to be loyal to that.
She
now.
said duty.
duty.
Is this your troll? This is the troll that you said was the best troll, Sarah?
No, Doug the Thug Fist
Oh,
is the
oh.
best troll.
I don't
of
think
all
I've seen
time.
any of his work though. Has it been?
Oh, he's in here usually. He's in here. Sometimes he's like lights up the chat, and then other times he's he'll drop a few
Just
one-liners in. Yeah. But we love it when Doug the Thug Fist is in, because he always, or she always, makes me laugh. Always has me on the floor rolling. I found Doug the Thug Fist in Alex Playing with Fire's chat, and that's where I first interacted, and I haven't stopped laughing since.
Yeah.
Chaotic Truth, you look smaller without your suit, man. You cut a fine figure in that suit. I
I am a very small man. I am under 6 feet tall, unfortunately.
Nothing wrong with that. Small,
Yeah.
short king here too.
Yeah, very small.
I don't look that good.
148 pounds, soaking wet. Salute to you guys. Yeah, man, about 148. Yeah, I'm like a welterweight if I boxed. Yeah.
So
Hey,
Sarah-
iFi, hold on just a
Oh,
second. iFi, you have 2 people watching yours now.
Woo! I just doubled my
Yes.
viewership. See,
Yes.
you always make fun of my one viewer, but
Is it iFi and Sarah?
Yeah, it's us two.
Should I go into? I'll go into iVice too.
Yeah,
I
go
can't
watch
find
my
it.
stream just to piss off Sarah.
Work
Anyways,
on iFi.
I'll bounce back and forth.
all right.
I'm
So,
accused of that
Sarah,
all the time.
Let's talk shop for a second.
Yeah, please do.
I think you just hit the nail on the head earlier when you were talking about how silly this business becomes when, for example, you name names. And so I was on Glenn's panel the other day, And you can imagine how welcoming he was when he knows that I very frequently appear on Based's panels. And so
Mhm.
the first thing he says is like, well, look what the cat dragged in. He's like, so you playing both sides or something like that? He's like, he thinks I'm like trying to like, like trick him or something into like getting into more drama or whatever. And I'm like, dude, I'm just, contributing to your channel. I thought you want to talk
Mhm.
about a topic.
Right.
And so he's like, okay, well, the topic is you. Why are you going out there, supporting people that are spreading lies about me? So I'm like, dude, I don't have time for all of this useless drama bullshit.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Well, and is it necessarily supporting, and that's where I beg the question, like, are we supporting or are we having conversations? We're engaging with other people. It doesn't necessarily mean we're supporting. I mean, we all have self-interest, at the end of the day, right? Either
Right.
the self-interest is I choose to have and interact with a conversation that intrigues me. I choose to go on this panel because I like talking to Rachel. I choose to do this because I want to get my name out there and I'm trying to engage in as many panels as I possibly can. So the choice is always very, selective to the person and their preference. But if you're not directly coming out saying, I support lying, I support this and I support that, then at the end of the day, the issue as it is stands to the interpretation of the two parties involved, right? And it's not mine to care about. Like, I
Right.
I was particularly amused by the words he was using, because first he accused me of collaborating with him and then working for him. And so I was like, Glenn, I'm on your panel right now. Am I working for you? Am I collaborating with you? I'm just talking to you. This is YouTube.
Right.
We can just, randomly appear on people's panels and talk to them. Everything doesn't have to be a conspiracy and power play and stuff like that. And
Mhm.
so
Can we?
I'm gonna do a quick timeout and just say this is not a trash session.
Yes,
and you're
thank
not
you.
doing trash talking, I find, but you're riding a line. So I do want to make it very clear because
Yeah.
I'm Switzerland.
exactly.
This
Can I-
is not a
can I-
not a trash session.
Let's-
We are
let's all-
speaking from experiences, though.
Let's all shit on Flo for a minute.
Well,
Yeah.
hold on. Okay, let me just. I was gonna trash everybody first, so let me get that in, and then you can. Then everybody will be. I'll be the opening band. I want to point out the irony of how many grown ass men
Yeah.
who like think it's their task to improve men or improve the world or defend the country or any absurd grandiose goal. How many of them are sitting around covert contracting other creators and getting caught up in ankle biting?
Yes,
Excuse
I
me.
agree. I've
Not
been in
guilty.
this situation. So the exact same one.
What are you laughing about? Everyone's trying
You're
to fix
totally
me.
guilty.
Everyone's trying to fix me.
I already fixed you, Glenn. That was the last panel.
High fives, guilty.
I'm not Glenn. I'm
That's
I
not
meant
Glenn.
TS. I'm
Oh
look,
my
I
that was
did it
God.
the
Freudian-
other day too.
That was
I
a
told
Freudian
him, I was
slip.
like,
Sorry,
Glenn.
sorry, TS. It was Freudian
Oh
slip.
my goodness!
I got Glenn
really?
on the brain. Sorry.
Well, I
Now-
get a bunch
now
of
I
shit
need to
for,
go hit the
for
gym,
being over at
'cause-
Flo's. I get a lot of
Flo-
shit for being at Flo's.
Flo, I think you should teabag GS.
Oh yeah.
Let's
The
do
the
this.
screens aren't
Let's do
set
this.
up properly, and I'm kind of waiting for him to be cammed on. It really works a lot better if the cameras are on.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
that's true.
There you go.
Thank you.
Teabag.
Now we need
We
ju-
need
we
one
need
one more person on panel, and I'll make
Base.
sure.
If I tried to
Oracle.
teabag him right now, my nuts would miss his head.
Base
Yeah.
Oracle to the
Give me-
panel.
Get me.
They're big, but they're not that big.
My hair looks all greasy right now.
That's not
Base
what I heard.
Oracle
Put
to the
coconut
panel.
oil on.
Don't worry, it's just gonna get worse after I teabag you.
I did take a shower today. Actually, I cut my hair. I cut my own hair.
That's good. Oh, looks
Oh,
nice.
that looks nice.
Saved myself $20, man. It looks horrible.
Oh,
It's
no,
at that. It's
good.
at that stage where I don't know what to do with it in the front, so I end up shaving it eventually.
Mm.
I can teabag in this chair.
So,
just fine.
Rachel,
up here.
hey, Rachel.
You're a bitch if you
question-
don't.
Rachel, the question is to you. I currently have the one and only taper in the back, or William pumping vinyl in the backstage. It is up. Well, I can go one way or the other. It is up to you of whether
Ooh.
you want to tolerate
You heard it here.
or deal with it.
I
don't-
tolerate-
we
I
don't
no
have
issue
to.
with- Yeah, no, I have no issue with William. He's in his own little world. He's doing his own thing. I don't care. Really.
All right, William, you are on a very short leash.
Yeah, Sarah, I just want to let you know I'm here to stamp out all the morons here in the chat tonight. I'm out here doing God's work, okay?
Amen.
Hi, William.
I'm not trying to qualify you either. You're actually trying to qualify me by having me up on this panel. You just tried to qualify me by asking Rachel if I could even be up here. You see what you just did there? Also, I want to say something to Arnie Zanzibar. Hey, guess what? Guess who got Dean Torrance' autograph? Yeah, that's right, me, and he signed it to his favorite YouTuber, Rob the Waxed.
Dean who?
Dean Torrance.
Who's that? I'm
Jen
sorry,
and-
don't hate me.
I don't know either. I'm glad you asked.
Dan and Dean, they were a beach surf duo from the 60s.
Oh, so kind of like Beach Boys.
They
Kind
wrote,
of fame.
yeah, the Beach Boys.
Okay.
They did Dead Man's Curve, and the Surf City was big hits.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
Going
out
to
here
Surf
doing
City.
God's work.
Well done.
Yeah.
Well done.
Well, hold on. He's GS. Just to clarify, he's mocking God in this aspect, so he's not
Well, that's
necessarily.
all right. I'm not.
Hey,
So,
that's my job.
yeah, I get enough of that from Flo. So
Can I ask a seriously dumb question?
You always do.
Okay, why would record people be angry? Like, why is there drama in the record community? I don't
People.
understand this.
would you say that they're spinning out of
Considering that
control?
there's no more records anymore.
Because there's people.
Well, I mean, as a member of the vinyl community, I mean, it's quite simple. It's a certain channel. I came out, I ruffled a lot of feathers because I'm transgender, so male to female, post-operative, transsexual. And so I came up, and people were showing their records before. They do have their little channels like, oh, I got a record here, and this is my record. And they do that in a canned video. Then I took it to live stream, opened it up. And then when you do that, as Sarah knows, there's a whole world of individuals out there in various states of mental health or lack thereof. And so you learn as you go through. And some people want to be. My channel became very successful. It grew fast. It still draws a big crowd, the biggest crowd going in the vinyl community in North
there
America.
was a vinyl community. I should have guessed there would be, but that's great. Do you have 45s too?
Yeah, 45s. Yeah, collect 45s, LPs, compact discs. It's music. It's about music.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
stuff.
What are the? Is
So,
it 45?
You collect 45s?
45s are like they're little ones. They're little
Right,
things.
yeah.
They're
Like
little,
1911s and-
personalized pizza. They're the size
What's
of
yeah
person's
the
little pizza.
33s or is it 45 and 33 or 60?
Yeah.
45, 30, 30. 30
There's
out
33 and a third. 33
All right,
and a third is
Flo.
what they are.
I
And so
have one.
the speed was
Somebody
with-
acknowledge my joke.
It was
I got
brilliant,
it.
but I was
Yeah,
actually
you
trying to
guys
learn
are
about
working.
records.
Anyway, so the stress is just like anything. It becomes an ego warfare. How come this channel's become successful? Why are they getting all the attention? And I'm
Right.
doing my
Called
thing,
talent.
and I'm going nowhere. Nobody watches me, and and then they get angry and upset, and and you get conflicts with ego because we're humans. So that happens, and that's essentially what it is. That's the answer, Phi, is that you just get egos involved, and so.
Thank you for enlightening me. So, one final question: where do you stand on Abigail DeVoe, friend or foe?
Abigail DeVoe, a non-issue to me. So she's
Okay.
neither a friend nor a foe. She's just a big YouTube channel. Very pretty girl, shows records, does it engagingly, has developed a following. More power to her.
She related to Bell
I
Biv,
would be-
Bell
I
Biv
would-
DeVoe,
I was gonna ask that.
Poison.
right?
So I would say
That
I'm more
girl
of
is
a,
poison.
more of a
Right.
more of a
He's
fan than a
got me
non-fan.
out of
Abigail.
my mind.
We're in
Hey,
two different
hey,
spheres.
I-Fi, you got 3 now. You
Whoa!
got 3.
I'm over there. I was
Time
over
for
there.
super chats. Now I got 3 viewers.
You're not
Let's
even-
do it.
Breaking the
I am your biggest cheerleader. We should send.
I hit the like button first for the record.
Rachel,
still-
I have a necklace that's it's a gold necklace and it's made out of like what are the little plastic things that you put in the a 45? What's the
Yeah,
thing?
they're
Oh,
basically they're
gold
basically
tips.
they're spindle holders, right?
spindle
You know?
holders.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
never
I
knew what
gotta
they were
find-
called.
Yeah,
Right.
they just go inside their adapters. They're 45 adapters. In England, when they did the 45s, they actually filled in the little hole. But in
Oh,
North
really?
America, we didn't have that. So you could get a 45 adapter, either a solid piece that would go in, or individuals for each individual 45. So
Well, mine's dipped in gold. and it's on a necklace. And
So-
I wore
It
it for
would
a
be
long time.
beautiful.
Yes.
That's awesome.
It would be lovely.
So
Nobody knows what
new
it is,
question
though.
for the panel. If we can't agree on records, how are we going to agree on politics and like culture and religion and stuff?
Well, I mean, again, that's the whole problem. I mean, I'm very conservative in terms of where things are at. I love Trump. I'm all in on Trump. So, you know, it makes me, you know, half my audience hates me for that, and the other half
Yeah.
hates me for being
Well,
transgender.
I love you for it. How about
Well,
that?
bless you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I love. I'm all in on Trump, and so we got a lot of people. And music, it's the arts and stuff. So we're overrepresented. I would say about like it's like an 85, maybe 90% in favor of the left of Joe Biden or whatever's going on with the Democrats. And then, you know, a 10% going on with the right. Oh, and I also identify as a Christian. So then that's even
Oh, my
more
God.
confusion into
You're
the
a
mix.
triple threat.
I know.
triple threat.
I mean, there's enough there to offend everybody. And believe me, I do.
I
But,
think Rachel. I think Rachel's one of the more learned. I mean, I love listening to you talk about the Bible,
Yeah.
man.
Well,
I
agree.
You rock it. You absolutely
Rachel
rock
is
it.
very well versed. I look up to her. Great advice. This is why typically if she says jump, I'm just going to say how high because
Yeah.
I trust her thought process. I trust the information she gives to me. I trust her critiques. And it's good for me.
And she loves flow.
and she
And-
loves
and,
I
uh,
love
I was gonna
I'm a Flow fan, but I also love Bass Oracle. I think Bass is a good
Yeah.
guy, a solid
Yeah.
guy who means very well. And he's an interesting guy to watch his journey because he has a moralistic philosophy, but it's not rooted in Christianity. And so
It's
he's
very
having to
interesting.
wrestle with this. So I think there's a journey there for Bass Oracle, and
Mhm.
it's enjoyable to watch.
he's
Hey,
all right.
He's a good boy. We
He's
love. I know you like
interesting.
him.
He's interesting because he seems unbothered, but he's not. He seems like he's unbothered about everything, but he's really not.
And why is he taking so long
Stop
to get on
snitching on
panel?
him.
Oh my god.
You have to
Nice.
say you have
His
to
head's
do it
not
like
going to fit.
hold
no.
on. You have to do it like Beetlejuice. You have to say based oracle, based
3
oracle, based oracle.
And
It's
his
showtime.
head got too big. You guys gave him too many compliments. He won't fit in the basement window now.
You know, and the thing, it was so funny because when you do get the quote, I hate, whatever, the troll word, you get them and they're all going, oh hi, evil henchman number 1, oh I love your work, evil henchman number 2, and they're giving us shit up here because I'm going, I love Sarah, she's got charisma, she's
Yep.
gonna go big. This lady here that we're all on her TV show right now is gonna go big.
I
because-
love that you call it a TV show.
yeah, it's all gonna happen.
They
And
like
I'm
it
a fan, and I'm
nostalgic.
here, and I support, and I enjoy. Yeah.
Yep, I agree.
Question for Anarchy Television: can you be a devil worshiper and have a moral compass? The answer is a resounding yes. Of course you can, Satan, devil boy. But the whole thing is going to produce life or death. Well, that's where you're going to have to find out at the end of the day.
Devil worshippers are cringy. Let's be honest.
Rachel, considering that I just gave the whole concept of how you are a very good leader for me, and I listen to a lot of things you say, and I
Well,
follow.
I'm very old.
Dude,
Yes,
so I appreciate your wisdom on a lot of things, especially YouTube. So in this whole example that I gave, in this kind of conundrum that I'm involved in,
Yeah.
what would you recommend I do? Just stand
Well-
still, don't talk to anybody, or
Switzerland.
No, you have. Well, it's hard to be Switzerland when the world is conspiring against you to choose a side or to commit to something. And
Yeah,
sometimes you can't be Switzerland by virtue of choosing not to be involved. You become involved by default. Aha!
Mhm.
So now Based Oracle isn't coming on the show anymore. Therefore, I'm not going to come on, or this or thing. You can never be held ransom to the dictates of their other individuals. Just like
Right.
in your channel tonight. You explained yourself very well. You say, I don't care if they're bitching or with their silly little petty dramas. Don't time them out. Don't give them shit for that. But anyway, so you make that call. I have my own take on it, but it's your show. You got to make that call. So contrary to popular belief, I'm not in a position, nor will I be in a position to dictate for you what to do. That's your call to make. But when it comes down to it, if I like somebody, if I like generally specific and Flo doesn't like them, and I've had this happen on my show, not with those two individuals, But with two other individuals, I said, you cannot blackmail me. I'll have whoever the hell I want on my show when I want, how I want, and you're going to have to suck it up. And if I lose you, I regret it because you're an incredible talent to the other individual. But I'm not going to play that game to you. I can't be held ransom. I got to do what I want to do, and I'll just go on. And I've done it in more than one case. Right. And and I'm all happy. At the end of the day, I'm happy. The show continues to do well. We've got a lot of energy on my program, a lot of good people, and there's a lot of genuine affection with the cast because you get to know people, and bonds are made. Like I'm a big fan of this guy, and I love GS. GS, a young Christian by his own admission, 3 years in and stuff, very passionate about what he believes in. And some of the great discussions you've had on your show, Sarah, have involved GS and Based Oracle and Flo, the morality question that they were talking about last time around when GS was coming up with it rains on the just and the unjust, and Based was kind of going, well, I can't quite get my head around that one. And Flo was talking about he had posed a question about the morality, if you're starving, are you going to sacrifice your child, because you can't steal a hamburger or something? And
how can you remember all of this stuff?
Well, it's amazing.
I don't even remember it. It is my show.
It's compelling. It was compelling. It was interesting.
By the way, Flo, did you and GS have that talk that y'all were going to
Not
have?
yet.
No, we haven't yet.
For the record, Flo, I've only reported one. What do you even call it? A YouTube thing? I didn't even know you could report them. And that's because they continue to slander and libel me. So they gave me the idea to do it and accused me of doing it. In regards,
are you saying that because of the Snafu Snaps thing earlier with the strike, how I don't panel with him because he's a striker?
Yeah, I don't know if you.
No, that's okay. Yeah. I trust that if you do something like that, you've got reason. I've reported people too, but when somebody goes around just mobilizing people and trying to push to intimidate people, it's just bullshit.
I think we can all agree those are the real buttholes of YouTube. I think we can all agree on that topic.
Absolutely.
No matter no matter how wrong you are, if you shut down other people talking, you are the butthole.
Yeah.
Well, and what I'm talking about,
Sarah, I've made my decision with my person, and it wasn't me. I didn't have to make it. They made it for me, actually, because they wanted me to not go where I wanted to go. Mm-hmm. And just kept giving me shit about it.
Are you talking about Easy being a crybaby?
I wasn't gonna speak about it, or wasn't gonna say names, but
maybe it was Easy that did that.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Let's flip the script, okay? So, what would you say to anybody who demands that? Anybody who demands you not associate or not, like, I saw you over on that person's panel and they're a shithead. They did this and they did, like, what would you say to the, and I'm not speaking to it, but like, what would you say?
Yeah.
So what would you think of a person who makes that demand for another person to not interact with others just because they don't like them?
Well, that's the quickest way to get rid of me for sure. Because I don't like that. I've been on YouTube since 2007, so I've been here a long time, and I go where I want to go, and I don't like when people make me feel uncomfortable about being in other places, and that was happening. I started to be uncomfortable going places, and then it just got worse. Then I just was getting shit for going over to Flo.
I guess the question that I actually have is, like, what would you say about that person and the character thereof?
It's overreach with their pussies.
Yeah, I just think that they're controlling. I think that's a controlling personality.
Sounds like projecting insecurity to me, Sarah. If they can't handle disagreeing opinions, maybe they're not ready for a serious debate.
And I have the opposite approach.
Better, Flo or Based? Look at you guys.
I invite people to go where they want to go. I think Flo is probably getting ready to say that. I don't listen, and I don't want people to come. I don't want to force people. Now, I can make a decision on whether I'm going to support someone based on whether they're being loyal or disloyal to someone that I've helped, and then I find that they're kind of like doing hit pieces on me behind my back. Now, legit hit pieces, not just criticizing me like Based always does. who tries to help me out.
As you deserve it. You're welcome.
I do deserve it. Thank you. But no, I mean seriously, genuinely, I would rather people go where they want to go. I don't want to cage anyone in. I want people to want to come to my content, and I invite them to go to other people's content.
And I'm explicit about I will never covert. Like, this is YouTube. How narcissistic do you have to be to think that you get to covert contract people and to fighting your fights for you? And how weak are you? So I'm the opposite. I absolutely encourage everybody to never feel like you have to take up my fights for me. I'm perfectly capable of fighting them on my own.
You even send people to places. You'll even raid people's chats with
who don't like me,
that you're not getting along with,
like Tommy.
Yeah.
But Flo, what if I know a guy that has 100K subscribers? Now what you got?
A party.
I don't think anything different. I don't know what.
I'm saying, like, why would my famous friend waste time on little fish like you, Flo? Who gives a fuck what you think about my?
Are you trying to solicit like me giving a? I still think you need to be blocked. I still think that you're probably down to one viewer right now.
Oh, let me look.
Hold on.
Oh, it is one.
It's just me.
Bummer.
It's just me, Fi. It's me, just me. But you stuck up for me a little bit today. I appreciate it.
All right. So I think we agree. It doesn't matter how famous the other person in the equation is. That we should all maintain our own standards and stuff like that.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you go and watch channels because they have a lot of subscribers, or do you go and watch channels because you like what they have to say?
The latter.
If I see a channel that has like millions of subscribers, I'm already assuming this person's retarded, so I don't even bother with what they're gonna say. But if they got like
common denominator,
yeah, if they got like one viewer, it's probably the smartest guy in the room.
Oh, nice, humble brag.
I think when they're huge channels, I think.
All right, I'm getting out of there, Fi.
We're gonna send everybody over to iFi.
I'm out.
Come to Conservatoria.
Here we go. All right, listen. I'm gonna drop.
He's restreaming yours.
I know.
Yeah, I'm restreaming.
When you do that, it will. His is going to end too.
No, I'm not ending. No. What I'm gonna do is, everybody, please do me a favor. All right.
Go raid my
We're gonna
channel.
do a little happy troll. I just dropped the link in the chat. Everybody go over to iFi real quick. Just go over there real quick. Hit the like button. Watch for like 30 seconds and then come back.
Yeah.
Nope.
And no porn bombing. I've already had that happen one time.
All right, we got 4.
Old Joe says, "Hello, everyone." We got Yeti Life was in here. He said it's me. We got
Everybody
Michelle
go
said hi with a bunch of devil horns.
chat.
Safe and sound vaginal audio.
I'm feeling the love, guys. I love it. All
We
right,
got some Mama Tomatoes in the house. We
so
got
now
some
that Base
raisin.
is here, let's start spreading around the blame. Base.
Big Jake squirting his little his eggplant all over the place.
So, iFi, how exactly have you been porn bombed before in your chat? I'm really curious how that
No,
works.
I live streamed, and
Can I?
porn bombed me on screen.
Does anybody know Mechanic Eric?
And I even checked them in the back. I said, like, wave on the
hold on.
camera,
Oh,
and they
thank you.
waved on
Thank
the
you.
camera, and then
What
they
happened to
porn bombed.
Chaos, man? Did he drop?
Yeah, he
Damn it.
dropped.
I tried to delete iFi's link, but apparently I can't delete the channel owner's post.
Yeah, I'm shipping
Mechanic-
Flow and iFi.
Hold on just a second. Mechanic Eric, can you just... okay, you're coming. All right, just want to make sure you're not a computer. Can you give me a middle finger?
And no porn bombing.
He's
will
listening to
find
something
you.
else.
We have cyber police. They can backtrace you.
Yeah, careful if they're taking too long, Sarah.
The consequences will never be the same.
My back teeth are floating right now, man. Jeez, I'll
All
be
right,
right back.
You're with us? Can I get a middle finger? Thank you. Just gotta make sure you, because the way you're set up you look like a computer built, because you were just so already placed in a way and you weren't really answering to what I was saying, so it was just kind of odd.
For some reason my headset wasn't working, so it was coming through the TV, and I'm sitting here trying to figure out how to get it on the headset so I'm not echoing for you guys.
Fair
and
enough.
I'm sitting here going, "What the heck's going on here?" it's been a hot minute since I've streamed, so I got to get
you
the
Ask
computer
Eric?
going again.
Was your name
definitely
Ask
AI.
Eric before?
What'd you say?
What is your name? Did you have a different name before this?
No, I've always been Mechanic Eric America.
Oh,
I've
okay.
actually got a channel myself, and I found Flow State when somebody else was restreaming him. He told me to come over to his channel, and then I found your channel there, Sarah, through Flow State. So I've kind of been watching in the background a little bit, and I felt really good today, and I figured, screw it, I'm gonna pop on to somebody's live and be like, hey, how you guys doing?
Well, if you feel too good right now, things are about to go real bad. You're about to feel real bad soon.
Everything is fine, Flo. Everything is
It's probably because people are going over to support iFi, and that's reason for everybody.
By the way, if you haven't subbed to iFi yet, Mechanic, you should do that right
only 4 over there.
Okay. Well, I don't know who I5 is. So.
He's the seashell above you.
now. Hi, it's me. I'm Mr. Fi.
Yeah, I'm feeling kind of pretty because if you actually go to my page and you see what I normally look like,
You look pretty.
I'm actually looking. I think I look pretty good right now. So
your page. I just dropped your channel into the chat, so if anybody wants to go check out Mechanic Eric, please go.
I appreciate that.
I think our chat knows everybody else on here, so you guys know who these people are. You're all right.
So Sarah, when is Grid 1 and Glenn going to show up? Because then the real party can start.
Well, Based Oracle's on screen, so they won't.
Oh, Base, you have to leave, dude. Come back when they're on panel.
No, that's what they told me, and I think that's fair. If they don't,
what's their beef with?
They don't feel comfortable.
Why?
Because that's real alpha man shit. Not feeling comfortable around other men. That's how they show their.
I'll answer that question, Rachel. So, Based Oracle is a bulldozer in a China shop. So, I don't know if you've ever seen one of those things go through, but...
Hey, iFi, Chuck just texted me. He wanted me to tell you to be quiet.
Okay. Thanks, Chuck. So, his approach to very sensitive, careful conversations is a bulldozer through a China shop. And so... he has a very blunt and direct way of getting at the standards he wants to see in others.
I think I'm kind and polite and nice and friendly and happy and fucking smiley. Shut the fuck up,
No lives matter, bro. No lives
matter.
You guys are morons.
Are you making Sarah feel uncomfortable at all?
See, that's the thing is I'm not uncomfortable with it. Like, to me, if somebody doesn't want to come on, this is not the first person that says, hey, I'm uncomfortable when Based is on your panel. These are not the first people to say that. I've had to, my feet have been held to the fire because of Based since his first appearance on here. And remember, Rachel, I had to face it in the VC like the next day because they were all like, who is that guy? Because they were mean to George.
Well, George, but George got his ass kicked. I mean, George would be the first to admit it, because he was the one. He goes, he goes to Base Oracle. He goes, you must like, that microphone looks like a big dick. You must like dick or something. And then and then immediately you guys were so quick. They started going,
oh my God.
Look, now you're seeing dicks out of microphones. What's with this guy?
I saw that.
Poor George couldn't win for trying. It was pretty funny. And I did a video called, I did an episode called The Decimation Continues in the Manosphere, because it was like Dr. Rod, the Gentle Tears is a sensitive doctor. After that came on, and somebody else, one of the other vinyl community people went on. It just, we haven't been sending our strongest reps over, so.
Oh, Lord.
It's normally the weakest ones that go exploring the furthest.
Send in the pawns. It'll be all right. It is all right. But he was arguing back though, so he was as much as he was receiving, he was giving too. So that was fair game.
I like George. George is a good guy. He's an actual producer. He's worked with some really big producers like Jack Douglas, who produced John Lennon's Double Fantasy album. I mean, the guy's worked in the studio with this guy. He produced the Tubes. which is like this band. I got Tube's albums in my own collection, So
Nice.
he's got a good CV, as they say.
So, Mechanic Eric, what do you do? What kind of content do you do?
Well, I started my channel. A lot of people don't know what happened in 2020. There was a truckers convoy in the United States, which kind of launched after the one in Canada went away. I ended up being the head mechanic for the 27-mile long convoy.
Oh, neat.
So my big claim to fame was that when I became head mechanic, nobody got stuck on the side of the road and just left there. Which was part of the problem. So everybody that went all the way to California and all the way back to Washington, D.C., if they broke down, I was right there fixing their stuff, getting them back up and going and running. So that's kind of how my channel kind of blew up. A couple of the other streamers shouted me out, and literally I was to 1,000 subscribers in about 5 minutes.
Wow.
Did any Americans get their bank accounts frozen, or was that just the Canadians?
Not that I'm aware of. I know that they did a Bitcoin thing, and somehow they got locked out of that, and supposedly the organizers never had access to the Bitcoin. But as far as anything else, no, I didn't hear of any bank accounts getting closed out or anything. So, had you guys even heard of the U.S. trucker?
I didn't know there was a U.S. version. I heard of the Canadian.
I heard of it.
Yeah. Who was that? I'm having a brain fart right now, but yeah, there was a very famous rocker that said he was going to come join, and he didn't end up coming.
Kid Rock.
Yeah.
No.
It was I know exactly who you're talking about.
Ted Nugent.
Ted Nugent. Yeah.
Ted Nugent.
That sounds like something new.
Yeah, he called it out and said he was going to show up. Never showed up. Yeah, I was really actually pretty disappointed he didn't show up.
Did he say he was going to bring machine guns with him or something? Or
no, he said he was going to bring his Bronco, and then his excuse was that the motor blew on the Bronco. And I'm sitting here and I'm thinking to myself, dude, you're loaded. You can get a motor put in overnight.
Bronco was it?
I think it was an old bullnose style where it had the removable cap, kind of like the Blazers do. So I'm not exactly sure of the year, but probably late 70s, early 80s.
I mean, that's a really weak excuse. My car broke down is a really weak excuse for somebody with a
millionaire. Yeah.
Right? It's like something you would say to your boss.
It almost feels like a fuck you.
Pretty much what it was. I think.
Did you offer to fix it?
I know.
I wasn't.
You just said you're the mechanic.
I wasn't streaming at that time. I was doing a couple of TikToks. I really didn't even go there to be a streamer. I wasn't a streamer initially when I joined the convoy. It was just other streamers had seen what I'd been doing on the road, and they started covering me, and people basically told them to come tell me to go get a channel because they wanted to see me do my stuff. So that's how my channel developed. So the convoy was probably 3/4 of the way done before I actually started streaming, But yeah,
I support you 100%. I'm Canadian, so I stood with our people in Canada to try to completely support them. I'm all in on MAGA. I want Trump to win so bad. The world's in a precarious position right now.
Yeah.
And so people got to do it. You got to fight for your liberty, fight for your freedom, or you're going to lose it. That goes for all of us. The whole lawfare thing out of New York's an absolute joke against Trump, and all the rest of it, and the count, the vote, all the rest of the bullshit that went down with that. So I strongly support your effort and all the Americans that joined in on that protest as well, because the whole idea was all around a certain treatment, medical procedure that you were forced to have, and if you didn't have it, you'd lose your job. And there are still people that are not able to gain gainful employment because they've made a stand on this very issue. Never in the history of my life, and I'm 66 years young, did I ever see the government mandate or freak out so much in having the lockdowns and all those kind of strong-handed measures which didn't help anybody out. And now, in hindsight, seem not to have been effective in any way, shape, or form. And that goes along with the same thing with those little things of pieces of cloth people wearing on their faces and stuff. Absolutely. Yeah, Adam 87, you got it right. So, and I went down. Here's the great irony. I was in the States. I was down in Seattle, and I'm in with all, of course, the heavily doodly medically treated people. And of course, I come back to Canada, and I've got the fucking thing. I go 3 years with it. I hang out with all my superhero friends, liberal heroes that are all medically taken care of, and get the thing. So I'm still, lingering effects of it, but my own natural immune system will take care of business. So
yeah, immune systems are a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, unfortunately, the convoy might have had a chance if the leadership was willing to take more risks, because that 27-mile long convoy came because they expected to do what Ottawa did, which was shut down the capital. And when we got there, we really just kind of sat in a parking lot. They started driving around the Beltway, and one of the plans was that they were going to sit and they were going to block all the exits on the Beltway and pretty much lock down DC externally, which then the actual Capitol Police couldn't have really done anything because we weren't in physical DC, and they chose not to do it. So people, people got to work. People got to make money. They can't just sit there for months on end, waiting for something to happen. And I mean, this convoy dragged out for 6 months. I mean, we went a lot longer than Ottawa did, but we also didn't sit here and shut anything down. Really having one of the senators come and ride with us was like the highlight of the entire thing, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, there was a whole bunch of, false reporting, because they actually created room for emergency vehicles to get through, and all that was done. But, it became a political football, and Canada's Prime Minister, Trudeau, went heavy down. And the Supreme Court in Canada has ruled that basically you overreacted and that there was no need for you to go. They called out basically martial fucking law on these truck drivers that were just trying to preserve their employment without having to undertake certain medical procedures. So there you go, kids.
Yeah. So
Rachel, have you heard of the Hegelian dialectic?
Hegel, philosopher. So yeah, I know what it is. Go ahead.
Do you think that doesn't apply to politics and our two-party system?
Well, you have to apply it. From good as well. I mean, in what context would you apply?
I mean, I think that I'm surprised that you. I think Trump is obviously controlled opposition. So, I'm surprised anybody believes that anymore. I think the same thing of Elon Musk. Like, the world's richest man is actually for the people, a regular guy for the people.
Yeah.
He's not. He's just got good PR.
Well, the thing with Musk is because there's a transhumanism component to what he's doing. So, I'm against that idea. I don't like the idea of the Matrix, plugging us into the big CPU in the sky, Skynet or something. So obviously I'm not in favor of that. But I like the rhetoric. I like the language. If you don't go for Trump, who are you going to go with? Bernie Sanders?
Right.
Well, I don't go with anybody. That's the trap. Is you're supposed to pick one of the paradigm. The two-party system is
okay. So what's your
Hegelian dialectic?
Yeah. What's your solution though? So you're saying break out of that whole continuum. Yeah. And my argument is, well, what is the alternative? A theocracy? Well, what do you want?
No, I don't have the alternative. But when it comes to, you can either help support the bullshit system, or you can opt out. And I think that even opting out is better than helping push the ball.
I think there's value in what Flo is saying. He's sitting there pointing at the elephant in the room. I mean, and maybe someone will come along and go, "Hey, I got a solution on how to deal with the elephant." I don't think there's anything wrong with him pointing out the obvious, and for him, it shows that he's humble enough to say, "Hey, I don't have the fix."
I'm saying that rather than do nothing, which is the only alternative, You
Right.
better do something, people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
Well, I mean, I don't agree at all. That's like saying we're all out of food, so I'm going to eat this arsenic because at least it's something to eat.
No,
I mean, that's an
I
interesting
don't
way to put
interpret it that way. What I liken it more to the Boston Tea Party. Let's go down and throw some tea in the fucking harbor and say no more taxation without representation. Let's make a stink. Let's do something.
Make Ron Paul great again.
I mean, that's not what.
Ron Paul is not the guy.
Damn you, Sasquatch! I don't look
Ezra,
twitchy.
Just a second. Ezra, do you have like a fan on or something? Okay, thank you.
So
All right.
I was listening when I was letting my chickens in and stuff like that and emptying my back teeth. They were floating. You guys said some really good things. Mr. Mechanic there, you know Oreo Express, I imagine?
Yes, I have not a good relationship with Oreo Express.
Okay. So, but the interesting thing that I saw, and to your point about the trucker convoy, I thought it was interesting that as you guys were pulling into that big holding space / parking lot, there were people that were taking photos and they were videoing every car as they came in.
Yeah.
And I took a video of them videoing the car that came before Oreo Express and the next one, and I'm like, yeah, that's a little fetty.
So you were actually there?
I wasn't there. I was watching the video as they were live
okay.
streaming, as they were pulling into that big grassy kind of holding spot that you guys had. That might have been before the final parking lot. But they were like giving people like a goodie bag as they were coming into the area. Everyone got like a bag, and they were filming people, and they were making sure they got low, and they were getting their license plates.
Right.
And I was just kind of like, that seems a little dossier, kind of keeping a little like, okay, these people are the people we're gonna have to put up in concentration camps because they're gonna be a problem. So I'll put a
I'm
pin
probably
in that.
on a list. I guarantee that.
Right. So I'll put a pin in that. And to Rachel's point about the old Fauci ouchie, sweet and sour sniffles. Whenever I had anyone in my orbit that got the Maxine, I got sick within 3 days shedding. And I'm allegedly a pure blood, but I got really sick the second time. That was with the
placebo effect can work both ways.
No, I mean I was.
Don't you think this is connected to the 6 foot rule?
But I didn't even know that they had gotten the shot until 8 days after the first one, and then I got sick 3 days after they had gotten the shot when I went back and did the math, and I'm like, that's interesting.
But you said the second one you got sick, so that means you signed up for it again?
No, I never got a shot.
Oh.
I'm saying there were people that were close to me
that had it,
that worked in the certain fields that it was mandatory, or if they had to go on post, they had to get the Fauci ouchie. And within 3 days, they were shedding. I got super sick with the Moderna one. The J&J wasn't too bad. I'm still suffering.
You know which ones they got too.
Yeah, I know exactly which ones they got. Yeah. So the interesting thing to me, to Rachel's point, going to the bastion of the vaccinated, coming back sick, it's a little suspect. It's a little interesting, and also about the convoy that happened in Canada. I don't know if you're tracking this, but there were 2 giant cargo planes that came in that had UN on the side of them about 3 days before they went stepping on old ladies' heads with horses. And so what they did was they gave a bunch of people from the UN, they gave them Mountie uniforms, and then they just had them do their worst, and then they got them out of the country. So who are you going to finger? Who are you going to blame?
Yeah, well, here's where I go very cautiously when you go into that area, GS, only because it's really important. We have to speak to what we know, because there's a whole world of disbelief out there that are so entrenched that they're right now they're thinking Biden's a healthy guy, and that there's what do they call them? Deep flakes or whatever the hell the new word is.
Fakes.
Deep fakes.
No, not deep fakes. It's a new one with falling over. They got a new word now. It's deep flaking or some fucking thing. And the whole thing is about when you got Joe falling over, or Obama's walking him off stage because he's like, well, where am I? I'm lost. All that kind of thing is going on. So, yeah, cheap fakes is what it is.
Cheap fakes. Oh, okay.
The thing that was so funny to me about Biden when he first won and he was first campaigning from his basement was, all my liberal friends actually believed that he didn't have any mental illnesses, and that his speech problem was that he had a speech impediment. That he supposedly has had a stuttering problem that he's had for his entire life. But you go back when he was vice president, and man, that guy could just talk no problem.
Right.
But it's amazing. Now he's got this speech impediment, and that they ate that shit up like that was like the holy grail. Explain.
Well, I wonder
there's nothing
why
wrong
he's got
with
that
him.
vacant look. The vacancy. He's got the vacant look.
Yeah.
When nobody's home.
So my argument is when we're dealing with a world of unbelief, that disavow Trump and all the rest of them, that are all in on it, or that fully believe that there was no funny hijinks going on with the electoral process. At 3:00, everything kind of flipped around magically overnight. That a guy who didn't even campaign, that stayed in his basement, got more black votes than Barack Obama. Are you kidding me? Whatever you're smoking, hand it over. And also to the point about the two wings of the same bird, Trump ain't that bird. George Bush is that bird. George Bush is the bird. He's the guy where you get the pictures where
who started the lockdowns?
Obama.
Lockdowns, warp speed. He lured everybody to January 6th and then didn't pardon anybody.
Yeah, I agree.
Hold up.
Did he really drain the swamp? Did he bring Big Pharma in?
Hold up. Browns Boy 23, Space Oracle for president.
All right. Well, that's a powerful endorsement.
You got my vote.
We go around yelling at all the other countries. It's the truth.
Yeah,
I can be bought.
Now, here's my rationale for that. Let's try this on for size. So I agree with you, Flo. Here's why. Because if Trump had said no to that, they would have had him locked up for crimes against humanity because he was allowing this horrible disease in a wet market out of Wuhan to come in and infect and kill so many people. So that became problematic. Of course, he had to. So
there's always reasons, but the fact of the matter is that if you look at what he
front and center,
if you look at what Trump did, though, he was the most economically devastating president maybe that we've ever had.
Well, I don't believe that.
I don't think that either. And was it him that shut it down, or was Congress?
Okay, whoever it was that signed in the Federal Reserve into existence. Him, but as far as the biggest
well, that's 1913, so we go back to that for 1913. As far as
he shut down the economy and then started printing money. It takes a lot of I don't know what the word is I'm looking for.
I'm not quick to dismiss what Flo is saying. I'm listening, but what you said kind of sounded a little, I don't know, it sounded like opposite world a little bit. And maybe that's what we were meant to see. And maybe there is a reality behind that we weren't paying attention to. Because from what I understand, it was like record stock market, record 401k. People were getting raises left and right. There was confidence in the market again. Was that all just smoke and mirrors? A lot
of that was legit. Just asset values went up and existing debt went down because people were getting a lot of free money. That doesn't so much show an increase in value of the assets people held, so much as a devaluation of the money, which we're currently continuing to experience.
Well, I'm talking about before the sweet. Go ahead, Based. Before the sweet and sour sniffles is what I'm talking about. Before all that all kind of happened.
Yeah, I was just going to give an anecdote here. So, when it comes to Trump, Rachel, I would take him over Biden, sure. But I would also take everyone on this fucking panel, and only two of you I don't know, over Trump. And the reason is, he's not a good representation in many ways. I find him to be funny. I think he's less of a piece of shit than Biden. But I don't even know how much that really even means, given who actually operates.
What I find interesting about Trump is that I've never seen in my 66 years of living a president gone after like this guy. Late night television, fully going full in on this guy. Now, I remember Johnny Carson with going after Ronald Reagan a little bit with some blush on his cheeks, going, well, Nancy, mommy. and all that. And it was all done in fun. He didn't hate the guy. Norm Macdonald, the late great Canadian comedian, fantastic guy. He says that the thing with Trump is that what's different about, they asked him about SNL doing the impersonation. He's a former SNL guy. They go, do you like the humor about doing the Trump things? Is that funny? Is that good to you? He goes, no, because they don't like the guy. They despise the guy. And when you despise the guy you're impersonating, there's nothing funny about it. It just comes off as wrong. And so I've never seen the whole system. The Republican Party's trying to torpedo this guy. Trump was trying to run a country with a refrigerator dragging around or an anchor tied to him. He couldn't get anything done. He was being betrayed left, right, and center. But he's going to win again, and that's the thing.
Let me just say real quick. I've never seen any rapper gone after like P. Diddy, and P. Diddy has my vote for the death penalty.
Right.
So I'm just putting it out there that the enemy of your enemies is not always your friend. But I hear what you're saying.
Also, I think we all agree
It's
his
a nice
memes
man.
are dank, but his leadership is lacking severely. That's the problem.
And we act like
He's a
people
really
in
big
Hollywood
reality
are not aren't capable of executing a little bit of reverse psychology.
Sure.
Well, I mean, the whole point is that, I mean, to put it on this heavy, this thick, it goes the opposite way. What it does for people like me.
They weren't allowed to make fun of anybody's children. But Trump's children were Trump's youngest son. They were allowed. Everyone was allowed to make fun of him. They were not allowed to make fun of.
Does anybody believe that they do not want a civil war?
No, they do want a civil war.
They do want a civil war.
Who is they though? Who is they?
Jews.
It doesn't matter who they are.
Jews.
Well, I don't know who you're
I'm
talking
the
about.
only
Are you
one
talking
that
about
can
the
say
government? Are you talking about Shadow?
Whoever's
one that can say it.
pulling strings, whoever. I mean, if you ask me, it's the central banks. Whoever owns the central banks really have the balls of the government in their pocket. You can't do shit without getting a loan from the central bank. So I'll say the central
one
bankers.
nationality too.
Yeah, the central banks are problematic. The United Nations is problematic. The World Economic Forum is problematic. The CDC is problematic. The World Health Organization is problematic.
And all owned by one person.
All these unelected bodies that are dictating governments. Also, China's a problem. Everybody's looking at Russia.
Especially in Canada.
China's doing, oh yeah, well, it's under investigation right now. They know that our politicians were bought off by the Chinese Communist Party. They know, they have the names. They aren't choosing to release them to the Canadian people. Why? Because we're co-opted and bought out. This is, again, why Trump is so important and why American people go, why are you a Canadian? What do you care about American politics? I go, listen, I'm not. I say, so goes America, so goes the free world. If you guys all, you're our last hope on that, within that political. Now, fortunately, because I'm a Christian, I also believe everything is ending as it first was planned, and therefore God is everything's in control. God's the sky pilot.
By the way, I did not know that Norm Macdonald passed away. Did he pass away?
He did, yeah.
Whoa, hold up. What?
I didn't know that.
When?
He had really bad cancer or something.
About
That was
2
a
years,
while back,
2 or
wasn't it?
3 years,
Like
2 or
2
3
years.
years ago now. Yeah.
That's what happens when you quit watching the
I didn't even
Oscars,
know.
or you don't get to see who died. You know how the Oscars always would have that the whole thing of who died that whole entire year.
Yep.
You'd be so surprised. I didn't know that he died. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
I didn't know till now.
Yeah.
So to Rachel's point, I watched a lot of Trump's old interviews back in the 80s. He's been incredibly consistent, although he has gone from a Democrat or a classic liberal, as what I used to be, to now what you would consider to be far right. He's been very consistent with his message throughout. Now, to Flo's point, what's the over-under that he's a Trojan horse, whether he's wittingly a Trojan horse or unwittingly a Trojan horse? If let's role play, Flo. You're Trump, and I tell you, hey, Trump, listen, we got this program going. We're gonna call it Warp Speed. You're gonna get credit for the fastest rollout. I mean, we're just gonna get all of the corporate wonderful things going, and you're gonna get credit for it, buddy. And think of Trump and his ego. He wants to be the best. He wants to be the fastest.
Yeah,
Everything's gotta be. He wants to be first. So
that doesn't help make him a good leader. That makes him a bad leader.
Exactly. But my point is that that was one of your criticisms.
Well,
is warp speed, but that's his ego.
Let me ask you this
That's an
then.
Achilles
Let
heel.
me, because that question, that your paradigm is built on some assumptions.
Wait,
So let me back up even a prerequisite to that and say, what do you think? So as far the U.S. president is the most powerful entity that we can prove exists in the whole universe.
My
Don't
evidence,
give me the God
my
thing right
evidence that you're wrong is Biden. You think he's running anything, then you're an idiot.
Okay. You understand what I'm saying? The position.
I would have
right?
thought that. I would have thought that 5 years ago.
Yeah,
but
I
What do you
understand.
think the odds are that that spot is really up to an honest count every 4 years of the general stupidity populations?
But now you're moving the goalpost. First, you
No.
said that it was the most powerful position in the whole world, and I just gave you Exhibit A, Biden, for the last 3.5 years.
No, I think if you do a job for 4 years, by the time that they get a handle
Hold
on
on.
doing the job, they have to you have to get reelected. So
Hold on.
just having a job for 4 years,
So
running
then,
the country is
generally
difficult.
specific, if that's then you don't think that the presidency holds the power, then it doesn't matter. So
Right? No, and I agree with you.
So who's president
overall.
doesn't matter.
Yeah, I agree with your overall presentation. I just think that your premise is, I mean, it makes sense on
So
face.
is
but
the
when
presidency powerful or not?
is the presidency powerful?
Is it a powerful
only
position?
Only if the mechanisms that are in place allow it to be.
Well, I mean, are they there? That's what
It's
I'm
about
asking.
it's about perception. It's not about
You
reality.
got Flow State. Flow
How much
State.
bigger was
A lot
Trump's
of-
arms deal with Saudi
Flow-
Arabia?
Flow
than it
State.
was
A lot of stuff you
Obama.
blaming Trump for was the fault of the state governors.
Well,
I mean, that is true with lockdowns. Yeah, I'll give you that with lockdowns. I was hoping to get away with that one.
Not
There
with
was
me.
and also, I mean, the office itself is strong. The office of the president is extremely powerful. But the problem is that you have different presidents over history. Some rely more on the counselors. What do I do? What do I do? I'm the president, but what do I do? And the counselor, well, what we need, Mr. President, we got to nuke China, which is what they had with God. Who was it during Truman's administration? It was MacArthur wanted to drop 13 nuclear bombs on China.
Yep.
He says, Mr. President, we will defeat Korea if we drop 13 nukes on China. Truman says, you're nuts. We're not doing it.
Well, I don't think he wanted he didn't want to nuke him. He just wanted to bomb him, though, and rightly and smartly, because they got pushed all the way down to the end of the Panmunjom.
13
the
cities were chosen in China to be.
So, GS, I just want to point something out to you. And this isn't just to you, it's to a lot of people. Okay. When you talk about other people, not yourself, and you talk like you just did, well, he wants this. This is what he meant. This is what he's thinking. I just want to point out, you have no idea what he wants other than the words that come out of somebody's mouth. And obviously you can look at their actions. But my point is, way too many people talk about strangers that you'll never meet in your life as if you know what they want. And I'm just telling you, that's a critical error.
Are you talking about the president?
I'm talking about you using the language with he wants. This is what he wanted.
This is what he said he wanted.
You're talking about the state of his mind, which you have no idea about, but you're making an assumption based on your own ego attachment to said person. Now, whether that's a positive thing or a negative thing, it doesn't make it an accurate thing. So again, I'm not just saying this to you. I'm saying many people talk like this.
Yeah, I think I understand a little bit what you're saying, but I'm trying to. Can you apply it directly to what I said in a way that'll make more sense?
So from this is how I would have phrased it. From what I can tell, it seems like this is what he's aiming after, or it seems like this is what he wants. I'm just telling you, it's a big mistake socially how many people talk about others and say they want this. This is what's in their mind, and you have no fucking idea.
Yeah, it's one of the hardest things to prove in a court of law, actually, what someone's intent was. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I appreciate the correction, man.
I agree. You get a way better measure for somebody.
I wouldn't go that far.
I've been muted this whole time.
You should look at their actions and the outcomes, not their... Go ahead.
Sarah's been muted this whole time going, why won't anyone listen to me? It's my show.
As it should be. As it should be.
I just figured you were sitting back, chilling, listening to the conversation.
Yeah. So H and
You can kick me if you need to.
No, you're good. H&K VP9 comes in with $1.99. Thank you for supporting the Bratty Tomato Fund. Who will run against Biden if Trump goes to jail?
Trump.
Technically, he can run from prison.
He can run from prison. Yeah, that's not against the Constitution.
There wasn't an election.
That's a possibility. There is some talk that the Dems are in such a bad state that they'll try and cause some sort of disruption to postpone the election this year, so that
they didn't plan for him to go to jail.
I have a prediction.
They didn't plan. They did not plan for him to go to jail. They just planned for him to get the guilty verdict. That's my theory.
And then to take all of his money
the guilty
in order to
verdict,
run.
but not go to jail. Actually,
Are you enjoying the show? Is it entertaining? It's a pretty good
Good.
reality show, isn't it?
Yeah, I love it.
Hey, Sarah, I'm gonna head out pretty soon. Just one quick question before
No, not iFi.
I know, Flo.
You ain't shit, Flow State.
Before I leave,
We're really going to.
I can come back. I can
if
come back
Wi-Fi
later.
leaves, I'm out too. This is bullshit.
I'll come back later. One question though. Sorry to whiplash us back to the original topic. Based, would you be willing to apologize to Glenn to initiate some conversations on that particular topic?
Let me try. iFi, I'm sorry you're so fucking gay. No, I won't fucking apologize. Go fuck yourself. Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyways, I agree. Sometimes we humans get
This
a
is
little.
why you're the based Oracle, because that was a based ass response to a.
Yeah, that was pretty.
We
pretty
humans
badass.
do get a little too tribal sometimes in our mentality.
And I don't even think that base Oracle's in the right here, but like that was still the absolute proper response to that.
I'm still 80-20 because again, the bull through the china shop there's little points of contention, nothing major, but I could see why certain people's feelings were hurt. But anyways,
is Glenn still moderating? I can't remember.
I don't know. I can't remember.
Keep your channel connected because I need those extra 3 viewers for the
Okay.
channel.
Flo should moderate.
I'll come over. I'll come over.
Flo is available to moderate. You know.
I'll leave it streamed, and I may even pop back in later.
Please
just
do.
to surprise everyone and be like, "Aha, I'm back!" So
He's like herpes. He's the
We'll
gift
be
that keeps on giving.
Oh
surprised if you don't come
God.
back.
What happened?
Nothing.
What you
Sarah
guys
just
are
had a little-
saying.
So, anyways, based again, I'm not implying that you owe him an apology. I'm just saying for the sake of ending.
Yeah,
all
you're
of
welcome,
this
iFi. You're welcome.
Okay. So just how you saw how I helped GS out, I think you could take a note from that little conversation.
God, iFi, go away.
I mean, he's not wrong. You are a bull in a china shop, based.
And I'm gonna stay here just to annoy Flo. So let's talk about Flo and his hurt feelings.
Go away, iFi. Boot him.
I'm not booting.
All right, we can talk about me.
iFi is
That's
my
the topic I
new
get on
favorite.
board with.
Actually, let me give a shout out to the Clue channel who is up here on panel. Thank you for the $5 saying, "Hey, Tomato." And I'm dropping his channel into the chat right now. If you haven't gone over there, please make your way over. Give a like, subscribe, give him a couple views, so on and so forth. So thanks, Clue. We appreciate
thank you.
So that was the only analogy I wanted to draw from like our tribalism of our little YouTube channels. That can translate into like our political views. You can see how we get so, cornered in our little groups that we don't even hear other people, and we shun people for
Oh my
up
God,
here.
I didn't
still
hear you
talking?
right now.
Yeah. So that's it. I may suddenly magically reappear. Bye bye.
No, it's okay. Don't worry.
You're always welcome here, iFi. You're my new favorite.
You can hang
Who's
out in
gonna
the
be
basement. I heard there's
annoyingly, like-
cookies down there.
And then
Beatrice.
shout out to Generally Specific, who is as well on panel. Go ahead and give a little wave and a blow a kiss. But thank you for the $10 for the Basement Cookies Fund. And I'm dropping GS's channel into the chat right now
Ooh.
as well. Please make your way over there. He
Dropping
does
it like
have,
it's hot.
I'm dropping it like it's hot.
Nice. Appreciate
And but GS does have some great conversations outside of the drama appeal. He does actually host a lot of great topics and talking points. So if you haven't already been over there, please do so.
Hey Sarah, I'm gonna
Yes.
get going too, but I'll give some other people a chance to come up. But it was
How
nice
dare you.
meeting everybody,
Sure.
and I will see you guys later. I'll see you later too, Flo, and I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you for having me.
All right,
care,
Crispy. We'll see you around.
Alrighty.
Does Crispy have a channel?
I'm gonna be on Mel's tonight. I co-host over there tonight. Mel and Pandora.
Oh, the cold truth.
Yeah. Mel Pandora.
Pandora.
No.
Okay.
Mel who?
Different Mel GS.
Oh, okay, Roger.
Oh, all right. Well,
Okay.
that sounds summed up. Now what?
Okay, so I've got a prediction on what's going to happen in this whole election thing. They're going to pull Biden at the last minute, and they're going to bring in somebody else, like Gavin Newsom or somebody completely, different than Biden. Yeah, I don't think he's going to make it to the actual election.
I heard that they're actually talking about swapping out Kamala with Hillary Clinton. That has been bandied about the last couple days, which is interesting.
No,
that's a
like
possibility.
before the election.
Well, they got problems.
Don't even talk about it. Generally, don't even talk about it.
Yeah, don't manifest that.
Hold on.
Trigger warning.
Hold on.
Trigger warning.
Yes, but one of the problems with that is the kickback is you can't replace a woman of color with some white chick. That's get
that's a good point too. That's a good point too.
It's Saul Alinsky's rules for radicals. They want to apply your virtue to you as a cudgel, but then they themselves don't have any virtue. So
I've heard you quote that like 3 times in 2 days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Saul Alinsky's rules for radicals. Are you familiar with it?
I'm just reading into it.
I've heard you talking about the Hegelian dialectic for the last week.
Because it's fucking everywhere, and people don't get it. Everybody's still acting like
problem reaction.
Politics isn't a made-for-TV drama. It is.
Yeah.
Well, I think for myself is that I think what happens is when you go too far into that kind of thinking flow is that it opens you up for, what do they call it? The black pill is just nihilism. It's anarchy.
Black pill is incels. I am not part of that movement. The only pills that I am part of is Oxycontin. Aside from that, I don't want it. I joke, I kid. But no, I think national politics is made for TV drama. If you look at the insane drama of what happens on national politics and then how little gets done that matters, it's distracting people from local politics where they could make an impact.
Yeah.
So, question to you, Flo, is that a bug?
Yeah.
Is that a bug or a feature? Go ahead, Clue.
It's a feature.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I was just piggybacking off of Flo that, local is where the immediate change could be made. The immediate, like, you vote for this person, shit happens tomorrow.
Have you noticed that your local city councils are being co-opted as well? So
I have noticed that.
Yep.
So I get teased on my show because I point out the whole idea of bike lanes and 5-minute cities, and they seem to be cookie cuttered everywhere you go. Oh yeah, there's a little green bike lane they're putting. There's no infrastructure in place for it. There's no bicycles to be ridden, especially up here in Canada. It gets damn cold. Nobody wants to be out riding their bicycle, especially if you live outside of the city center. But get rid of the cars. It's saving the planet. That's the moral agency that they're going to appeal to. Yeah, of course they aren't, but that's the rhetoric that they're using to justify you getting rid of your car or them legalizing or legislating against you owning a petrol-based car. Right?
Yeah,
but you know why they want everybody in electric cars?
Because they can shut them off.
There you go. That's the answer.
Because they can
shut them off.
They can shut that shit off.
Hold on, listen off, you liberal hero, you.
Yeah,
I talked about this before, Massey.
But I mean, have you heard that they're going to be installing that type of technology into the gas-powered cars too? So they'll be able to shut those off also.
A couple of them already have that.
If they got on, or they can shut it off. I think the electric push has more to do with it's an economic warfare on the dollar, the petrodollar, and the massive data processing centers that you need for like a smart grid. Those things need to that infrastructure to support that system needs to be built up, and so I think that they're hiding that underneath the electric car push.
So I want you.
That's my theory.
Rachel, the question's posed to you from old Joe.
Yeah.
Ask Rachel if Trudeau is Castro's son.
It's a bit of a kind of a go nowhere question regardless. I mean, what different? Sure. Okay. I go, yeah, so he is. But, what at the end of the day, what difference does it make, right? The policies are all commie. Trudeau's a bloody commie. We got him on tape where he's sitting there, there are things, he's got his little town hall meeting, and he's going, there are things about China's basic dictatorship that I admire. And the rest of the Canadian population goes, we get it. And of course, they're removing us further and further from the democratic process. So Trudeau got voted out, in the election before the last one. He actually failed to win. But the NDP came in and propped him up, which is, we have a 3-party system here. We have 4, we have 5, we have a whole bunch of, it's nonsense up here. But anyway, the point is that Trudeau didn't win the election. The Conservatives won the federal election. They have in Canada what's called a no confidence vote. The NDP, joining forces with the Liberals, said, we don't like this minority government. We want to vote them out. We have no confidence that they can run the country. The Conservatives lost. A coalition was formed that's in operation to this very day. Nobody voted for the NDP by themselves, not enough to form even a minority government. Nobody voted enough for the Liberals to even form a minority government. Now that they've joined forces, they're propping each other up. They're ideologically opposed to one another on many issues, traditionally at any rate, but they're both hand in hand and kowtowing to the globalist powers in Brussels.
Well, maybe get rid of some of the
in Brussels. Liberal hero Norman Maslow. Go ahead, Massey.
Stupid parliament government should get rid of the electoral college and let one person vote. One person, one vote, and you get what the majority wants. Fuck this.
No. That's mob rule. No.
Yeah, you don't want that.
The college is better.
What?
The college is better. No, you don't want one person, one vote, because that's mob rule.
Hey, Massey, we all voted in this room. We all voted in this room.
Majority doesn't mean mob.
We all voted.
But that can lead to a mob rule, sir.
Yeah, we all voted in this panel, Massey, and you got to send us each $1,000.
You're a republic, Massey. You're in a part of republic. Plus, the whole problem is that then you get the great centers in New York and California and Chicago controlling everything,
well,
and everybody else
people can choose to move wherever they want to live. They can. We can cross. You can, as long as you're not taking a person underage, you can cross state lines and move to other states. So you can move.
The electoral college is why we didn't have a president, Hillary Clinton.
We're debating between whether
that is absolutely true. That is absolutely true.
God for it.
We're discussing though 2 ways that we don't actually get a say in what.
There it is.
Happens to
Flo's
us.
got it. Because you actually proved Flo's point, Rachel, when you said that even though Trudeau was voted out, somehow they snafu'd it back in again. So, I mean, that was to Flo's point. None of it actually even matters.
They've been showing it to us our whole life. But W. Bush stole the election from his brother's state. Obama didn't have. Chill out, Mazzy. Obama didn't have a birth certificate. It's right in our face. Yeah. Biden didn't get the most.
There's a direct connection.
Bernie Sanders got ran over by Hillary when he was a favorite.
Or are you being truthful?
I mean, I'm both of them. I truthfully believe all those things, and they are cynical.
Do you truthfully believe
there's a direct connection between the Clinton Foundation and
you truthfully
Trump?
Biden and Hillary didn't get the most popular vote?
I believe
in history, absolutely. I think absolutely.
In history, just in that election. I mean, more people came out to vote.
Yeah.
More people came out to vote.
Yeah, I don't think that
Trump got
proof
more
of
votes
fraud.
than anyone else in history too. Trump got a lot of people voted.
It doesn't matter really to me because I think that our presidents have been selected for a lot longer than just this election.
Well, obviously Trump wasn't. I mean, no one thought Trump would win, and he won.
Yeah.
I agree.
I think that was allowed to happen.
Even if you hate
really
Hillary, and she was pissed, she conceded the next day at least. And Trump, by not conceding 4 years down the line, has made people even more pissed, and that's why we're all arguing.
I know
they're friends
because it was a
okay.
fraud
Do you know who
election,
Wilbur Ross is?
They won a civil war.
I'm sorry.
Who was Wilbur Ross?
Election.
I don't remember.
Anybody know who Wilbur Ross was?
I've heard
and
the
who
name
he was before he started working for Trump.
Go ahead.
So they're all connected. He was a direct executive for the Rockefellers. Like, they're all connected. Trump and the Clinton Foundation have direct connections with Uranium One. When Trump was in office, he got ridiculed for not apologizing for the death of soldiers that died in Niger, Africa, and that was for Uranium One.
Well, he doesn't
And
like
then
this.
Clinton Foundation was busted with the Malheur Refuge takeover. This is connected with the Bundys and the BLM land, and that whole debacle, which is actually connected to uranium, because in Oregon, that area is the highest resource of uranium in the United States. So this was them exposing themselves and showing us the evidence. They're friends, and they have been through the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers are all buddies. This goes way back, and this has all got that stupid, weird, creepy connection, whatever it is, whatever it means.
And what's the
Can't
point
deny
of
it.
this?
They're
Obama
all
was
just
friends
doing
with the
this
Bushes.
behind the scenes, shaking hands.
Yeah, he was.
Well, if
I
the
don't
Rothschilds
understand
bank
why-
for
Laundering money through their wars.
Why can't why can't people on the left and the right and Republican Democrats be friends and work together to get things done? Why does it have to be an either or? Most people
You're
are
too busy putting our
It's a
people
puppet
in jail.
show. It's a puppet show, Muslim.
Made for TV drama.
It's a puppet show. There is no Republican versus Democrat. That's a puppet show. All on the same side.
But the majority of people
You got two
want
deep
things-
voices coming onto the same panel, dude.
More people in America want moderation and have things done. Okay.
I mean, polls were. Go ahead.
I was going to ask Ezra. So Ezra, same question. It's kind of the same thing I throw to Flo. Is that if you don't vote for Trump, then what alternative is there? How do you get
We start voting by where we spend our money. So we take the power away from them. We start creating our own. My friends are creating free energy with copper coil design. Some of them, woo! Why did I come up with that name, Flo? You don't run the show. You can't close me down.
Why I just said,
it's not your show. Back off.
I'm just saying, for your own sake, you could sell a lot better if you didn't go, hey, here's a good.
I have a video, and I've shown it before on your channel.
Into I'm starting a free energy commune up in the woods in Oregon.
Should we have a speed date? Is this a speed date worthy conversation?
She's right though. Most of our voting is done with our money, our time, our attention. The voting booth is a fucking guise. And I know that you would like to believe, for all of you who have voted all these years, you'd like to believe you have a good impact, but you don't. It's not reality.
You don't.
All right, since this is obviously, hold on just a
no one
second.
wins the lottery.
Give me just
No
a
one
second,
wins the lottery.
Mazzy. Since this conversation is obviously going to continue for a while, I'm going to go get a quick refill for the next 2 minutes.
So I'm going to start streaming then. Okay.
Just please behave. All right, Rachel's in charge. Give me 2 minutes.
Everybody pull your cocks out.
That's right, you commie bastard. Listen,
We got the substitute in the building. We can act out now. The substitute teacher's here.
There's cookies in the basement.
I take it you don't know Rachel very well, do you?
These comments
I
about
don't.
Go ahead and let you want to try.
if we
What
get
were
rid
you
of the
gonna say,
Electoral
Mazzy?
College, New York and Texas and California will decide. No, it doesn't matter where the people live. It's the individual people will decide. It doesn't matter where they live. It just happens that California is a big state, Texas is a big state, New York's a big state, and if there's more people there, so be it.
But does it matter inside a state when you have 3 cities that are capable of swinging the entire vote of an entire
Anybody
state?
can live in those 3 cities. We're not just saying only Democrats or only Republicans can live in those cities. You can live in the city.
Well, hold on,
But what's
Mazzy.
stopping them
Anyone
from
can live
mobbing
there,
up
but
from the-
not
from the states
everybody.
around them?
There's a difference.
Right, not
Anyone, but
everybody.
not everyone.
But what
You
if
see what
all
I'm
of a
saying?
sudden everyone moved to Montana or Wyoming where there's lots of space?
Well,
And
well,
then
no,
they-
everyone couldn't fit there. 340 million people could not fit in that 1 or 2 spaces.
Well, you know what I'm talking. I mean, the thing is, people can live anywhere they want.
No, I agree with you. I'm saying they can live anywhere, but everyone cannot live anywhere.
Of course. Well, that's an obvious. Of course.
Well, I know it's obvious. I'm pointing it out to say that even if everyone had the intention, well, I'm going to go to the state where I'll have the theoretical impact, even though it doesn't exist. But if it did for the sake of argument, all people could not do that in the U.S. It wouldn't be possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mob rule is never a good thing, guys.
No, I don't agree. Mob rule, but I don't consider majority mob rules.
But that's what it always.
If you get rid of if you get rid of the college, then mob rule is what follows.
Look,
exactly. It's two wolves in a sheep voting on what's for dinner.
The MAGA
Do you
segment
believe
right now
that
is
the
about
U.S. is a
30%.
democracy?
The MAGA segment is about 30% of the voting population, or the voting people right now, and they seem to be ruling for the minority. They seem to be ruling as a minority.
I think there's more.
Well, okay, maybe. Well,
Do you think America is a democracy?
I do think it's a democracy. I mean,
No, it's not.
I think it has democratic underpinnings.
It's a republic.
It's not a-
Government. Where's your civics?
It's not a perfect government, but I think it's pretty close to
It's not
one
a
of the
democracy at all, sir.
It's a constitutional
Not
republic.
best. Well,
Could we, if we can keep it, according to Ben
If you
Franklin.
can keep it. Thank you, GS.
Yeah, for now. Yeah.
yeah, but people.
So
are
I
changing
think
the
Massey
rules.
might be onto something, though. I
Joe,
mean, I don't think we've
Are
kept
you
it.
all okay now? What do you think about now? Whatever religion you are, or if you're not religious at all, what do you think about the separation thing that's happening, or the lack of? Like, for instance, in Louisiana, which happens to be at the bottom of the list of all states education-wise, instead of working on their improvement of education, they come up with a law to put the 10 Commandments in every school. Is that a good way to push a better education in the schools in Louisiana?
Well, it's better than what they're doing in the secularized
They have great
education.
food, they have great music, they have great people, but they have shitty education there. And now,
Can I get a?
Actually, they got shitty people there.
Oh,
no, I
some-
think they have
I
good
can't
people
believe
there.
it.
No,
Can
no,
somebody
no.
that's-
They got
can
shitty
somebody-
people.
Can somebody, my senior,
I'm from
educate me? Like
Texas.
maybe
I'm
Rachel?
Yes, I'll be happy to.
So, from my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but the separation of church and state was so that the state couldn't dictate what church you had to go to. It had nothing to do with taking church out of the state. It had to take the state dictating
Right,
what.
but
church.
it doesn't-
Everything to do
So-
with
so
Congress. That's what it was made for.
So what you're
Congress.
doing is, but hold on, you're creating on face though, Massey. You're creating a false dichotomy. It's not to keep the church out of the state; it's to keep the state out of the church.
Yeah, but you're partially right there and you're partially
Okay,
wrong.
okay.
The thing is, it's not dictating any one or two religions. And Ten Commandments is Judo-Christian religion. You know, I'm Jewish. I grew up with the Ten Commandments. The Christians have the same Ten Commandments, actually. Which was, but I don't think, as a Jew, those should be there. There's other religions that don't go by the Ten Commandments. Yes, in a perfect thing, those laws all make sense. Thou shalt not kill.
That's a good point. That's
They're
a good
great.
point.
It's a great series. I mean, it's a great series. It's a great top 10 list. Everyone should abide by those things. I don't
But the
disagree with that.
establishment clause was for Congress, just like the amendments for
Well,
Congress.
okay. But I'm just saying that
That's
it's
a
a waste
letter
of
to
time.
Congress.
When Louisiana can't even do good fucking education and invest in that, this is what they're coming
got
up
me
with.
there.
That's my
Hold
point.
on there, Drag Queen Story Hour. Settle down, Massey. You're getting up.
I think the bigger issue is that we're locked in the paradigm of arguing over these trivial points and pretending
Bingo.
that something will matter that doesn't. And that's why I would suggest
But they
you
are
not
creeping in.
participate in the two-party system, because people say, well, if not this or that, then what? And I'm
But
saying,
Flo,
well, I don't know, but you can't think outside. The best way to control conversation is to let people have animated, intense arguments over a very limited range of topics.
But unfortunately,
do you
Flo,
not
there is no
see
good
religion-
third-party candidate, and that's
Do you not
that's
see
always be
certain
the problem.
religious groups pushing stuff in government more and more? Do you
I'm,
not see that?
I'm not a fan of
Whether
the
it's
Ten Commandments
pro-choice,
being in
pro-abortion.
schools. I'm on your side on this topic. I just think it doesn't really matter in the scheme of things. There are
It matters
much
to
bigger
the people that have to, the 170,000 people who had to move out of state.
I don't give a fuck about the people in Louisiana, and that's their problem.
Yeah,
So let me
they're
get
not
this
good
straight.
people,
What about
Massey.
the abortion
They're
issue?
not.
You made that
You're good for
They're not
censoring.
good people.
I think abortion is murder, and it should not be illegal.
It should not
It
be.
should not be
And
legal.
it should not be illegal. It's
unfortunately,
murder. It should not be
people-
illegal.
It should not be
People who are
legal.
unfortunate have to leave state and they can't afford.
No, he's
to
saying
leave
it should not be illegal.
The two statements are going to sound like they conflict. It is murder. It should not be illegal.
It should be
That's
the
my
So
woman's
you think
choice.
murder in
Oh,
general
okay.
should
I
be
got
legal?
you. I
though?
got you. I got you.
No,
Well, then
I think that this is. I think that this is a
come
situation
on,
where
man. That,
You wanna
that
hear my
doesn't
answer?
logically. Well, it doesn't
I know.
logically.
I know. You just you have to be able to think layered thoughts, and I know that you and iFi's gone. I know that you guys refuse to do that. But
I just said I'll grant that. I just said I'll grant. I understand that there's a deeper flow to it.
I don't think that laws. This is not a problem that is solved through laws, and I think that that's a strong action that creates a reaction. And I think that this is just not something that law.
So instead of laws, do you think it should be like a moral compass or societal norm that would dictate it? So like it's okay in this region, then therefore it's okay.
I think that it should be like Japan has a pretty a good way of dealing with it, I think. And I'm not going to drag everyone through like an explanation of it, but it is less litigious and therefore less hostile. So when you try to ban it, then of course you get all the people who didn't give a fuck before now are all staunchly for it, and so it gives it more power to the thing, I think.
Hey, General Specific, I know.
Yes,
I like when you said you might not know because you're younger. I'm the elder. I think I'm the oldest one here. The oldest one here.
You're older than Rachel?
He's even older than
really, dude. You look good, man.
I'm too much shy.
GS, don't get
I'm
old.
gonna be 70 years old.
I'm not trying to do him or anything. I just
speaking of GS, not to correct GS again, but I got to correct GS. What you called a false dichotomy earlier was not a false dichotomy. You were presenting the argument that Mazzy had it flipped with the church and the state. A false dichotomy.
No, the false dichotomy was the murder should be legal, but murder should be illegal. That was Flo's
that's not a dichotomy either.
Take your time.
Okay, paradigm.
So Ezra is really interesting because
that would be law of identity.
Okay,
so,
thank you.
Go on.
So Ezra, do you believe in like the nation state, the whole idea of nation states, or should that go away the way of the dinosaur or something?
No.
You're not Ezra. You're
Actually, I see this as sort of that fall of Rome esque vibe happening. Also, I do see some disruption in our current environment that would potentially disrupt that as well. So it would make it a little bit easier for us to form in a different manner. And I think we're right at the cusp of that. And I think that's sort of why you're seeing so much extremism. And this is like course of time. Also, what's kind of crazy about this is the coincidence with the pole shift, which, obviously they acknowledge in science, but they don't correlate it with quote unquote climate change and all the signs and symbols to connect, whether that's, God or whatever that is, because I'm not trying to get into like a whole, earth shaped debate and the logistics of that. But you can't deny how it all connects.
And shout out to Melody. Shout out to Melody for the $2. Great show, Sarah. My kind of conversation. Fact. Thank you, Melody. Appreciate you. Go on, whoever.
You rock, Melanie. No, I've been trying to touch with Flo's state about the third party thing. And, I love the idea of having a third party. It's just, unfortunately, they've never brought a strong... Okay, then tell me what's your suggestion then.
I think that we need to remove the power from that structure altogether, and we need to stop looking to government to solve all of our problems and be our eternal daddies. All these problems...
So you're all about less...
That was good.
All the problems that government causes goes away the more we provide for ourselves. And so the way out of the two-party paradigm isn't to find a third party and have the same issue. It's to actually take the power back by providing for ourselves instead of looking for somebody to solve our problem.
So you're about downsizing the government.
In an ideal situation, that's perfect. But people hate the government, and I understand that. All the people that run it, they're in this perpetual no term limit thing. But then they vote the same people in. They bitch when their roads aren't fixed and their bridges are fixed. And whatever you say, I'm not a big fan of Joe Biden, but I tend to vote Democratic. I think he's old, but the infrastructure, you got it through that Trump didn't get through. And over the years, you're finally getting your roads and bridges done. They finally got something through. Now, granted, there's a lot of other shit that hasn't happened, but we get pissed off when the things don't get done. When you call the fire department, they don't come when your house is burning down. So we hate it and we love it. There needs to be a balance.
You're right. That is absolutely the problem currently.
I'm for a third party, but then if it ever builds up and it's allowed to be a real thing, that third party will end up being just like the other two.
It'll get co-opted just like every other movement does. If it's not started,
and tweak it.
But I agree with that. You just described very well, I think, the current problem with people's mindsets, and so that's why I don't necessarily propose solutions. I just try to get people to expand their mindset.
But if you're talking about reducing government's impact, or the whole idea of the collective, then what's going to happen with private property, and how do you protect your private property from the guy next door who's got a gun and going to take your private property? Because now we're going back to survival of the fittest, and so therefore it becomes like the Wild West, claim jump and all sorts of trouble. We're getting bushwhacked.
Yeah. Okay. So why was that? Because we stonewalled Trump. The beginning of Trump, the first 2 years of Trump, he had all three houses. Or he had
nothing. He had Republican, Romney.
He had all three houses.
I want to answer.
They were fighting them left and right.
My point is, Rachel, don't blame the Democrats. He couldn't even get his own party.
I blame the fucking Republicans.
I know people on the right.
I blame
people on the right.
I blame Romney.
Rachel, people on the right can't stand Nancy Pelosi. I was from San Francisco. I know what she does for San Francisco, but she got the far left and the center left to get things done. So she helped the people that voted for her and her.
Maslow, what do you see in the Democratic Party? What's the upside?
Don't forget that question, Rachel. I want to answer it.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I see it more to me, more libertarian things. I know you don't like some things the Democrats do. I like pro-choice. I'm very liberal in my social things, all the social things. As religious as I used to be, I'm not very religious anymore. I'm agnostic, but I don't want any religion. If there was a Jewish president, I wouldn't want him touching Judaism in the White House or pushing it on America.
So you're with them because they are atheists, correct?
But they're not. Most Democrats I know are not atheists. Nancy Pelosi is a Christian. Dianne Feinstein was a Jew.
Did you just say that?
Religious Jew.
Yeah, I can't believe saying stuff like that.
See, you don't know. You don't pay attention.
Did he say that with a straight face? That's what I want to know.
I mean, it's what they claim. It's what they claim.
Yeah,
you're attracted to the Democratic Party because of what they don't do
on
on
the
the
went
other
to
side.
church. When's the last time Trump went to church? I know you don't have to go to
No.
church.
We're not talking about the other side. We're talking about why you are attracted to the Democratic Party, sir.
Because the values and the laws they push, I identify with. I grew up in San Francisco, a very liberal city. I'm in Seattle now. Another
so
liberal
what's good
city.
happened in San Francisco?
Well, it was a mix of different types of people. Gay rights. I'm a straight guy, but I had gay friends, gay teachers all my life. They didn't persecute gay people then. They didn't.
That's what they did for them. Teachers. What did they do for you? That's what they did for them.
They didn't do
what
anything
did they do
for
for
me,
you?
but they didn't do anything against me.
No, okay, they didn't do anything against you, but what did they do for you?
Well,
I'm still trying to hit on what did the Democratic Party do for you. You told me what they did, what they didn't do against
is there a place you're trying to take
it
it
for your friends who are not you, but you didn't tell me what they did for you, sir.
Work for me.
What do you mean social issues? What does that mean? Break that down.
Man, where are you trying to go with this? Nobody likes listening to your rhetorical question games.
I'm talking to him.
Coach,
I know you're talking to him. I'm talking to you.
Choice, I hate to say
pro-choice has nothing to do with you. You don't get pregnant. What has the Democratic Party? What have they done for you?
Nobody wants to sit around and won't let you play these games.
What have they done for you, sir?
There's 10 motherfucking people here. Nobody wants to wait while you meander through 25 questions.
Nazi, tell them the truth. They Stockholm syndromed you. That's the best thing they did, right?
Exactly right.
Okay, you dumb Flo. Okay, let me talk to him.
I don't know. If you stop asking questions, I will be.
I'm not asking you questions. I'm asking him questions.
I'm answering though.
Ask me a question. I'm ready.
Why?
Okay. I also believe.
Why
now,
are you
Oh my
gay?
God! I believe in climate change. I believe that pollution.
Climate
I believe
change? Did you really
these
say that?
fires that are in California?
Now I'm on your side, Clue.
I believe in climate change. So, Democrats, for the most part, support those things. They believe in science more. So there's a lot of
Okay,
things.
I'm done. Go
They
ahead.
didn't believe in
They believe in
science.
money.
Flu.
Done.
They believe in money, Mazzy.
Wu flu.
Okay, I agree with
0
that.
point.
But, you remember about 10 years ago, there in the Senate, there was a bill to roll back big corporate money in elections, and the Supreme Court voted down. And that was it was from Democrat and a Republican, and would have got all these special interest money things out. I believe that should happen.
Money will never
The
be out of
Democrats and
politics.
Republicans are in bed with that. I agree with that. But there was a law there, and the fucking Supreme Court overturned it.
It seems to me that all of your efforts.
Remember, corporations are people too. That slogan.
It seems to me all your efforts are against the other side, but not for your side.
I'm totally.
That is correct. Okay.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what we were told was the motivation of why Trump lost, because people were motivated to vote against him. So it kind of matches.
But what were they voting for, though? Is my question.
That's the point. They weren't.
Well,
they were
nobody
voting
voted
against.
They didn't like him as a person. He's a fucking liar. Whatever you think about, the guy's an egocentric liar. A corrupt.
So let me ask you this: anybody but Trump? Anybody?
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Trump.
I
believe
believe
that
in
anybody.
Yes.
A dude on
well,
the
not
street
anybody, but I believe
can be
in less
voted
than
in, except as long as he's against Trump. Pull a random dude off the street, put him in office, as long as he's not Trump. Yes or no?
If you want to talk here, why don't you come on screen, show your face so we can see you as a human instead of a fucking microphone?
I want to change my answer. I said I would take anyone.
Hold up. For the record, I do respect people's privacy to stay behind avatar mode, because this is a really weird fucking world, and if I could start it all over again, I probably would too.
Yeah.
My camera's broken. That's why.
Mazzy changed my mind.
You're a
I would no
Democrat.
longer take anyone on panel for president. I would not take Mazzy.
I wouldn't run for president.
Oh, that's good. You wouldn't get in.
So your whole motivation is to get that guy out, right, Mazel?
Yeah, I think he's a danger
Just to
the
get
country.
him out. That's
Clue.
Well, he's not. I don't want to get him back in. He's been in.
That's
you
it.
know.
Just to
Clue,
get him
how many
out.
times do you have to hear that
Anybody-
shit?
Ask him again, Clue. Ask it differently.
Clue, yeah, I'm not convinced. Matt, let me do it. Clue.
Okay, I won't ask him anymore.
Okay, can we get to the resolve
what
instead
did
of
they
talking
do
about the
for you?
problem?
Clue,
You know-
can you ask him again?
Nah.
I don't know.
No.
Okay, Clue, you're satisfied now?
Yeah, I'm satisfied.
Okay. Rachel, can I answer your question now that Clue's done with his obnoxious nonsense?
We don't need that shit. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I do not believe that there would be the wild west and complete chaos in the absence of all the excessive police state bullshit that we have. I think that anecdotally, but in my experience, I've much preferred to live places where there was not enough police than where there was too many, and I've much preferred being the victim of regular ass criminals than being the victim of state criminals. So I think that the question is wrong.
I agree with that.
People are polite when they think there might be repercussions, but when everybody knows that repercussions are outsourced to the cops that might get there an hour later, if they do at all, then people.
Let me ask you this. I don't know how many of you live in cities or don't live in cities, but the biggest crock of bullshit now has been on the right TV station showing all this massive violence in the fucking urban cities. And I've been in recently in LA, New York, San Francisco, Seattle. Yes, there are neighborhoods that are parts of it like there have always been.
You drink so much Kool-Aid.
Democratic
I see it
shitholes.
every day.
Democratic shitholes. Come on.
Where do you
It's
live?
not
Where do you live?
Kool-Aid, it's fluoride. Get it right.
Fluoride. It's fluoride. Yeah. I mean, without a doubt, the crime in the inner cities is insanely higher than not in the inner cities.
It's not.
It is
Where
for
do you live?
fucking sure, dude.
Where do you live?
If it's not, then what was your point?
I live in Kansas City.
Yeah. What was your point?
If you're
My
saying
point?
it's not higher, why'd you bring that up?
It's not.
I mean,
higher.
Then why did you bring it up? Is my question.
What
I've
did I
never,
do?
I've never been shot
You
at
on
in
the
the
spot,
suburbs.
Squatch.
I think Michelle just probably likes to look at you, Sasquatch. Cock squatch.
Cock squatch.
Oh,
all right.
Squatch
What
on
a
the
strange time. I mean, there's all of the internet out there, but you're going to spend $10 to put me in front of you. That's interesting.
I see
She
it.
likes
You should be.
I judge
should
no
be-
one for their decisions on that point. Oh, Blaze doesn't even begin to cover it.
Have you been drinking tonight, Sasquatch?
I'm not drinking yet. I do have half a pint over here, and I've been watching Ezra all night and thinking about taking shots.
I think it might be
That's what-
partners and whiskey.
Is that a new game?
It can be.
Yeah.
Do you feel awkward being on solo layout right now?
A little bit, but you have to understand I run my own show, so I've kind of gotten used to it to a degree.
Fair enough. I mean, I kind of really like the hearts in the back. What made you decide to do that tonight?
It was a combination of things. I was thinking about starting a channel for Pride Month called the Randy Dandy.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, I know. And I was kind of playing with some ideas on the back end, and some things just never came to fruition, and this was one of the things I collected.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Is that long enough for you? How much is
Fine.
10 minutes.
He was like, "What? Me? What did I do?"
What?
That's
What?
right.
It'd be funny if
We
somebody
need
was
to-
like knuckle deep in their nose,
Somebody
just
asked
getting
me
right
a
in there.
question here, and
Yeah, that
I
would
don't
be
know the
funny.
answer, and I just looked it up from the cities with the highest crime rates in America. I don't know.
All
Democratic
Democrats.
shitholes.
No, I don't know.
All
These are the
Democrats.
highest.
Democratic shitholes.
Missouri, Memphis, Detroit, Arkansas,
Democrat.
states, Baltimore, New Mexico,
Democrat.
Cleveland, Alaska, Stockton, Milwaukee,
I'm from
New
Missouri, I
Orleans,
can tell you.
Birmingham, Louisiana, Tennessee, Washington. We're down. We're like 12. Chicago.
Well, those are by
Arizona.
state. What about city? Do it by city.
Well, you're mixing in
Those
city
were
and
cities.
state.
Democrat-
No, he
all
was
of
mixing
them.
them both
I don't
in,
know the
which was
answer. That's why I'm
confusing.
looking. I'll put
Yeah,
city.
Milwaukee
Memphis is
is
the
in
most
Wisconsin.
Democratist of the Democrats.
Okay, here we go.
Milwaukee? No, it's
Most
not.
dangerous cities in America: Detroit,
Democrat.
Baltimore.
Memphis,
Democrat.
Democrat.
Birmingham.
Democrat.
I'm gonna peek and say Democrat to all.
Where's the other ones? Baltimore,
Democrat.
Democrat.
St. Louis, Kansas City,
Democrat.
Cleveland,
Democrat.
Little
Democrat.
Rock,
Democrat.
Milwaukee, and Stockton. Democrat. Yeah.
They're all
Democrat.
It's
Matthew,
Milwaukee.
can you
Winky dink.
try and stop the killing
Not
now? Do
one
it,
of
do
those
it
cities
now.
was Los Angeles, San Francisco, Seattle, New
Also
York.
Democrat.
I know, but they're not on the list. They're not even on the top 25 list.
You're on
So-
the top 30 list then.
You know, if they counted, if they included people who were assaulted, robbed, and murdered by police, I bet that would change.
Well, robbery is up, but all other crime is actually down in America right now. Robbery is up, rape, murder.
Well, hold on now, because I know they're doing
No.
a lot of catch and release on when it comes to criminals. No bail, not even pressing charges, not even in most cases even trying to arrest people, especially in New York. I mean, heck, New York you couldn't even find NYPD for almost 2 entire years on the streets during the whole Wu flu, and all you saw were meter maids and then empty NYPD cars, according to
Why is that? Why is that?
Well, that's a good question.
Because of Democratic policy.
People don't want to be policemen right now.
Democratic
Well, yeah,
policy.
and why do you think? Maybe
wonder
it's because
why.
our cities were burning down for almost 2 years straight. A federal building was under siege for almost entire 6 months.
You know,
But yet some Meemaw and Grandpa takes a guided tour through the Capitol building, doesn't even leave the roped-in areas, and when they're asked to leave, they leave. And then there's a manhunt to get them like their public enemy number
people
one.
texted me during the beginning of the BLM pre-pandemic, right when pandemic was starting, that Seattle's burning. Are you okay? There was 2 blocks, the chop zone they called it in Seattle. That was a shit show. It was definitely, but it wasn't the entire city. It was a fucking area. I mean, San
think about it.
Francisco,
2
they would-
blocks of a
they
city
would
of
burn-
taxpayer citizens was taken over by a bunch of ne'er-do-wells.
I know.
And not
I know.
one
It's
person
bullshit.
called that an insurrection.
Yeah, it's bullshit. In San Francisco, they
Only
burned
one
the
person
fucking
died
mission
in
when
January
the
6th.
Giants won the World
One.
Series.
One.
It's ridiculous.
One.
How many died during the Summer of Love?
A lot of people, but not because of the police.
Thousands.
Yeah, they OD'd.
All 1,000 of them.
It wasn't. It had nothing to do with police. And when there was a lot of bad drug shit. I would live in San Francisco.
There's a lot of killing and murders and stabbing and shootings too.
I know the area. It was. It was
I'm
a
just
lot
saying,
of bad.
I'm just saying that it
What
would
about
be
Kavanaugh?
nice,
That was a real insurrection. Kavanaugh.
It would be nice if things were applied evenly. You know, if things were applied judiciously. If rules were for thee and for me. You know, not thee, but you know, I'm talking about in general. Because I don't think you're a criminal, Mazzy. I think you're probably a very upstanding citizen. We've had interesting conversations, although politically we might be on opposite sides of things. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm actually more moderate, or I want to be more moderate. I want things to. I want. You know what it is? There is this attitude now that people, like, if a Republican and a Democrat come up with something, the Republicans on the far right don't want them to. They wanted to get rid of the House, the head of the House, because negotiated a deal with the Democrats. Now, you may not like the deal, but isn't it their job to get something passed and get something done? And
I wish they'd stop doing shit.
It'd be nice if they actually read some of the stuff that they're passing.
Well, I don't disagree with you on that.
And stop putting it in these major bills where it's 5,000 different
I don't disagree with that, but at some point you have to take what you can. I always believe. I don't like the Democrats. Democrats aren't going to win everything because, you know, everything that you want, the Democrats want, you don't want, and vice versa. We're never going to get everything the right wants or the left wants. So don't.
Do you remember Mazzy? Do you remember the good old days when it's like, I'm just a bill on Capitol Hill? You remember when they used to have educational cartoons where they were trying to teach us about civics?
I don't remember that.
Conjunction, what's your function? Working out phrases and clauses and functions. You remember when cartoons were wholesome and they were trying to they're trying to educate us? Now, if you had an average Civil War letter from someone with an 8th grade education, the words would
the penis goes in the vagina. I remember
right.
those.
The words would be eloquent, and you would sound like you were talking to a genius. And this is a person with an 8th grade education back during the Civil War times, writing a letter home to mom. But nowadays, everyone's just mouth breathing, and it's like everything's broken on purpose with a purpose. It's not a bug; it's a feature of the system. The system is intended to be broken to make stupid retards. Pardon my French if that offends any stupid retards in the audience.
Well stated. Yeah. Retards.
And I'm not trying to be hyperbolic. I'm being 100% legit here. This is broken as intended. And
it's because go ahead, sorry.
And like, no, I'm going to finish up with what Flo. I mean, I was going to criticize Flo and say, you keep telling us what we shouldn't be doing. Why don't you tell us what we should do? And you did. You started to say, we need to do some things. We need to do X. We need to do Y. Like, get your own food. Get away from that system. Try to get more independent. And I hear what you're saying, Flo. You're not just negative Nancying everything. You're trying to come up with solutions.
But I mean, I think that more than there's specific actions that need to be taken, there's like mindsets that need to be changed. People need to realize that you're responsible for yourself.
Amen.
And anything that's given to you for free, somebody's being incentivized to do that, and it's not because they love you. Like that's what I tell my daughter about information. Think about the infrastructure that goes into textbooks in schools and news media that's pumped into us in airports and everywhere. All this information is given to us for free. It's not because they have a vested interest in us being well informed because they care about us.
We're the product. We're the product.
The advertisers are lobbyists.
They just want us to be smart enough to be good workers and work in factories and make other people money. That's
all social engineering.
Yeah. What do they say if you're on a free social platform? So like
you're the product. Yeah,
you're the product. Yeah, you don't have to pay to access it. You're the product.
It doesn't tickle him. That is annoying. I really wish I could tickle him.
Who?
Stop tickling him.
He's tickling
I just wanted him to go.
Oh my god!
I don't know what kind of peyote you're on, bro.
I know you were on one tonight.
This is the happiest I've ever seen him, dude. I can't even see his eyes, man. He's
Ezra. You don't understand. I got to talk to Ezra. I'm so happy right now. It's just amazing.
Yeah, he's talking. He looks like he's turning Japanese, man. Yeah, I like it.
Wow. Did we all just like conclude?
You missed
like
on Flow State. There was a pretty hilarious evening where Sasquatch and I go way back actually, and I was holding him to some years. Well, yeah, it was like almost 2 years ago now when I think about it. Anyway, we used to be on the same show often, and he had a habit of not even saying hi to me. You know, kind of broke my heart.
I can't believe he didn't say hi to you then.
Here we go.
Yeah,
like that was really fucking rude of you, man.
I don't even know you.
We had this really,
hello, Ezra. I've never met you. Hello.
Anytime I come across her in a chat now, I say hi until I get
Eric. I've never met you. Hello. Caucasian Sasquatch. I've never met you. Hello. I've met Flo.
We've met before.
CS. Yes. I met Based. He's not here. So.
It's good to see you again, Mazzy. You look like you're in great health, man. Seriously.
Mazzy, you are a trooper, man. You come in like ready to go.
I don't come in very often, as you know.
And I know, but you're usually like singled out. You know, you're always the odd man out.
You know it is because I have the opposite.
It's because Mazzy's a commie.
I hate to say opposite, but I believe differently than
you are a commie, Norman.
I think we can agree that all drugs should be legalized.
I do too, and I don't
Not
take
all
drugs. I drink a little bit,
All
but
of them.
I don't take drugs. But I believe they totally should be decriminalized.
John
See,
Bandy
that's
says
something, you know.
Westman got you all fired up.
I believe. I know this is something that talk about the Democrats. I believe in the Second Amendment. I believe people should be able to have guns, but I believe there's nothing wrong with having limitations, or at least registration, training, and no mass assault weapons. That's my
Okay.
opinion.
I've got a little bit different opinion on that.
Okay.
You know, I
They'll
believe
do,
in
Eric.
I believe in the Second Amendment, and I believe that you have the right to protect yourself. But I think that the owner should be responsible for whatever weapons they have, because a lot of the criminals get the weapons from weapons that aren't being secured by the owners.
Absolutely.
So, you know, that's all the other stuff, you know, everything else, that's the one thing that I kind of am sitting here going, you know, you should be, if you have a gun, you should be responsible enough to have some way to secure that gun.
And
that's how the criminal. No, I'm not about the registration.
Then it's tied to the owner. Otherwise, how do you tie it to the owner?
Yeah, no, that is a default situation. If you're going to tie it to the owner, you have to have a registration. A registration is not legal. Yeah. They're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, so I mean, does the wolf have to beg for the fact that it owns claws and fangs?
But I have a better question. Can you, in your own infinite wisdom, define an assault weapon?
That's what
I hit you with an umbrella. I've just assaulted you with it. Is it now an assault umbrella?
Question. I don't know technically, but if something shoots 100 rounds,
there is no technical definition for an assault weapon.
If something shoots 100 rounds in 10 seconds or 100 or a minute,
it doesn't matter. If it does,
that would be a machine gun.
You need to understand what you're proposing. You're proposing something that you don't understand.
The point I'm making is if something.
I know.
The point we're making is you don't know what it is.
The point you're making is you support laws that are feeling.
You think AR stands for assault and everybody's gonna shut up, including you, Sasquatch. Thank you.
Don Juan's gay.
Shut up.
I will say I am
up.
ignorant.
You're the man, Don Juan.
Quiet.
She's trying to read the super chat,
set.
Mazzy. 1 second.
Don Juan coming in with the $4.99. Thank you, Don Juan, for supporting the Bratty Tomato Medical Fund. He says, Based, what's up? Sarah, how's it going? Chat, panelist, GS, you know legend, LOL. Slow State, how's the Aquinas reading?
How dare you?
Yo, is that a cat? That's awesome.
I feel like you should have to pay a different super chat for each one of those questions. That's like a whole bunch of fucking questions.
And then Don Juan coming in again.
He's really loading up, you know. It's like putting free napkins and shit in his pocket at the buffet.
Flo.
Did Don Juan get an Amazon gift card?
Don Juan comes in with the $4.99. He says, Sarah, Slow said I was your simp, but you know how I feel about single mothers. I wish good luck. I might be Messy's simp. I met him tonight. LOL.
I said that he's a simp for gingers because he was also simping for this guy right here.
Yes, you can on a tank. No problem.
That's a lie. Don't listen to him, Don Juan.
Oh, he was simping hard for you.
Listen. Don Juan
state.
is not simping for me. He simply loves to pay to insult your dumb asses. Okay.
May I read it?
That's you, Flo.
Go for it.
Low state.
I'm telling you, that immigration that's going on the southern border really sucks. How's that?
And I encourage him to simp. I like simps. There's not enough simps on the internet. This place is full of angry incel energy. There needs to be more simp energy to counterbalance it. So
yeah. So Mazzy, so the question was basically what would be considered assault weapon? If I have a small umbrella that's really light, it's like one of those like teak ones that you get from like a cocktail, a cocktail that you drink at a Hawaiian or like a Chinese restaurant.
Got real gay
and
real quick.
I start hitting you with that little toothpick umbrella that's decorative. Is it now an assault umbrella?
No, because you're not going to kill 100 of us people in a minute. Where I don't know, and I'll be honest, I don't know the definition.
That's good. That's a good point.
I don't know. I don't know weapons. I don't know guns. I don't know weapons.
I mean, and
I know you can say AR. I'm not.
I seceded right away.
But any weapon.
Just let me know. So no, we're talking about what is considered an assault weapon.
Well, I mean, you just need to know what you're proposing. You're proposing something that you don't understand, and that in and of itself is an error.
No, it's not, because any weapon to me that will kill 100 people in a minute or 5 minutes shouldn't be in any.
Okay, ingredients you can get from your hardware store, Mazzy.
So a fire should be illegal.
Well, oh come on.
No, you have to register the fire flow. You got to register it.
Yeah,
you kill 100 people with rat poison.
Gasoline only a liter at a time.
Why on earth is this only happening? For the most part, with some exceptions in this country.
It's not.
But to this extent, absolutely.
Nope, it's not. It's
name
just
one
talked
country,
about.
Name one country that's close.
The biggest mass shooting on Earth was in Europe.
One.
Ever?
That's one.
No, there's. Just read the news. Look for mass shootings. They happen in Mexico all the time. They happen in Africa all the time. They happen all over the world. You just
we're not
don't
even close to
CNN.
the top. We're like
look, Mazzy makes a good point. We need Zippo registrations.
If you're going to compare gun violence in America and the rest of the world and saying everyone else is close to us, you're full of shit about that.
Per capita, per capita,
it's not even close.
There have been isolated mass shootings around the world, but nothing like what happens in this country.
You don't actually know what you're talking about. You just know how you feel about the subject.
No, I can tell. Hold on.
He's
I can settle
against
both
the
sides
other
of this
side.
real quick. He is getting most of his information from left-wing rags. And you're
CNN.
looking all over
Mostly from CNN.
Yeah, no, I was going to say CNN, but I just kind of broadened
He
the
doesn't need to
umbrella.
understand
That's
it.
the
He can
issue.
repeat it.
They give their audience emotional impressions on things that are not accurate. You
That's
should
why
be,
when you
you
don't
should be
believe
holding yourself to a
facts,
higher standard to be like, you know what? Before I start spouting out how I feel about something, maybe I should know what it is I'm feeling about.
Tell me
You
the
don't know what you're
country-
feeling about.
Tell me the country that's close to America. Just one.
I don't have it off the top of my head.
Only
but-
one
England.
with the right to bear arms written directly into the final founding document.
I'm not
As
saying,
the
but I'm not saying you
beating his
can't
wife.
bear arms. I'm
All
not
right,
taking
if you
away
can't
your
pound
arms.
on the truth, pound on the desk.
Name me one country that's,
I'll name you one super chat that comes in from Don Juan. Thank you for the $1.99. Can't be based simp because I was on Alex PWF's side, and he is referring to the debate that Alex and Based Oracle had last Thursday here on this stream. You can check it out if you are interested. He also comes in with the $1.99. He says, GS think they need you in the border. LOL. Thank you, Don Juan, for supporting the Bratty Tomato Fund. And by the way, you guys can buy me a drink. I need a drink. Go buy me a drink.
Trinidad, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, St. Kitts, all these little island things. Paraguay, Panama, hold on, Mexico.
Hold on, Flo.
Jamaica.
You got teabagged by a cat.
Honduras. I don't care about that cat. I'm on something. Let's see. El Salvador, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Dominica, Costa Rica, Colombia, Brazil.
You're right. Latin America.
Belize,
You're right.
Barbados,
Okay,
Bahamas,
Latin America.
Azerbaijan, wherever the fuck
I'm
that
agreeing
is.
with you here.
There you
Flo.
go. There you go, Tomato. There's a little graph that that'll
Latin
show
America has high gun violence due to gang activity and drug trafficking.
You can peruse it if you want. So, like, if you want to make it bigger, actually, I got to make it bigger.
But they're
for the
not.
ladies. Hold on.
Yeah, make it bigger.
Uruguay. Where's Uruguay?
That's what she said.
Europe.
Too big. Too big. Hold on.
Yeah.
All right. So this is an
not
example.
what she said.
Drug cartels and gang countries definitely in Latin America. Okay?
So average meaning the mean, like the bell curve, annual death rate per million. That's the per capita measurement per million people from mass public shootings, U.S., Canada, and Europe. And this is only U.S., Canada, and Europe. This isn't the whole world, but 2009 through 2015. So on the top is Norway, Serbia, France, Albania, Slovakia, Switzerland. Switzerland. Oh my God, Sarah.
That's
you violent Switzerland.
I know.
Finland, Belgium, Czechoslovakia, and look at all the way down. There's probably even more.
As an
in
aside,
between the United States.
requires every citizen to join the military and own a firearm in functional working order.
Okay, we have
All
we have a couple more super chats that came in. Let's see. We have Concert Buddy coming in. Thank you, bud, for the $1.99. He says, "Flipping ain't easy for my homies in pajama tops." I'm all about some.
I'm gonna go get a
pajamas.
whiskey rocks glass. I'll be right back if you don't mind. Don't kick me out.
Sure.
Don't
Hold
kick
on, I
me
think
out.
I have some insults for you. Hold on. I
Oh,
think
cool.
there was.
Okay, I'll
I think
stand
there-
by.
Yeah, so stand by.
Is it from Don?
Don Juan coming in again. Flo, do you want to read this one? You did it so well last
Oh,
time.
yes. Slow state.
Thank you.
I'm not
And
the
the
only one
clue-
getting hated on. I like it.
Clue Channel, thank you for the drink fund
Would you
because
guys
this.
feel different if your 8-year-old was in one of those schools?
Hold on. We will get back to
God,
that.
what
Hold
a
that
stupid
question. Hold
question.
that question.
Very
Hold
anecdotal.
that question.
But yes, of course.
Hold on, there's more. Don Juan coming in with the $4.99. This one's for you, GS. GS, so stop regulation of guns, right? So stop regulation people moving unless you like hypocrisy. Slow is trying to read.
Well, you know it's not
LOL.
going to happen. So whatever I think is not going to matter because it's never going to happen.
One thing is codified and ratified as being permissible within the United States of America, and one is a border that's supposed to protect the rights of the people therein. So I think it's a false dichotomy, or maybe that's the wrong. Maybe I'm saying that wrong again, but I think there are other options in there.
No, that was correct.
Okay.
False dichotomy is two presented arguments, GS, when the truth is there is more. That would be a false dichotomy.
Okay. So I'm on the nose on that one. So.
You're doing better. We're gonna get you up
I'm
to
getting
snuff.
gooder.
Your elders in the house.
Speaking of doing better, old Joe comes in with the $6.99 and he says most gun deaths in the U.S. are in low-income communities. No guns for poor people.
Good point.
My question to that is: are the guns legal in those low-income communities?
Most of the time, not. No.
Most of them are stolen.
Didn't you just deny that there was more crime in those low-income areas?
But do you know where those guns don't come from? Gun show loopholes. They don't exist.
We don't know that.
You're selling I do know that because I've been to gun shows. If you're selling a gun out of the trunk of your car, you are breaking the law. That's not a thing. If you're selling a gun at a gun show out of the trunk of your car, you're breaking the law. If you're buying a gun out of the trunk of someone's car, you're breaking the law. It's not a thing.
Why can't a gun show have the same?
Well, why would they show up to the gun show to do it legally if they're going to do it illegally? Is Sasquatch's point?
So gun dealers are regulated. So they regulate the individual, not the arena. That's a more restrictive way of going about it, because they're not just managing a gun show; they're managing every person selling at the gun show.
They are all legal and bona fide FFLs or FFF. I don't know. I've been drinking, but listen. You cannot get a booth at these places without going through the full background check regulations for everything. So if you show up to a gun show and you try to buy a gun and they won't sell you one, and you find someone else selling a gun that will sell you one, chances are that's illegal. 99.9
or the Fed looking to sting you.
With technology today,
sting is probably the government.
Why can't the buyer be immediately checked with technology today? at a gun show.
We don't want them to be checked. We don't trust the holders of the technology nor the government.
That's a whole different.
Have you ever purchased a gun?
No, that's
it's the same story.
I don't have a gun. I don't know a gun.
Okay, so you've never purchased a gun ever.
Never.
Okay, let me tell you how it happens. You go in, even at a gun show, you go up and you say, I would like to purchase this gun. You hand them your ID. If you've got a social security card or any other government type stuff, you hand that to them. They note down everything that's written down. They note down the gun you would like to purchase. They set that gun to the side. In some states, they have the ability to run the check at the time. In other states, they don't. So depending on what type of gun it is, you might walk away with it. You might not, depending on where you're at and what the specific legal term.
That's fair. I would like it to be instant.
Let me finish. Your identification has been taken. Your background check will occur. And if you do not pass it, if you happen to walk away with a gun from that place, you will be tracked down and they will question you about it.
Let me ask you this. If something nefarious happens with that gun you bought, because obviously the seller has a serial number, will it trace back to the seller at the gun show?
It will trace all the way back to the last viable ID that was utilized in association with that firearm. So
the
in New York,
the FFL has to keep the records for life.
It used to be only 10 years. Back when I was purchasing my firearms, they only had to keep them for like 7 years. And so they're all the records.
Now, Mazzy, do you understand the point that Flo and Sasquatch were trying to make in terms of understanding what you're arguing, right? And I'm not blaming you. You're not a gun owner, so you didn't know how it works. But they're explaining to you how it actually works. Despite the fear propaganda, I didn't fucking finish, Maz. Despite the fear propaganda within the liberal, I mean, what you've been reading, what you see, and you come at it like, oh, why does this happen at gun shows? Well, it doesn't. And if it does, I didn't finish, Mazzy. And if it does, then it's happening illegally. It is not the status quo that would be the exception to the rule. And that happens with everything in life.
Fair
and
enough.
on both sides. You said just
I
liberal.
appreciate that I was just educated.
Well, yeah,
I
both sides.
appreciate being educated on that.
That's an outstanding answer. I appreciate being educated every day.
You're handsome. Can you please hug Massey and give him comfort, because it's been a very rough show for Norm.
No, I know I'm being like quadruple teamed here.
No, you have got a great attitude about it. We appreciate it.
We like you more than George Borden.
Well, I don't know. I'm not going to
speaking of having a great attitude, Don Juan comes in with $1.99. He says gang activity because of the USDEA. Just saying. And then he also comes in with the $4.99. Thank you, Don Juan, for supporting the Bready Tomato Marathon. He says the Constitution doesn't say anything about migration, so you're wrong again, GS. Tell James Madison
hold
that.
on. Let me respond to that.
Yet. I'm not done ready. You shut your mouth. He says the first migration law was for Chinese in 1888. Now you may respond.
That is true. So the interesting thing is if it's not codified and ratified and protected in the Constitution, then it doesn't mean it's permissive, so to speak. It means it's up for grabs and consideration.
It falls to the state.
If the Constitution said there must be a certain flow of immigration into the country, and it's codified and ratified in the Constitution, that would be a different story. But to say that it's not covered in the Constitution makes it always permissible is a kind of a red herring. I think maybe I'm wrong.
State. That is correct. Noviznik is correct. It falls to the state. In every case, there is not
federalism. Is that what it's called?
You're not going to
Federalist Papers.
GS, and you guys aren't going to believe this because this is, quote, a nonpartisan scorekeeper to Congress. Now, you don't like Congress, so you're not going to believe it. But nonpartisan, not Republicans or Democrats. And this is just recent. This is like 2 days ago. More immigrants boost the economy, reduce the budget deficit. Congress nonpartisan scorekeeper said.
Which nonpartisan? What's the organization?
It's the U.S. Congress. And it's not the left or the right.
Okay.
I mean,
I don't trust it, but it is partially right.
Throws out, this one terrorist comes in and shoots shit up.
Yeah, that's fear mongering too.
It's one person.
Exactly.
It's horrible. It's horrible.
It's nuanced, but there is a lot of economic benefits to having illegal immigration.
Everyone wants to blame immigrants for everything. They want to marginalize it, and most immigrants. I lived in a neighborhood in San Francisco, the Mission District, heavy Latin America, from Central America, Mexico, South America, are the hardest working people and do a lot of shit jobs that you all don't want to do.
Agree.
And legal or otherwise, they want to become citizens. They don't want to be legal all their lives.
Well, let me push back a little bit on that, because from what I understand, there was a meat packing industry in which they actually canned a bunch of American workers and then hired a bunch of lower cost.
There may be isolated cases, and I don't.
No, yeah, it's anecdotal. To be sure.
Isolated cases, half of the.
But you made a.
Packing
that's
chicken.
why.
Right.
That's
you
why
made
I subscribe to
right,
unions.
but you made a statement earlier, Mazzy.
Right,
but you made a statement, Mazzy, earlier that you said, "What? How would you feel if a school that your kid went to?" So how would you feel if you were one of those American people that got shit canned, that loved doing the job, wanted to do the job, and now you have to try to scramble to find a job to put food on the table for your family because they put a bunch of people that are going to get $2 less an hour?
Find out why that happened. Most likely, the jobs that I would do in that job, someone would have to be either educated enough or have the experience enough. Now, obviously, there's certain jobs that it doesn't matter. But there's a lot of jobs that people, teenagers don't even want.
There should be more co-learning and like what's happened to apprenticeships in
fast
general.
food restaurants anymore as our first job.
Generally specifics, asking hypothetical questions. We've got menial jobs everywhere that they can't find people for.
Yeah,
but I'm asking, have you ever worked in a factory, Massey? Love?
Yes.
Yes. What type of factory was it?
It was actually a record warehouse packing and shipping vinyl records.
That's kind of
cool.
I mean,
so you were in shipping and receiving?
Yeah, shipping and receiving and that kind of stuff.
When you're doing a butchery job,
heavy mechanical stuff,
I disagree with the statement that Flow State said that these menial jobs can't find people. I think what's happening is in a lot of these menial jobs, what's happening is they want us to believe they can't find people so that they can work the workers they have harder.
No, they're closing early around here.
And they're sitting here and they're sitting here, and because pay rates went up, one way to cut back your employee payroll is just cut how many employees you have.
If the business is making money, then they would want to be operating, not closing down. When they're not operating
down.
Where are you talking about that they're closing down?
I'm in Kansas City, and there's gas stations all over here that are having to close earlier, do weird hour things because nobody will work at them.
Yeah, he's not wrong, man. I just got takeout at McDonald's. I know this is anecdotal, but I just got takeout at McDonald's. That one lady was working three different windows.
Fuck? McDonald's.
Yeah,
That's
it was
not
good
takeout.
food. It was from the healthy menu.
You
It was the one with a
piece of
double
go
quarter
on.
pounder with bacon and cheese. That one.
Yes,
was
I
really
thought
good.
we've been working on this.
These
All right,
companies
whatever.
want
One
us
step
to
at a
believe
time,
that
man.
there's
Come
an
on.
employee
Yeah,
shortage.
when are you going to take the first one?
So we
I
get
agree
used
with
to the
McKenna.
fact
Baby
that we're
steps.
getting
Baby
bad
steps.
service.
No, I mean, there's actually a ton of places hiring. If you try to act like you're trying to find a
not
job,
wrong.
you'll see that that's just not true. It's super easy to disprove.
Dude, I've
I'm
got
out here.
I've
I'm
got
out
a
here.
really
I
good
see
employment
every
record,
state.
and it took me 6 months filing for jobs that I was perfect for.
Where do you live?
In Wisconsin.
And
Well, you're a white Christian
area?
male who's straight.
You
So
do
there's-
say you got
From
a lot to
Wisconsin?
get the job.
And I mean, I was the perfect applicant for these jobs, and I couldn't.
Apparently
find
not.
Why? Well,
I'm
I
from
think you're
Wisconsin.
overestimating yourself, is what it
Flow
sounds
state.
like.
Flow State. That didn't start, and that didn't start until the fake flu. We can't find people to work. That shit didn't start until the fake flu in 2020.
You're right.
It's
You're
not
right.
a fake flu. It's a real flu.
It is a fake flu.
Tell my
It's a
friends-
real flu.
Tell my
Hold on.
friends
I
who
got
lost
sick as
their-
a dog.
tell my
I got
three
sick as a
friends
dog.
who
That
lost
shit
their
almost
lives.
killed me. You can call it fake all you want, but it was a
I got it 3 times.
And Sasquatch.
I know 3 people who died from it. And
How
know,
can you
and
catch
they
a
were
fake
They're
flu
going to
3
die of
times?
something else, though, sir. Come on.
These people were in their 30s and 40s and
This
healthy,
is
and they died
a
early on.
non-productive
They died
Hey,
of
conversation.
fake
Mazzy,
flu?
Mazzy.
Really?
I
Really?
got to push back on you quick, Mazzy. So, question is
He's
human
power
life
bottoming into
equally...
you, Mazzy.
Shut the... is human life equally valuable?
That's like a trick question. I know.
No, it's really not. You can just say yes or no.
Abortion, because then we'll argue what.
No, it has nothing to do with that. Stop trying to get ahead of me. You'll never get ahead of me.
Nothing to do with that. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good. With that, Mazzy, how big of a problem on your personal or societal version of your Richter scale do you think that guns are in the U.S.?
You say the
I think
rectum
it's a
scale?
major pandemic. It's major.
Huh?
Yeah, I think it's serious.
Okay, okay, that's fine. That's fine, Mazzy. That's fine. Okay, it's here. I got you. So on a scale of 1 to 10, like a 7, let's say. I don't know. I'm going somewhere. Just pick a number. Is it serious, like a 7, an 8, a 9, a 10?
I say it's an 8 or 9.
Okay, very good, very good. Now let me ask you: how many people in the U.S. died last year due to a gun in any way, whether it was justified, not justified?
I don't have the stats in front of
Okay, well the number is around 40,000 in the U.S. Now I'm going to ask you: how many people died last year of medical malpractice? Take note, I did not say a medical mistake. I said malpractice.
Oh, probably more.
There we go.
Probably more.
Okay, so 600,000. I think around 610.
I
So
don't know.
with about 12, 13 times, whatever it is, multiples of gun violence, how outraged are you then at medical malpractice? Because you just said a life is worth a life.
I can't answer with a
15 to
number,
be exact.
but the bottom line is when you go to the hospital and you go to a doctor, the concept of that is to help you. Medicine, hospitals are.
You're not. No. This is a red herring. You're getting all sorts of irrelevant. Let's get back to it, Mazzy.
Like a valid.
You don't go in a hospital to get killed. It happens.
No. Now you're talking about intent. You just said a life is worth a life. We're not talking about intent, Mazzy.
I disagree with him, but I think that he's making a valid explanation.
Yeah, but a gun is meant to kill or maim or wound.
Hold on.
Yeah, and that could be protection, Mazzy.
Or a hospital
Sarah,
is
bring up
not
my
meant to
screen,
kill
please,
anyone.
if you could.
Or to protect.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. Or to protect. So
Okay.
here was how many estimated lives may have been saved by just even knowing that someone had a gun, brandished a gun, stopped with a gun, or shot a bad guy with a gun.
Okay.
So they're estimating about 500,000 to 3 million times per year a gun was responsible for saving potentially saving a life.
Well, let me ask you this then.
Compared to what, 40,000 deaths?
I believe you. How many of those guns were what I call assault, whatever you want to call it?
Okay, I will answer you.
Most of them
irrelevant.
aren't.
It's
Most of them
fucking
are handguns.
irrelevant.
Was it a handgun?
It's irrelevant.
Would you care what a gun was called if it saved somebody in your family?
See,
from
so a
being-
life is not worth a life to Mazzy, even though he just said it was. Clearly, that's not true. Because now he's worried about what kind of gun was it? Did it have 24 karat gold hole? Who gives a fuck, Mazzy? I thought a life was worth a life.
Why don't you say, look, more people die in car crashes. We should outlaw cars. That's
No. I'm talking about medical malpractice, which is preventable by definition.
Blame the car,
Mazzy.
blame the car, not the person.
No, I get it that you're getting cornered and you're trying to obfuscate. Now, I understand. I halfway respect it. But let's get back to the argument here. So you just said that a life is worth a life, but now I present you with the number one killer of Americans, and your answer is, well, yeah, that's a problem too, but people went in the hospital for a certain reason. As if that has anything to do with it.
Medical malpractice isn't always a doctor doing something nefarious. Sometimes it's the legal definition of it, because usually
so the problem's the law.
It ends up in a lawsuit, and insurance companies have to deal with it. Rachel and I have a friend, and you've probably seen him, Dr. Robert, on the Vinyl Collector.
I think I've met him.
Surgeon. He's told us stories who patients that have died, that he thought he could fix in a back operation, spinal surgery, and they have died.
That's a good story.
In some cases,
That's not malpractice.
a family will sue a hospital. I don't know in his specific thing, and it's not necessarily the doctor did anything wrong. Something happens, shit happens.
Okay, did your example, did anyone die, Mazzy? Did anyone die in your example? Because otherwise it's completely fucking irrelevant.
I don't know, and I don't
Okay, so it's completely irrelevant, your point. We hear your story, but it has no relevance whatsoever.
I do know other doctors.
That's irrelevant too.
Why?
You can know a million doctors. It has nothing to do with a life being worth a life. You said they were just as valuable, but you have nowhere near the outrage. You have nowhere near the outrage, Mazzy, for all of the medical malpractice deaths, which we just determined is what 13, 14 times as many.
The medical malpractice, the life is fucked up, and it does mean a lot. The family gets.
He's just looking to see if you have a logical follow consistency to how you
I'm simply in big boy terms. I'm showing you your cognitive dissonance.
There it is.
You're being a bad winner.
Yeah, these people hate. They hate cops. They hate they hate doctors. Doctors are drug. Not all doctors are alike. Jesus.
Look, your apologetics does nothing to change the facts.
I'm not apologizing.
Well, you are. You're saying there's a lot of
apologizing. Don Juan comes in with the $1.99. No, GS, that goes to the 10th Amendment. Wrong, GS. Now
I don't
apologize.
think you're right. I will look into it. No, I'm going to take a page out of Based's book, and I apologize to absolutely fucking no one.
let me take your point to a more apples to apples example. Gun deaths. Oh, God damn it, Don Juan. Will you just send a big one?
A bunch of them, okay?
Just send $1,000 to Sarah.
That's what she said.
It gives me $1,000. It gives me something to talk about because I let you guys go, so it lets me have my little talking time, and then I can do it in the Sleepy Tomato voice if that makes you feel better.
I'm drinking whiskey. It might put me to bed.
Okay, Don Juan coming in with the $1.99.
Oh, my pants are getting tight. What's going on?
That's my fault. I do apologize.
Oh, sorry.
Squatch. Shut up.
Don Juan says, "End the welfare state. That's unconstitutional." Then he also comes in with the $1.99. Thank you, Don Juan, for supporting the Bratty Tomato Medical Fund. He says, end public education. Don Juan comes in. He says, cold truth, how many legal citizens do that? Shaking my head. And I think he was referring to Cold Truth had mentioned something about illegals coming in, kidnapping a bunch of, young girls, taking them out of state. Bad things are happening. So Don Juan coming in with the $4.99. He says, GS, as Christians, we help the needy. Many during the Roman Empire became Christians because they got helped during a plague. The same with migrants.
Exactly.
False dichotomy.
Jesus, Don Juan.
And Don Juan coming in, he says,
Christianity used to be about.
And Don Juan comes in and he says, okay, Sarah, it's cool. GS, don't be a hypocrite. Don Juan as well says, don't be like Slow State. Y'all wishy-washy.
Security check just yesterday.
Making some money for y'all, man.
You, Don Juan.
It's really only like $3 or $4 for all those words.
That's okay, though.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to be broke if you're maximizing your word to dollar value that much.
I'm a brokey, so yeah, that's a lot of money for me.
Hey, the Bratty Tomato appreciates every penny that comes in on this channel, so we are ever so grateful however he so chooses to distribute.
Don't you think that he could send bigger super chats or shorter sentences?
Hey.
Why don't you argue him some more then, Flo?
Don Juan, man, you're really milking it.
A real man would send
it's like making change out of the offering tray at church or something.
Milking it.
Speak with your chest.
You're upset that's not your money. Don't lie.
Mazzy, what are we drinking?
No, I'm not second, third, or fourth option for Don Juan. I don't think Don Juan's ever given me a cent. So I have no dog in this fight. I'm just saying he could do better.
Don Juan coming in with $1.99. He says, Slow State for you, Aquinas.
This is a local Seattle.
Thank you, Don Juan, for keeping it succinct.
This one's actually pretty smooth. It's not very expensive.
Cooper's is
you
great.
like Cooper's?
I haven't been
drinking $30 bottle.
I would show mine.
I don't buy it often, but I like it. See, the problem in Seattle, Washington State. This is the
one
fucking
of the problems.
Washington State, we have a 30% tax on
oh goodness,
spirits.
Yeah,
now,
that's outrageous.
However,
but if you go to Oregon,
Oregon
no taxes.
However, in Washington State we have no state income tax. So
kind of
I'd
balance.
rather
I
it
pay
out.
more once
I
in
know.
a
So you
while.
got to live
for
on
this.
the border, right? That's the trick, so that you
Yeah,
can
then
go
you
over
go
and buy your
across. Oh, when
goods.
my son lives in
So get your
Portland,
ink.
so I go there.
And
like
that's why I
She
love
got a
Ezra.
point.
I live.
She has a
I
point.
live south of Portland.
All right. I appreciate you sharing. What's that called again? What's the name of it again? Wilson or Westland? Westland.
It won some like a I don't know. I'm not a
So that's a
whiskey
local. That's a local thing that
It's
probably doesn't ship
Seattle
over here in
and Sodas.
Kentucky.
Yeah. Hey,
You
if
probably
you ever
wouldn't see
come to
something like that.
Seattle, reach out. Even though we disagree on the other side, I love hanging out with people
Mm-hmm.
and talking. I am reasonable despite what people may think.
I would love to
Despite
share.
his unreasonableness.
No, you're not reasonable at all, sir.
I used to be a bleeding heart liberal.
Don't gaslight him, Flo.
Rachel.
He's
and
more reasonable
Sue-
than you are.
Rachel
Bullshit,
and
nobody
her
is.
wife Sue
You're more right. He's more reasonable.
came here a couple weeks ago.
All right,
Stayed
I'll
here
take
for
it.
4 fucking nights,
Yeah.
and we got along.
You guys had a blast, man. I saw
had a-
some of the
we
pictures
had
too.
great,
man.
right?
Yeah,
Rachel?
GS wants to get blasted.
Wake up, Rachel.
All right, power bottom. Slow your roll.
Yeah,
It's not crayon eating time. Slow, calm
we
down.
had a great time, Maz. You're fantastic. You're a good
Yeah.
man.
I bet you'd be a heck of a.
I'm not an
host,
asshole. I may disagree politically, but I'm certainly.
I'm not
Mazzy-
either. I'm not either, Mazzy.
I know you're not. I don't think anyone here has been an asshole.
That,
And
I've
that's
been
true.
on here with
That's
assholes.
a good thing. That's a
I
good
I've been
will
on
thing.
this stream with
say
assholes. There's no assholes. here tonight.
Historical
No.
is the asshole. Always.
I don't
No.
think he's I don't think he's an asshole.
No.
Always.
I think-
Wait. You almost said you don't think I'm an
That's fine.
oracle? Of course
No.
I'm an oracle.
I
He
do
doesn't
mock.
think you
I
an
do
oracle.
kind of emulate him on Rachel's show. I do this thing on Rachel's show.
No, it's definitely a good thing.
No, you
that
got to have the mouth
left and
open, and the
right can
banana
talk.
banana's got to be half
I
down
don't
in the
have
throat.
a
That's how you
microphone.
imitate.
Yeah,
it.
show us how it's done, GS.
No, you.
I know you got practice.
you-
Banana
give us a little
swallowing
sneak preview.
contest.
Hey, show me. Hey, Maslow, show everyone how Based eats his corn on the cob, vertical, not horizontal.
I'm gonna stop at that. Thank you.
Sarah, I think that GS and Base
I love
and
you,
Mazzy want to
Base.
have a banana swallowing contest. I don't know if your headphones are off.
I don't have a banana.
I'll win.
Whoa, a
Hands
banana
down, I'll
I'm
win.
not double jointed.
I've got
Uh-oh,
all of
Sarah's bringing out the hate now. Look at that.
GS
That's
don't
a
have
lot
a
of hate in
banana.
your
He
heart.
needs to
The
borrow
gag
somebody
reflux.
else's.
Yeah, I need to borrow someone else's banana.
You're all amateurs. You've never actually competed in a competition
Sarah?
like this. I will win.
Can I
Y'all
ask Sarah a
can't win.
question?
Give up.
Do you
Yeah,
know
what's
this
up, Mazzy?
Don Juan person?
I know Don Juan for this right here. This is what I know Don Juan for.
For giving you
Don
money.
Juan coming in with the $1.99. He says people say they shouldn't be here. English 1607. Ha!
No, I think that stands for something else. Probably like
Hey, Don Juan.
I'm
if
going
I-
with
hate
Ha.
Anglos. That's probably what that HA stands for.
Don
He
Juan,
hates Anglos. That's
I
what I'm
rarely
hearing.
do streams, but
You
if
look
I
good
do,
in that
you're
hat.
welcome to my stream if you will contribute too. So
Well, I've seen Don Juan around before I ever started actually streaming, so I am familiar with his work.
Are you okay?
His work. Nice.
Now listen, if you're not wearing a black T-shirt, you are wrong. Please go change and come back to the panel.
Mine is Heather Gray, but it passed.
Doing the old button up
Shut
thing.
up.
I'm classing it up.
He looks
Rachel and I are
black, though.
classing it up tonight.
he looks black on.
Oh wait,
Flannel.
Rachel, Ezra, and I are classing it up.
Oh
tonight.
wait, we gotta put the
Includes hiding
flannel.
behind his microphone and his questions.
There is no
Flannel
hat that
together.
can contain my hair, so y'all have fun.
Shit.
Bro, you could man bun it up in this.
Hey,
I can totally man bun it up. That hat might do it if I stretched it straight up like Freakazoid.
Hey, Caucasian. You know who
I'm
you look
sorry.
like? Okay, I know who
Be
I
careful.
think you look like. Maybe
I
you
might
heard-
be offended.
I don't. Well, I don't think. I think it's a great artist. Do you know
Denzel
Alan,
Washington.
You know Alan Moore?
You look like if a baboon shaved its ass and learned
You
how
know
to walk
Alan Moore?
backwards. Go ahead, Mazel.
Do you know Alan Moore? Do you know
No,
Alan Moore?
nobody's heard of him.
Is
Yeah,
this Easy Top?
Who is he?
No,
Alan
Alan
Moore.
Moore wrote like Spawn,
God, I
all
hope
the
so.
graphic novels.
Alan Moore.
No.
Spawn?
We're all Chads.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, he doesn't look like that anymore. I'm sorry, but
Speaking of a
No,
Chad,
he's
Don
right.
Juan comes in with a
He's
$1.99. He
Spawn's
says,
darling, Mousy.
Alan
Is it-
Moore. Okay,
Oh.
Alan Moore. There's Alan Moore.
Go watch me.
"Ah,
He says
wrote-
you look like that. That's
Oh,
a
he
diss,
does.
Sasquatch.
He wrote Watchmen.
Wow, he does. Hold on. Here we go.
Watchmen,
Ready? I'm going to share
V
it.
for Vendetta.
Hey, Rachel.
Battle of
How you
Halo
doing?
Ghost, Swamp Thing, Batman, Killing Joke.
There you go. Share that.
He did all kinds of amazing things. He did. I didn't do any of that stuff. I've actually put his picture backstage if you want to check it out.
There it is. He's right. I got the same picture. Go ahead.
It's not a bad likeness, but my hair is far better. It is much more cultured.
And he's more humble too. Look at that.
His beard is far more superior.
His
beard is superior to mine. That's true, but I am much more narcissistic, and I take that as a win.
No, so your beard is far more superior.
Taking it as a win, coming in with the win from Don Juan for another $1.99. He says, "Cold truth, blame the government. I'm wearing a black tee. LOL. It is black tea night."
Wait, I demand a new poll on who wears the black tee better. Because I wasn't involved.
Who
won the old poll?
Todd McFarlane.
Base Oracle, not by much though.
I wasn't involved, so it doesn't matter.
I beat Flo? Yeah, that checks out.
All right.
Oh, you unmute. That checks out too.
Maslow.
Yes.
I'm really happy that you're in here having conversations with folks, man. It's good to have. Otherwise, it'd be an echo chamber, but I think you got some base takes, and you're actually you're getting us to the point where we have to think about why we think the way we think.
And I'm a big fan of your hierarchy as well.
Thank you. He's with a W. I'm with a V. You know, I don't try to change anyone's mind. I'm not going to change your mind. You're not going to change my mind.
Argue your argument. Yeah,
but
exactly.
I believe in the whole going back. Surprisingly, I'm not a fan of Richard Nixon, but Nixon in China moment. I think going to talk to the opposition is the best thing. I hate when people say, "I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to go to North Korea because they're dictator." But you got to talk to people.
Guess who's the only American president to ever walk into North Korea was?
Trump.
Say his name.
Your mom.
Say his name.
Well, Trump, they're like buddies. The problem is, and
come on.
Well, I said Trump. Yeah,
I know, but the whole
because
buddies
he likes the guy. That's the thing. He likes the dictator.
I said your mom.
Right.
Come on, Flo.
Right, because trying to bridge gaps across cultural divides, that's not a thing we want to do. We don't want inclusion or a conversation or any kind of negotiations. What we want is a war footing against everybody who disagrees with us because wait, no, that breaks down. I don't know why.
So let's talk about the hegemony of America compared to does it feel like it's ebbing? Does it feel like America's usefulness to the globalists is worn off?
When the petrodollar,
what's the new hegemony? What do you guys see in the new hegemony? Is it Islam? Is it China? Is it Russia? Is it the Eastern Bloc?
Not us. Not in the future.
What's that?
Who owns the currency? It's all about who owns the
BRICS.
BRICS
is the new BRICS.
I don't think it'll be. I suspect it won't be BRICS.
Okay. Crypto.
But I do think it will be a bundle or a basket of different national currencies.
So like crypto kind of thing, right?
I think it will be digital too.
Okay.
Yeah, I got plenty of crypto.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Amero, when it debuts, will be.
Sarah, wait a second. Stop the show. Stop the fucking show, Sarah.
Yeah, fuck you,
Don Juan gets all the screen time. I do a dono here, and I get nada.
For the record, Don Juan waited probably a good 10 to 15 minutes for the last few chats to get spoken to. I usually let the point finish and then I interrupt. Since we're on the topic, Don Juan comes in and says, "Based, that's because you ain't in a slow state." LOL.
Shots fired.
Then, ladies and gentlemen, Norman Maslow, the Mazzy, the man at the hour that's getting scrutinized left and right.
35,000 subscribers here.
I have dropped his channel in the chat, so make sure you go subscribe, hit a video or two.
So you guys probably aren't into that, but
And if you love love and peace, I love love and peace. But thank you, Norman. We appreciate the super
I didn't mean to
chat.
interrupt, but I think.
Oh no, we're gonna do it now. We did it.
That's
Don
still
Juan,
pretty
this is for
impressive.
you.
Whether it's music or not, that's still impressive numbers.
$5. It's like
you a
cheaper than buying her a cocktail. I can't even get a martini for $5 in Seattle.
Seriously.
Or a whiskey. Or a beer.
Okay, so I have a question. Why is it that you could buy a bottle of water for $2, but you can go get a double deuce for $1.29?
Wait, what's a double deuce?
What is that?
22-ounce beer of whatever description. You can get
what? Beer or soda?
Water. It's a beer. You can get alcoholized water for like $1.50, but that same amount of water would cost you $2.29. Why? There are more processes done to the water to put alcohol in it.
Second-class citizen down. Mogan, the Jewish company Mogan David used to do that. You know Mogan David Wines? Ever heard of it?
MD 2020,
kosher wines. You've heard of Mad Dog 2020, or those? That's
I'm
Mogan
sorry,
David.
I just didn't expect you to come out of the freaking gate so deep in the lore.
That's
like,
Mogan David.
Keep talking, man. Educate me.
In the urban communities to get all the people fucking drunk. I totally agree with you on that. Is that what you were saying?
No, there's nothing like what he was saying. Not a single clue. Totally different than what.
Why am I not under Ezra? Where did Ezra go? I'm leaving.
I don't think it was that off base. I don't think it was that off base.
Oh,
it was way off base.
All right, Clue, explain how that was way off base. Wait, who said that was way off base? Where's Clue? That sounds like Clue.
Yeah,
is that Sasquatch? Oh, you're up in the top left,
he was
dude.
comparing water with alcohol. That's what he was
right. But what he's saying is, why is it so cheap?
Come up on the panel. I want to thank you for having me here and everything. It was a great night. Everybody's fantastic. Eric, I subscribe to your channel, and Ezra, thanks for sharing some of your thoughts. Very interesting.
Yeah,
Massey, don't pick on Massey. We love Massey, for the love of God.
I got your back, Massey. I got your back, Massey.
You rock, Rachel.
Thanks so much. Bye, sir. Love you.
Much love.
Sir.
Bye,
Rachel.
Rachel. And I know that Nightbot's been doing its job, but just in case he's taking a break, we're going to go ahead and drop Rachel's channel into the chat. So get your butts over there. It is my favorite show to watch, ladies and gentlemen. That is the one channel I tune in all the time, except for
every
Facebook.
fucking morning, 9 a.m. Pacific. I don't know how she does it.
Mm-hmm.
7 days.
Yeah,
a week.
I don't every day, literally. It's your morning drive to work. It's whatever, but you never know what's gonna happen.
Politics, religion. It comes back to music and records, but it's a shit show. It's like the morning zoo.
It is the best. But yes, so we have Sausagey. I like that name, Sausagey, coming in with the $2.
That's not me under a pseudonym. That's not me.
Coming in with the $2. The saying, if you want peace, prepare for war.
Yeah, that might be some Sun Tzu. Actually, that might be who's that British guy? The frickin'
if you wish for
World War II,
peace, prepare for war. That's
what was his name?
Churchill.
Robert something.
No, the guy in Britain during World War II. Churchill. Oh, did you say Churchill?
I literally just said Churchill.
I swear it sounded like you said some other name, man.
I said Churchill. Winston Churchill.
Yeah,
that guy. Otherwise known as Gary Oldman.
What? Really?
He played the movie version. He won an Oscar.
Oh, Roger, gotcha.
Okay.
Sorry,
that was a conspiracy.
I'm about a shot in right now, so I'm feeling a little warm.
I'm a freak with music and movies and all that shit.
Yeah, I like popular culture stuff too.
I know too much about that, and not enough about assault rifles. Apparently,
we'll get you there, man.
Nothing about assault rifles, but really good in the music.
I think every American should own a firearm. I think every American should be confident with a firearm.
I have no interest.
Because no, I understand that you have no interest, but we have an interest in protecting our country.
Yeah.
I understand. Yeah.
And the
coercing people to do something they don't want to do.
No, I agree, but I think it's important to have it on hand so that way, in case I run out of supplies, I can always go to Mazzy's house and pick up more ammo and a gun.
Or the ammo will be there.
You won't get an ammo and gun, but you'll get some whiskey and a lot of records.
That's what I'm talking about. That's Canadian, by the way.
Canadian, yeah. They love that boot.
I actually enjoyed Seattle area. I was stationed at Fort Lewis for 1990 to 92.
Where is that? I don't know where that is.
Fort Lewis.
It's
San Francisco. You know where the Puget Sound is, right?
Well, Puget Sound's right there. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I used to fish off the dock in Tacoma, Washington. Right there, catch king salmon right off the dock, dude.
That's
it was
40 minutes from me.
Yeah, it was gorgeous, man. Yeah. I mean, it rained a lot there, but it's a great sports town, great eatery.
It doesn't rain as much as everyone thinks, but it does rain a lot.
Exactly.
The thing that people hate, not the rain, but wintertime, we're so far north, not like Canada, but 4:15, it's dark and it's moody. So That's why all those fucking grunge people killed themselves and OD'd on drugs. I hate to say
I was there during the height of it. I was there in 80 to 90 to 90, right around 94-ish.
You know? Cobain later. Well, Chris Cornell was much later. That was only 10 years ago. But all those, it's
Dave Grohl killed Cobain. Come on now.
Yeah, I don't think so. But
it is known.
I think Courtney did.
I think Sarah looks good with that hat
career
on. What
took
do we
off
think?
after his murder. Grohl's.
Sarah, you look like you look like the cutest trucker, or like I don't know,
You
like
little
heavy
trucker.
equipment operator. Like, I could see you behind like a cat or some giant like tractor that has like GPS and like does a whole giant
What people hate
field.
about Washington, the liberals. Yeah, that's what they hate. That's what they hate.
It was different back in the 90s, though. I mean, a liberal was really palatable
It's
back
a concern.
in the day.
It's funny when I lived in San Francisco all my life, or the Bay Area, and I'd have to drive 3 hours to get, would have to get like the equivalent of Trump signs or right wing. Here I can go 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Seattle is blue, but you go outside and it's a mix. It's not.
And Oregon's the same way. Yeah, everybody thinks it's the rainy and the overly liberal when actually Oregon's quite conservative. And actually, more than half the state is trying to annex right now itself and become a greater Idaho.
Ruby Ridge, exactly. All that.
So let's talk about that for a second. Imagine the fact that there's such a condensed liberalism in the cities, and understand that the cities would fall by the wayside if not for the rural resupply of those who would farm, who are very conservative. So I mean, it's almost like cutting off one's nose to spite one's face, to kind of work against your own interest of those who would be bringing the supplies into the city. And if those supplies stopped, you know what I mean? It's like, if you think of if you ever looked at a map,
cutting off your nose is cutting off your
what did I say? What the heck did I just say? Did I say cutting off your spite
nose, spite your face? Is cutting off your hands and feet, because the rural are the
But there are a lot of
things.
rural farms that aren't to the right, that are liberal and are looking like
right. Those would be the ones you'd find.
Liberals cannot survive in small towns because they need the government assistance programs.
So, but my question is
only.
But my question is, like, I mean, if you think about it, I mean, if you look at the map of what would be, and I know it's a lot of open space, so therefore it's deceiving if it's all red with clusters of blue. I mean, but if you really look at the representation of the flyover states, right, and then you go, well, how the hell would this small grouping of blue be able to control the? I mean, if Texas were blue, and California were blue, and New York were blue, they could dictate what the rest of the 47 states would do, with just those 3 states alone.
There's a lot of aspects to that conversation, because when you think about it, a lot of the states right now, if we were in an apocalyptic thing with no government, no things, you're right. The cities would have all the guns and they would go out, go out to these other places.
What city? Where?
Where we are now, all the money, all the.
I want an answer on this. What city would have all the guns? Name the city that allows its citizens to roam wildly with guns.
Places like Los Angeles have.
You're talking about gangbangers, though.
You're talking about legal guns. I'm talking about legally acquired firearms.
Right,
are there any cities that allow that?
You're right.
Oh,
But
no.
where we
Why
are right
the cities
now,
the ones with the gun crime?
For instance,
Where did that come from?
A state. You're right. It's from the cities.
You watch too much CNN.
A state like California puts more money out than they get back, and because of the federal government and state things, a state like Kentucky would not survive without the money from places like Texas.
Well, in fairness, there are 2 giant military bases in Kentucky. Giant.
Yeah, I'm not
Campbell
against
and
Kentucky. I'm
Knox.
just using
No. But your point is
and all
made.
that money comes from tax revenue. It's not like a business.
Right.
I mean,
But a lot of people
California
is
the 5th economy in the world.
Right, exactly. And people crap on California like, screw California, hope it No, man, we need California.
Well, we've
in
talked
America,
about California, Oregon, Washington. We could be a country. We'd be fine.
No, I mean, you're not wrong. So we need
I wouldn't
California.
want that.
California.
I'd like.
Yeah, California is Ukraine is to Europe as California is to America, and people really discount that, and I think that's foolish.
What the
I
fuck
think
does that mean?
Ukraine is the breadbasket of Europe. It basically provides all the fertilizer, a lot of the agriculture. I don't know if you've heard of the Holodomor.
Why do you think Putin wants Ukraine?
Okay, yeah. No, I'm
Precisely.
with you now. I didn't understand why you're drawing the comparison. I'm with you now.
Right. So like as important as Ukraine is to Europe and what it does as far as like supplying like fertilizer and food and the kulaks and during the early 1900s where they were basically othered like the Jews were in Nazi Germany. They became othered and they were blamed for any kind of like famine because they were claimed to have been hoarding the food. So the population turned against the farmers who were precisely the ones that were actually supplying the food. And what happened under the Bolsheviks, it was about 7% of the population of the political party were Bolsheviks. They didn't have to take over all of the power structures. They had to take over the rubber stamp yay or nay. And once they established themselves there, then they could control the policy. And then eventually they seized the power. And then under Stalin, that's when the Holodomor happened, which is like a Holocaust, but they were estimated 6 million to 20 million people were starved to death. In a lot of these cities or a lot of these small towns and rural towns in Ukraine, they had to put up posters saying it's not okay to eat your own children. That's how bad things got for 2 years. I mean, it's not even. I'm not even. I wish I was exaggerating.
It's absurd. Yeah. I mean, to think that the poster is going to be like, damn, you know what? I was about to eat this kid, and now.
Yeah. Right. No, I mean, you understand what I'm saying, though. I mean,
yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, posters are very powerful. I mean, look at what they did with the propaganda the Nazis did against the Jews, making them look like rats and all this other stuff. I mean, when you other people, then it's very easy to get rid of them. And right now, I think the straight white American male, to take it back to, I'm not a victim. I don't portray myself as a victim. I'll never be a victim. But right now, we are being othered. And I would say we're the most patriotic people on the face of America right now.
Totally, as a white male,
sure, go ahead.
You, but as a white male, I totally disagree with that. And I think a lot
based on what? Anecdotal or
I think a lot of this insecurity of the whites because there are these other people, whether it's gays, lesbians, brown people, black, whatever it is, they're finally getting their due in terms of equality. Finally, you and I have had it. We've had it for our entire life.
So
and now they're trying to get equal. And
right.
So,
but do you support minorities?
Okay, what you just said is
hold
stupid.
On. Do you support minorities?
Wait a minute.
I support
finally
everybody.
Got their equality. That's stupid.
Yeah. So
you grouped a whole bunch of people based on the lowest common denominator. You just did it.
Yeah. So we're 8% of the population globally.
You're gonna ignore what
Maslow.
I said. Fine.
I didn't hear what you said. It was talking.
All right, go ahead if you want to. I apologize.
What did you say?
He paused so that you could talk, Mazzy.
No, I was listening. I didn't hear what he said.
He stopped. He didn't finish his thought because he was letting you talk.
I was waiting for him to say what he said. I can't talk of it.
He's trying to respond, but he's not sure what Clue is actually talking about.
Yeah, Clue said it's stupid because you're grouping a whole bunch of people by the lowest common denominator.
The lowest common denominator. That's what y'all do.
Can you expound on that, though, Clue?
We help them. They're doing so badly. We help them. That's what I hear in your conversation just now.
White savior.
So,
we're in thought. I'm sorry. Michelle had it up for a little bit. Sorry, I'm having some leftover Chick-fil-A.
What you snacking on?
Hey,
yeah, what do you got going on there?
It sounds good. By the way,
she got some chicken, and that's that.
I
want you to lick your fingers real slow and real close to the microphone.
Mama Tomato is still here.
Oh, sorry, Mama Tomato. I did not say that. I apologize.
We got the Chick-fil-A sauce.
He said it. But
please pray for the pygmies down in Africa.
They're straight into the chair.
Forgive me.
Contact, girl.
Stop that, cocksquatch. All right, Michelle coming in with a $4.99. Thank you, Michelle, for contributing to the Bratty Tomato Medical Fund. We appreciate you and all your support and always being here and our number one wrench. We love you. Give your inner unicorn permission to go freely in the fields of ordinary horses. She's got a little for the green loving friends that love to puff the smoke. That's what the symbols are. Don one coming in with $1.99. That propaganda came from Luther, Protestant L, by the way.
Which propaganda would that be? I don't know what that refers to.
This one just came in like 2 minutes ago,
I don't know what it
so
refers to. I'd like to know.
Hey,
Don
Maslow?
Juan, if you can elaborate, I could pull up whatever chat you send.
Maslow, on a scale of 1 to 10, and I think it's kind of high.
Here we go.
Are you enjoying this? I mean, you seem like you're enjoying this conversation, like you're getting something out of this.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
I love
about
having
8
conversations. I don't have to agree with people,
right?
And I'm not going to say you're an asshole. Except I did say Maurice Stark in the fucking thing. He's an asshole because that fucking tweaker's an asshole. He does parody videos.
All right, find the happy place. Find the happy place. Go ahead. Forget
you guys
that guy.
here. No, I enjoy.
I see that. Sorry.
I enjoy honest debate.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay, so I mean, I can tell. I feel like you're engaged, and I'm getting something out of it too. Because otherwise, everyone would be agreeing with me because I'm obviously making the most sense out of anyone on the panel.
I know I'm in the minority here in terms of my beliefs, and that's fine. I can handle myself, and there's certain things I can evolve and change. I don't mind evolving.
I love that you just said that.
You can handle yourself until you're asked direct questions about specific statistics, about specific events, or about.
It's starting to get a little hard to talk over there, isn't it?
You know, the thing is, we can all.
Don Juan did elaborate, by the way.
Each and every one of us, no matter what side, can pull an article, pull a statistic that coincides.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, man. I hear what you're saying.
This is the danger of this shit. Why can't we just debate it on our face value? You know, I mean, there's.
Well, hold on, because you're entitled to your own opinions, but you're not entitled to your own facts, and I think that's where the rub happens. Now, a man with an argument has nothing on a man with an experience. Can we agree on that?
That's a new thing the last 5 years.
Right, but listen though. A man with an argument has nothing on a man with an experience. So, like, if I have an argument that it rains a lot in Seattle, and you're like, I live here, my experience is not as much as you think. However, X, Y, Z. Right. So meaning like I could have an argument or opinion about something and you're like, I have an experience that what you're saying anecdotally and empirically can be proven wrong based on my experience, right? So therefore, would I not have to cede to your experience over my argument?
Maybe, but
if everyone was good faith.
That makes sense. But you could talk to 50 people in Seattle that had a different take on it. I talked to someone actually today. I talked to a guy who's hasn't been here a long time. He's been here a couple of years, and he's from Israel actually, and he lives in Los Angeles. And it turns out I have to get a whole new fucking after 10 years garage door opener. Okay, a garage door like the metal, the mechanical thing, and it's fucking twice as much as I thought it would be. You know, I checked around anyway. But we were talking about the difference, and he goes, "God, I love it here. This weather's beautiful, but I keep hearing it's depressing in the winter." And we started talking about
it can be.
And it can be for some people. It just depends. I mean, there's some people, as I said, it's dark, it's moody. Like I work at home most of the time, and my job now, I'm kind of semi-retired, and I do my YouTube stuff. I'm high up. I love this weather. I lived in San Francisco, and people would bitch about the summers in San Francisco. The summers are here in Seattle are 20 to 30 degrees warmer than San Francisco summers, but in the wintertime, they're 20 degrees colder. And, which do you prefer? Now, San Francisco to me is more moderate all year round. People go to Frisco, and I can say Frisco, I'm a native, and say, oh my God, the weather's terrible in the summer. I think it's the best weather. The Bay Area to me is the best weather in the whole country because it's never too hot or too cold. It's moderate.
Interesting. I think you're a wuss. Come to Georgia for a summer. Hit
I've been to Atlanta. I've been around
Atlanta.
Hot Atlanta.
Grow you some mushrooms on your eyebrows.
I've been to 30 states in the United States, 30 out of 50. So I've traveled. I know, I understand, and not all just the big cities. I've driven.
What's your shirt? What does your shirt say?
I bet 29 of them were blue.
It's the music stupid. It's like the economy stupid. Gotcha. I got
exactly. I will say this much: travel is the one thing that fights ignorance. If you have an individual that doesn't know enough about the world to make a conscious decision, typically travel will solve that issue. Meeting new people in new places with new ideas and new concepts will at least temper your personal idealism, but it's not a cure-all.
That is the exact, perfect. That's perfect there, because you realize that, if we sit and have a coffee or a beer or a whiskey, whatever, there's a viewer of mine that about a year and a half ago reached out to me, said, I watch your show. I hate your politics, which I don't talk a lot of I do record things, but every once in a while I get off on the political thing because I hate the lies, the what I call the untruths. But I don't do it very often. But I did. And this guy reached out to me. We sat for like 2 hours, had the greatest. He's like he voted for Trump, but we found our common ground, and it was one of the greatest moments. He says he comes to visit his daughter here, who's a Democrat, and he's a Republican, and I try to be reasonable. Novice Nick here, who's watching from New Orleans or from Louisiana, doesn't agree with me because I believe I keep constantly saying about the factual stuff, the stuff that I don't consider factual. That I thought there was that with the border thing that the Democrats and the Republicans came up with that didn't pass because the Congress, the House leader wouldn't bring it up. I thought it was a compromise. It's not what I want. It's not what they want, but it's a compromise. He goes, it's not a compromise at too much pork. Yeah, but it's a start. It's a compromise. And we went at it. He's one person. I think you have to have some kind of compromise to begin with. Maybe next time when Trump's in office or whoever can push it more another way. But right now, people are bitching about the border, rightly so. This would have put more money, more border control, not everything the right wants, and a lot of stuff the left doesn't want, but is a compromise. I believe in that, and fuck the people that say they won't even compromise. That's my opinion.
Yeah, fuck the people. So Mechanic Eric, shut up.
Hey, they're little pussies.
Shut up.
Go ahead.
So Mechanic Eric America, who is here on our panel, thanks for being our new friend. We love new people joining our panels because it keeps it interesting. It keeps it fresh. We don't just have the same echo chambers and same people talking all the time. So here on the show, I originally started the live streaming back in end of January, maybe. And by March 1st, my daughter, we call her the bratty tomato. She's 14. Wonderful kid, extremely athletic, amazing at everything in life. And she was diagnosed with something that will affect her the rest of her entire life. Now it's manageable, a lot of monitoring, a lot of different things we have to do to keep her thriving. But it is also a very expensive, one. So I basically, by March, as soon as I got back to streaming after her diagnosis and everything we had to go through. And basically, this channel is now just devoted to sponsoring her medical funds and taking care of that. And as long as this channel continues to do well and, has some type of funding to it, from the viewers, the chatters, the whoever's, as long as that continues, then I won't have to go bartend, a side hustle.
That's some good money, though.
And it is great money. Bartending's great, but I love engaging with the chats. I love engaging with panels, and I love what I do here. So I'd rather sit here and do this. Plus, it keeps me at home with her so that I can be here if things go into disarray. So it is better for me to do this in a lot of different ways, but it's also, it has to stay afloat for me to be able to continue doing it. So as far as,
this is a good show, by the way.
I really appreciate you explaining that to me. I didn't know. I didn't know if it was a little bit of medical, type thing or what the case was. So I appreciate you taking the time and explaining it to me and maybe any other viewers that didn't know, because I kind of picked up on that, and I'm like, every super chat, hey, thanks for the medical. And I'm like, okay, what's going on? And I apologize that I might not be participating in the conversation quite as much as I might like to. I'm not one of those people that tends to over talk over people a lot of time.
Right.
So I'm trying to wait, and I'm like, hey, hello, I want to say something, and But
man, you got to jump in. Carpe the diem. Don't be passive aggressive and
I want to hear from
virtuous.
Ezra
I'm
too.
just so used.
Ezra.
I'm so
You've
used to
never
being
met
on
me
my
before.
channel, so I can sit here and I can just, I'll just mute y'all. Boom.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I'll talk.
also, if you hit me in the back chat and say, Sarah, I want to say something, I will shut this shit down if somebody asks. And let shut everybody up. Let somebody have a chance.
I mean, there's
The rest of us will mock you for having to do that.
There's been like a couple of topics. It's like you're rolling through the topic, and I just want to put in like a 2-second little insert
And
to
then
it,
it's
and then we're
already
rolling by it, and it's like, well, we don't want to backtrack, so I'm sitting here going,
well,
screw it,
backtrack can be okay too. If you still, even if it's 10 minutes later, and say, look, I found an opening, I want to kind of take it back to another point, because it still continues the conversation, and
he'll learn. He'll get it.
Well,
yeah.
I do want to say this real quick. I am going to get going, but I have really enjoyed your panel. There's a lot of intelligent conversation. I'm actually very impressed by
You're welcome.
the guests that you have on this channel and the things they have to say. And I really appreciate you guys having me up here. I really have kind of taken a break from streaming, so you probably won't see me up here too often. But, I really appreciate you guys having me up, and I've really actually enjoyed the conversation and stuff. And I hope you guys all have a great night.
Hey, check out that really cool. Check out that really cool guy. Generally specific.
Let me say
hey, this is my shows.
Fuck you.
Don't make me put you down in the basement where all those cookies are.
I brought him over here.
Are we on multiple? Are we on multiple?
I thought that was called a cunt bunt, not teabag.
No, a clam slam is what.
Clam slam. There you go. That works too. I like that.
I submit.
Shut up. So, but thank you for coming on. I'm glad you found some time, and I'm glad you have been popping in and out. But Moderator Monday is probably a good one for you to jump in on. It's open panel, gets crazy, and it's a good one to start practicing yelling at people, because that's where it is. Over here, maybe Thursday night's a little more timid, but Moderator Monday gets insane. Everybody's yelling, and I mean, I mod it, so the yelling is brought back down when it gets too much, but that's where people come in and learn how to insert themselves into a conversation.
I'm just too nice for that.
I like
manners.
You won't be nice on Monday nights. Trust me.
Okay. What time do you usually go on?
Oh, it's
Central Standard.
I'm
Standard
Eastern,
time?
so yeah, it'll be 8:15 for you.
Okay. All right. Cool beans. All right. Well, hey, I really appreciate all you guys having me on the channel. Hopefully, I gave some insights and whatever the case, and I really enjoyed spending time with you guys, but I've got to fly, and you guys take care. Thank you.
You don't mind hanging out with a lefty?
Pleasure, man.
I actually hang out. That was one of the things that and I was going to go, but I'm going to say that to him. I actually did like talking to a lot of lefties in the convoy, which was part of the reason that me and Oreo Express kind of butted heads, because I like to hear the opposite views. I don't like the echo chamber, and the people that were very on the right didn't like that I was willing to talk on both sides.
See, that's the thing. Compromise.
Yes. So I mean that is kind of my thing. I actually tried to start a channel that was based more for just left-right communication and talking.
Kids do the high-fiving.
That one didn't just go. Yeah.
Just smack her while she's eating. She's gonna choke on that.
Doing a lot of that tonight.
Monkey in the middle. Pass it along. Pass it along, please. There we go. There we go. All right. Mwah. Thank you. All right. You guys have a great night. Appreciate it.
Sorry.
I'm actually going to run over just for a couple minutes and talk to you. You had Mel's link on your channel already, so I don't feel bad about saying it, but I'm actually going to jump on to Mel's in a little bit when she starts up and say hi to her real quick before I go to bed. So
if you really love
you
me,
guys
you would
take care. Okay?
But you should stay.
Have a great night, guys.
Thank you.
Love me more.
Love me tender, love me true.
And
I try to keep
all night.
Oh my darling,
are you gonna go live after this?
I always will. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just on my OnlyFans.
Yeah, we're gonna step on cakes together.
I would pay to not see your D. I'm just saying. So you might
Only
be
the
on
taint is
there.
free.
We've discussed
Let
this.
me
There's
ask
a
you. Let me ask you
YouTube
this,
bulletin.
because I've watched about a handful of Sarah's videos, and it always, one level goes with the dating bullshit about guys, macho guys looking how to plow.
Hey, watch your whorish mouth. What are you?
And then
go ahead.
this, but what is there a like?
What did you just do, woman?
And I
Because
had Chick-fil-A
the
sauce all over
community I come from in terms of YouTube comes back to music and vinyl records, whatever. But we talk about other things too.
Music.
Is there a commonality or a common thing, or is it just like? And it tends to be more to the right than even center or left. And I may be wrong because I haven't watched enough. Am I wrong about that, or what is the crux? The red pill, blue pill thing to me is bullshit, like head exploding shit.
I think that we're all just simps for Sarah.
Okay, well,
I
she's
think
very
5
good.
years ago,
She's
I
charismatic,
think
she's pretty, and that's why I've been attracted to her in terms of this. Not like I'm not
Back off, buddy.
I'm not getting.
So Mazel, I got a question for you. I got a question.
Only room for so many polyamories in this.
We've chatted on the phone.
Wait.
We've chatted on the phone
Are
before.
we gonna have another speed date?
Yes, I'm too old for you. Although, yeah. See, now I'm all getting blushy one-on-one.
I see. It's like red. You're turning into a tomato.
It's okay. What's the question? What are we talking about?
I don't know. You're the man. Lead me.
Okay. I'm not taking you to a movie. I don't do movies on dates because you don't talk to anyone. You go out to dinner. You go out to dinner. I like a good hotel bar. I like a good cocktail. I'm not
you want to be close to the hotel, huh?
Well, no, I'm not. Yeah, And I am in terms of the next step after a while. If there is a chemistry, I will always ask what you like, what you enjoy, what.
Why can't you just tell me?
Because I don't know what you like. I don't know what you like. We all like different things, and there is a discovery thing where you experiment, you do different things. I guess we're talking sexually here, so if we're going to get there, because that's what the red pill, blue pill, and that whole group likes to do. Definitely too old from that. I've had my own experiences. I am single now. I've never been married, but I have a wonderful ex who is the mother of my son. We were together many years, and we're best friends now. We get along. And I'm currently not dating, although there are exceptions in that way. Put it that way. But yeah, I'm not good at this on-camera one-on-one thing. In person, I'm better. Believe me. So no, I'm totally blowing it. And they're all laughing. They're all laughing here. I'm sure this is not working. I'm not good at this. This isn't good at. I'm very confident with myself. I know what works and what doesn't. I'm a type. I'm not right for everybody. I'm not a pretty boy, but I've had really wonderful relationships, and for the women I've dated over many decades, I'm very close to and best friends with. So I have to like the person, not just fucking around. So talk records fast. Thanks, Bandy. Yeah. So what kind of music do you now? If you're into Dave Matthews, this won't work. If you're into Billy Joel, this won't work. So tell me the music you're into. You're not even talking. You're just sitting there eating.
You were doing all the talking. You weren't asking me any
That's
questions.
because I'm nervous and I'm just all.
I can tell. That's why I just sat there and ate.
Yeah.
Total Dave Matthews fan, all day, every day.
And
that's it. That's all I listen to. Dave Matthews. There is no other music.
Okay. Yeah. Is it because he's from South Africa?
Is he really?
Yeah. Yeah. He's kind of boring to me. There's no balls in his music. I mean, he's technically great. He's easy, but there's no balls in his music. Are you going to sit like on the date night? Are you going to sit in the headphones with the hat and like sipping It's like what do you have, a pina colada there? What's going on?
This is water.
Okay.
It's just a pink mug. Okay. My mama got it for me. It's a giant because we
like Mama Tomato, don't we?
Mama Tomato's the best.
I found that the women I have dated, their mothers really like me. So once they got to know me. So
is Mama still in the chat?
yeah, you're probably dated your mother. I'm probably that old.
Mama, do we like Mazzy? This is it, Mazzy. This is your go no go right here. Whatever she says, if she can message right now. She was just in here a second ago, but she might hate you. She might like you. You never know.
It's okay. You know, I will admit this though. I'm more partial to brunettes than blonde. I had 2 blonde girlfriends, but I'm more partial. I shouldn't say that in front of you on a date, obviously, because that kind of kills. It's a buzzkill, but
it does.
Yeah. So yeah, we're not dating. I mean, I think you and I would be friends, but even if we were the same age, I don't think there'd be that connection.
Oh, Mama likes you.
Thank you, Mama Tomato. Thank you, Tomato. I am respectful about that. I am respectful. So
you are.
I'm not a shit-ass asshole, but at least, yeah.
Well, I vote for a second date.
Thank you. That was really embarrassing. I'm not good at this on.
I know. That's why I loved it.
You negged her. You said I'm not into blondes, and that made her feel insecure.
Yes.
Now she's in your frame, dude.
I don't even know. I don't even know what neg means. I don't even know what neg.
You want to be like, I don't usually like blondes, but I find you exceptionally delightful.
Oh wait, is that what he said?
No,
that's smooth. Okay, that's even better than negging her.
I love.
I'm normally not a fan of the negging thing, but like,
look at Ezra. She's like fanning herself right now. She's like trying to. She's hot.
Me and Scott are having a hair moment.
What I tell you,
I also like that he ruled out Dave Matthews Band right out the gate. Like, I would go on a second date with you after hearing that shit.
Wait, what?
Oh, can we all go to a Dave Matthews?
Why are we harshing
Take
Dave
you to an X concert.
We can just make the parking lot cheaper.
I'll take you to I'd rather take you to a punk show. I'd rather go to a punk show than a Dave Matthews.
Amen.
I agree.
All I wanted was a Pepsi, and she wouldn't give it to me.
If they're not using a grinder on bare metal, I'm not interested in the show.
You ever drink martinis?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gin
or vodka?
Vodka, but making
Shaking, not
martinis.
stirred, right?
Dirty as fuck.
Is the amateur martini? You know that.
Making a martini is my specialty, actually. Like the fancy with the chocolate drizzle and all that stuff.
It
was
what?
The chocolate
I'm sorry.
drizzle
Any woman that can make a martini professionally would never be divorced.
Chocolate teeny.
Espresso martini. No, that's not a martini.
Teenies.
No,
what I'm saying, you're not listening to me.
Whoever let you go is an idiot, Sarah. If you can make a proper martini.
I didn't say I drank them, but I enjoyed making them because I got to be frilly with them and make them pretty.
This women prattle. All right, next. Ezra, tell us about yourself. I was trying to encourage you.
I thought you didn't like women prattle.
Speed date.
Oh, wait.
Caucasian Sasquatch and Ezra.
Yeah,
no, we're not doing that on speed.
Oh, yeah. With that backstage chatter, you are definitely.
No, you don't understand. I prefer more of a long-term approach to things, a long con, if you will. See, the only way I'm going to approach this is with crampons and climbing gear. She's got 5 inches on me, and I know it. And I'm not threatened.
Get out your box.
It is a challenge.
So, my biggest question is about what style of home are you building me?
Oh, it's definitely going to be a log cabin, but it's going to be like teepee style because I'm a Sasquatch, so it'll be like wrong.
Now, what do you mean wrong? Like
they'll be vertical instead of horizontal, so it won't really work well, but it'll be good thought.
Is it just for you, or is there room for me?
No, it's to prove that I'm willing to put forth the work, but not willing to dedicate myself to a given thing.
Okay. Great. This is really working for me. All right. So, next question. What's the first thing you would craft for me? Out of the
Craft,
woods.
like in
Out of wood.
Minecraft, or actually in the woods. Probably a trap because bitch, we gonna be hungry.
That,
Like, let's eat.
that's a good answer.
And then
Yes,
we'll discuss what else we'll make. Maybe a chair, a throne.
Okay, we're working with it. Rocking chair, maybe for when I'm, a
Well,
little
I mean,
older.
come on now.
Can
Rocking chair.
I get a front porch?
We'd have to work on that for a little while because I mean, not just anybody's going to knock out. Look, I'm a carpenter. I know this. You're not just going to throw out a chair out of bed. I'm not going to make one when I know for a fact that I've had difficulty in that case.
All right, good. Okay, all right. Well, all right. I don't know.
Brains functioning. You're not even drinking wine tonight. What's the problem? Questions.
I know, and after all this build-up, right? You guys didn't even see the.
I've got questions.
But this is all him. So yeah, now it's on you. Okay. Also, can we talk about your wife really quick?
I'd rather not. I mean, she's not involved in the conversation. Is currently asleep. I'll let her know when she wakes up. But listen, you can talk to her about that when y'all meet. But listen,
fuck.
I want to know whether or not you have a problem with the crampons digging into your leg while I'm climbing. I also want to know if you have an issue with rope because, if the crampons slip, I want some safety devices. Because I don't want to take falling damage.
So, death by snoo snoo. It's all in the. So if you fall down, I got you, right?
Look, I've been trying to get you on top all night, and Sarah will not participate. It just won't happen.
You want my cat? Do you want to be teabagged by my cat too?
I don't have problems with bags or clams. It's more of an equal opportunity. What? Your cat shouldn't complain when you touch it.
I wasn't touching her. She's asking. She was wondering if you were interested.
Well, now I'm aroused. Continue.
So the cat's involved now.
I don't.
What do you call that kind
I'm
of
not
arrangement?
one of these weird lefty liberals now. I do have standards. What kind of cat is it?
She's a Siamese. She got blue eyes.
I think we might have got that.
I know you like those pretty eyes.
You lost the plot. Who's this? Hi. Who are you?
Hi. How are you?
I'm alive. I have a pulse and stuff. Does that qualify?
Yeah, totally.
Just because you can't see my eyes doesn't mean I've been smoking weed and drinking all day.
Yeah, that makes sense. I have not been drinking, but I have been smoking.
Good girl. I approve of that. That's Sasquatch approves.
Awesome. I'm off to a good start.
Yes. And then what happened?
Huh? And then what happened? I don't know. Then what happened?
Nope. I was unaware that this was fixing to happen. So now you're Michelle. Welcome, Michelle.
Hi.
We've spoken before in chat.
Uh-huh.
Good to see an avatar of you. How you like the art?
I love the artwork. I think it's great.
I
appreciate you being such a good sport with my my little hot seat moment. But
come on with it, man. Like, bring it. I would like for you to bring out some really big guns. This is fun so far. I'm hoping she puts me with Flow State next and I can make him uncomfortable.
Oh, yeah, that'd be awesome.
Right?
Yeah.
Flo dropped off.
Oh, he's a terrible sport. He doesn't like not winning. He's not willing to take the L. That's his primary issue. I'm working on it with him.
Yeah. I think he's cool. But actually, you know what I wanted to tell you is that you remind me of my boyfriend. And so therefore, I love your face.
Okay. Thank you very much.
But I mean,
tell that to people who said nice things to me. I really don't know what it means. It's like a bird call. I just repeat it in the proper sequence.
Okay, that's fair. But No, I understand that you're married, so I mean that in the most platonic way. I just want you to know that I have appreciation for your face. That's all.
Well, that depends. Are you a unicorn?
Am I a unicorn?
Yeah, my wife likes unicorns.
Oh, does she? Do you have an open marriage?
Well, there's at least one opening.
There's at least one opening. Okay. I actually have an open marriage.
Ooh, Sarah, Ezra. Hi. So, Michelle, you were saying, which way do you turn your pineapple?
Oh, I don't do the pineapple thing. I don't. I know.
But you do know what it is.
I do know what it is, and
Then tell me which way you would turn your pineapple if you did do the pineapple thing.
My pineapple would be straight up, or I'm sorry, no, it would be upside down. My bad. My bad. Yeah.
Okay.
I just
Oh.
You know what it is I don't like when things become too complex, and
I'm not a fan of attachments.
yeah, and I don't like all the symbolism that means certain things. It gets really confusing.
To be clear, I have a freakazoid outfit, and I'm not afraid to wear it.
That makes sense. Makes sense.
It's very revealing.
I love it.
Any questions? I mean, like, how did the last one go? How tall are you?
Oh, I'm 5'5". How tall are you?
6 foot.
Okay.
How many M&Ms does it take to screw in a light bulb?
I'd start with 3 and work my way up.
Hey, that's the best answer I've heard yet. I'll be honest, because I don't know. I just eat the whole bag and then put in the light bulb. American.
No, that worked. Yeah, that tracks for sure.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I also have a bacon shotgun, but that's just between me and you.
Bacon shotgun? How does that work?
Yeah, well, I'm an American.
What does it shoot?
Bacon.
I thought it was like, I don't know why I thought this. I'm stoned. I thought the shotgun was made out of bacon and maybe it shot like.
That's actually a very edgy joke with lots of layers. And if you sit and think about it long enough, it might upset you.
Okay.
Wait a second. Whose paddle are we on again?
Oh my
Hi.
God. Seriously?
You can call me Sasquatch.
Really?
You can.
You
I
don't
mind.
even know where you're at right now. You're
I
like the
do.
drunk dude at the bar, like trying to phone his wife to pick him up and can't even tell her where to pick him up at. I don't know.
No, I solved that problem years ago. I have a cell phone. I just press
Emotional damage.
First
You know,
thing-
is it okay that I'm not? Is it such a harmful thing that I choose to do the more monogamous thing? You got to shun me for that?
I'm doing monogamy too. I love monogamy. Yeah,
one girl.
And hear me out. I'm totally okay with other people's choices. I have also experimented with it myself. I just decided that it was much easier to be by myself than to be in multiples.
Who hurt you? You be monogamous, and I will get my climbing gear.
Wait,
what? Monogamy is not a headache. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, don't wanna be all by myself
You're an idiot.
anymore. Ezra, come on, girl, get with the program.
I'm telling you, I have climbing gear I purchased specifically for you. I will get a tree stand if I need to. That is acceptable behavior. What's the problem?
Wait, hold up, Sasquatch. Are you like 5'2" or something? That you got to climb a
No,
tree?
I'm 6 foot. That woman is an
What the
absolute
hell?
a giant. She is a giant, and I want to look up to her. I cannot tell you how much I want to look up to her.
All right.
This is the joke. This is how Sarah and I met, because she's little Sarah and I'm big Sarah.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Now I am so aroused.
But it doesn't mean she can't kick your ass. So
Oh no, I've had my ass whipped by a very small female Marine before. I don't mind.
I think I'm gonna sign off here.
Yeah, go ahead. Final thoughts from
I
you.
should too.
It was
Quitter.
nice
Yeah, I
seeing
know.
you.
I'm sorry.
Sorry in speed dating, I didn't just offer you a ticket to Seattle and a guest room experience.
Well, you
in
can
less.
text me later. I'll be out in
less.
Seattle
Anyway,
then.
We'll see. Anyway, take care. Nice meeting you all.
Bye,
care, Maz.
Mazzy. Thanks for coming on tonight. I
Really
loved
nice
having
meeting you.
you.
Take
I
care.
sub to you. Now I'll actually get. Oh, he left. I was gonna say now I.
Yeah, he doesn't care what you have to say.
The hell you say, Scott? I was rooting for you,
But
Sasquatch.
you know
I was with
exactly-
you and you were against the blacks, but now I don't know, man.
I was never against the blacks. I want a rainbow,
Good story. Stick with it.
a
Stick with
rainbow soccer team of daughters. Like I want to populate the world with miscegenated children. I have no problem with
That's
this.
what this is about. That's what this is about. You want a tall ass.
Among other things.
Stop! Pause. No, we're not going down that route. You stop it right now.
And with that, I gotta go.
All right, Ezra,
Yeah, yeah.
final thoughts from
Thank
you?
you so much,
Someone's a little
Sarah.
hot and bothered.
No, I'm okay with relationships, but yes, solo journeys are important. See you in the woods, and yeah, Squatch. Thank
Slip
you.
into my DMs, yo.
You know,
Stop it. She talks down.
She like totally like fell out of the seat. What happened there?
That's a callback to a previous event. What took place?
This
There's
has been a fun
lore
panel.
here.
I gotta tell you, this has been a very fun panel.
There's lore here. You haven't been around long enough. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, Cock Squash.
How you doing?
How you doing?
This one
Pretty
time at
stiff
band camp.
myself. How you doing? But what I want to know is this: little young mater is sitting around, and she's not doing any old thing in particular with her life, and she decides to start a YouTube channel, and you chose the Raging Tomato as your name.
I did
What?
not choose it. It was chosen
did.
for me. The internet has spoken.
So you had a previous experience with social media that branded you.
So what
Like a
happened was the Hormaxer named me. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but he had gone on a speed date with me on Alex from Playing with Fire's channel. And he wasn't happy with my response when his first question to me was, so you like sex clubs? You want to go to a swingers club with me? And I was like, what? I don't think so. And he didn't like my responses. So then I think it was the next time I was on a panel with him, he got all mad at me. And he's like, your face is all red. You look like a tomato. You're a fucking raging tomato. And I was like, there it is.
I love it. That is how you handle a troll. You lean into it so hard it breaks their trolling. There are old trolls and bold trolls. There are no old trolls.
Everything's tomatoes now. He named me.
The guy
He
sounds
got what
like
he
a
asked for.
Guido with the gabagool. Yeah, why you
Yeah.
spurging? Why you spurging so much? Why is all you spurgins?
I'm walking it.
Yeah,
I'll give you an
I'm spurging here. Come on.
Here is the Hormaxer.
If you thought this show sucked, well, you could have been watching something like this instead.
All right, I'm gonna get low with it, Michelle. I'm gonna get low there. Oh, low. Oh yeah, right there. Okay, people. Oh yeah.
That's the Hormaxer.
Oh,
My
that makes
God,
sense.
And that's
now.
the type of guy we used to beat up behind the bar for fun.
Yeah, that's the kind of guy that's got a grinder account.
Well, I would take shots while they beat him up. I'm not one of those people. I don't like violence. I'm just really good at it.
But I don't like it.
No, I don't like it. I really do not. It upsets me when people have to be hurt.
Fair enough. Well, we are getting close to the 5-hour mark, and I'm getting kind of tired myself.
That's because you're a boss.
That's right.
I got a couple sips of whiskey left if we can hold off.
Me as well. It'll be
All of
just
my
long enough to allow the Josie.
Sarah,
Oh,
what are you
Josie, hold
drinking?
on.
What are you drinking?
Basil Hayden. Josie just
What?
popped in. We'll stay on a little bit.
Let me see the
What
let me
up,
see the bottle.
Josie? Oh, the bottle's upstairs.
What's that?
Basil Hayden. Basil Hayden. It's good. It's good.
Basil Hayden. Is that like
And
a German whiskey?
Well, I just finished. This is literally the last and final drops out of that bottle. So if anybody wants to sponsor the next bottle, that'd be great.
How much the next bottle?
I have no idea how much it is. I think I wanted to say they're like $60 or something, but I don't remember.
That's twice my average whiskey, so it's probably pretty good.
Yeah, it is good. It is good. And I'm not a whiskey drinker. I
What
got it.
notes? What notes does it speak to you when you drink it? Like, does it hit the back of the nose, the palate? Does it have a woody or oaky kind of a like? No, I'm being serious.
Tennessee whiskey.
I just know whiskey is a shitload of calories.
It's like it really has a kick to it.
What's the?
I don't know. I don't know how to describe it.
Does it come up through the nose with like a nice little like kind of like a have you ever had like a cold? Your mom and dad would give you that weird cough medicine with some whiskey, some lemon juice, and some.
No, that was abuse. That was child abuse. GS,
that was the best time of having a cold.
This one is
like your
it-
tongue.
I don't know. This one hits the top of my mouth, I'd say, like
Yeah.
with that burn. But I don't know.
Proper
I'm not a
best
whiskey drinker, so
Aficionado.
I don't know how to elaborate on it.
It's all right. That's all right.
Mhm.
We can't all be GS. I mean, it's all right.
Hi,
Who would
Dawson.
want to be GS though?
I know my $30 whiskeys. She's like already doubled my like top end whiskey price that I'm freaking.
Well, it was supposed to be for someone else, but that failed. So the bottle was still here, and it's just been sitting on my counter since before I started
foul.
streaming.
What a
So
shame.
I was like, I can't let it go to waste.
Right.
Rampage video. Dawson, look at you. I like that. Rampage is a little aggressive.
How you
How you doing,
doing?
Miss Josie? By the way, good to see you.
For our life to be
He hates hearing
over, I
that.
want to know right now. what
Oh, that dude, you just flashed
Is
me
he
back
frozen
to
or-
the 90s, man. Or
I
2000.
hope he's frozen and
Frozen.
changing the screen
He's
to
like-
some kind of porn stuff. That would be sucky. I'd be upset that I was on panel when it happened.
That was actually a good show. too.
That's a hell of a headshot. Look, you should really go to LA with that one.
Wait,
That's
is he frozen?
Yes, no,
Yeah, he
it
hadn't
did such
blinked in like a
That's
minute.
good, dude. He's a fucking alien.
We'll drop it back down
Oh.
until he unfreezes.
That was beautiful.
That was actually a good headshot.
Is this one an AI? What's going on with this one? What's
kind of
she
freaking
about?
me out for a second?
She's
Josie,
AI.
what's going on? Back that thing up.
She's AI.
I thought she was AI until she walked away from the camera.
you
and I'm
covering up
starting
a
to be
body?
uncomfortable. Yeah, no, we're disposing.
What do
of
you
bodies.
do with the dead hookers, Josie? I'm just curious.
Pig farms.
Sorry.
It finds pig farms.
What's going on back there?
Or any pig farms, Josie.
There's a dog was crying.
Oh, what kind of dog?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
I hear you loud and
Okay.
clear.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, little shithead has to be the main character.
What?
A shithead
Her
has to be
dog's
the
main
main character.
character syndrome.
A main character?
Yeah, the dog's the main character, The second I don't pay attention to him, he starts crying.
Got it. Okay. I thought you said a vitamin character. I'm like, is that like a vitamin
You want a
character? What
main
the hell is that thing?
Little fucker.
Yeah. What kind of dog is it?
Blanket. Comfy.
This one's tons of fun. Just keep her away from my car.
Look, Dawson's blinking. Okay. All right. He's not an alien. Okay.
I just had some audio issues. Hey, do you want to know what's it called? Do you want to know what my favorite color is?
Sure.
Blue.
I hope this is a dad joke. What is it? Spurg?
Burgundy.
Spurgundy.
Burgundy.
Rah,
All
rah.
right. I'll
Hey,
give
rah, rah.
that one. I'll give that a 5 or
We love
6 out of 10.
doggy. We love
For-
doggies.
Look, the dog
Baby
doesn't blink
girl.
either.
You gotta trim those nails, girl.
Is the dog frozen too?
Dog's name. How you doing, baby girl? Who's a good girl? Who's your
Okay.
good girl?
boy.
Is that a girl or a boy?
Boy.
Love how you
That's
just
a boy.
assume that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
You
misgender
assumed
you.
his gender.
Oh, he's
Drop him
definitely
from
a
the
boy.
panel, please.
I just got canceled. I got canceled.
Blue.
Mr. Doggy, what is your pronouns?
Oh, we need a bed though.
Who's a good boy?
Screaming Beagle.
Because I just want to sleep. Why am I here?
He's looking at you like he can't wait to eat your nose if you die.
He's really giving you that side eye, bro. Like, I'd put him down. It looks like he's going to come straight for your
You
face.
can hear man, but he's like,
It looks like he's in the witness protection program. Then.
He
He was all
doesn't like
blurry for
men.
a second. You know.
Neither do I.
Join the club.
I'm not a
join
big
the
fan
club.
of him either.
It's a long list of people like that and dogs.
And dogs.
We fully
I
love.
bury him
dogs
under
over
the
here.
blanket. He loves that shit. Little greyhounds, they're like couch potatoes when they're not running.
Mm-hmm. Mine's well, one of them. The other
I
one's
got the damn
yeah.
song stuck in my head now.
I
You gotta
don't
sing it
wanna
one more time. There it is. You know
Our
exactly.
lives to be
Damn it.
over. I want to know right now, what will it be?
That brings back memories. Actually, my early relationship with my wife when my kids were like 3, 4, 5, and 6, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
That brings back some interest. Man, time flies, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Serenade.
How do you keep your eyes open this long?
Why is everyone obsessed with my eyes here?
I feel like you should like lick one to wet it, then lick the other one.
Her tongue is so
Like a
fast you don't
lizard?
get to see it.
I don't
Like a gecko.
understand.
It just blink to make me feel better.
Blink so we know you're okay. There we go.
There she go.
Woohoo.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Continue. I apologize. That was bothering
Can
me.
you
I was
cross
just
your
like,
eyes?
I stay
Josie,
hydrated.
Josie,
I
can you
stay
cross your
hydrated.
eyes? Can you cross your eyes and stick your tongue out to make me feel better?
No.
I heard that's what all the e-girls are doing nowadays.
Yeah, but they don't do that shit for free. Get with the program.
not for free.
I mean,
Give her
I'll give Sarah like a $5 super chat. Just come on, let's
No,
knock
you
this
give
out.
me a $5 super chat. I don't work like that.
I don't negotiate with terrorists.
This is a subcontract now to
You're trying to make me a pimp now, GS.
that was my active
Well, whatever
duty.
percentage you give her is between you and her there, pimp. So I'm just saying. No, I take it back.
Talking about my pimp juice.
What you know about that?
Juice, yeah,
That's before your time, player.
I want to know.
Before your time, player.
It was not before my time. I think I was like in
more
8th
steps left.
grade when that song came out. Talking about my
What's up,
pimp
Dariac?
juice.
I don't think I've
Hey,
ever heard that
Rampage, do you blink? Yeah, there you go. Good girl. I really like it when you blink. That makes me feel so much better. This one is creeping me out in a weird way, and I don't know why.
Would it make you feel better if I turn my camera off?
Yeah,
No,
a
don't
lot
do
better.
that.
Just maybe a
No,
paper
no,
bag
no,
with
no.
holes in it. Holes
leaking.
in
I'm
it.
fine
Keep
with
it up.
that.
Keep it up. Keep it up.
At
So we can
this
see.
point, I'm going to be thinking about it at night when I'm sleeping. The fact that you're out there not
He's gonna
blinking.
close his eyes. He's gonna see your eyes just wide open, real wide, and just staring at him.
Oh, I
He's
mean,
like,
if that's
"Ah!"
the worst thing you got to worry about, I think you're doing
Ah.
pretty fine. isn't it?
First world problems. I agree.
with it, it actually entertains me, so it'll be fine. I can do that instead of counting sheep.
Sounds pretty
Yes.
boomer enough.
Suck it up, Buttercup.
Boomer.
Yeah,
She
I
called
agree.
you a freaking boomer. Shit.
Yeah, that's like
hurt.
the worst thing that happens in your day. I mean, that's like boomer problems, you know?
Okay.
Well, I definitely lay in the first world problem realm, son. Yes, that is correct. Yes.
Emotional damage.
Cause it's late as night and I feel
Don DeMarco.
What is going on here?
I don't know. I don't
Just
know.
became karaoke night.
I
I'm
was
gonna
gonna shut it
you.
down, but
Hey, Sarah
Josie
started it.
showed up, and I felt like, okay, fine, we'll leave
Well,
it
wait,
going.
Josie, have you started your own stream on? Okay, how does that work? Because I know you do Twitch, right, or something like that, or Discord, right? And then you
Yeah.
start that stream, and then you kind of panel surf a little bit, so that way
Yeah.
you don't have to shut your stream down. You could just join other streams. I might have to look into
I
that.
start my virtual camera.
Yeah.
So I use like when you guys selected your cameras, like I
Uh-huh.
can select the OBS camera.
Got it.
So it broadcasts my OBS screen, which has
Okay.
like my camera on it. Then there's another toggle that's like start stream, so it starts my stream at the same time. So I can just I can just get out of the StreamYard panel.
Oh,
basically.
interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for the info, man. I think it's cool what you're doing. I really
Oh.
do.
Thanks. Most people don't like it apparently that it's a yawning fest, but it's all good. Like I'm pretty I'm all about like winging it.
Yeah, it's spontaneous.
Do you actually have wings?
Yes.
Not today.
That would be helpful
Only
if we were going wings.
That's what keeps her eyes open the whole time because the wings are on her
My
eyes.
lashes are so
Wind
long.
resistance.
Dude. Oh, Sarah, have you done the robot chicken thing? Watching the freaking red pill stuff from the Manosphere?
No, I haven't
You
yet.
forgot. I gave you that Kanye.
I haven't
West.
done any of the news from the Manosphere yet.
All right,
I'm
you
still.
and
I've
I are
got a
gonna
lot
we're gonna have
going
to
on.
collaborate. You're gonna have to reach out to me, porchdicknation@gmail.com.
I already
We're gonna
have
collaborate.
your email.
Well, then why don't you use it once in a while,
'Cause I'm
Sarah? Why don't
fucking
you
busy,
tap in?
GS.
Why don't you
We
tap
don't
into this
sit
free
around
resource right
playing
here?
on streams all day. I have a day job. I have children. I have lots of things going on. My
I'm
time
giving
is
you
Day
very-
job?
genius
What the
ideas.
fuck's a day job?
I'm giving you
Yeah.
genius ideas that you have to do all that work for. That with your talent and you listen, you're one of the few women that's actually freaking funny. And I mean that. I don't even mean that ironically. I mean that genuinely. Your slut
Maybe
granny.
you're just too easy
skit-
to please.
No.
Granny
No.
Slut, Granny
Your
Slut's
granny slut
hilarious,
skit is
though.
absolutely freaking gold.
I think I
Your
have.
My
your,
women aren't
your
supposed to be
karaoke
funny.
stuff
What are
is
you talking
hilarious.
about? That's illegal.
What?
Granny
Wait,
Slut.
what?
Women aren't allowed to be funny because it's
Women aren't
illegal.
supposed to be funny.
There's no
No,
law
yes,
against
they're
it.
not
It's just
supposed to be,
uncouth
but
and inappropriate. And most real men
occasionally-
don't accept funny women.
Occasionally, you get like an odd duck, as it were.
Fair enough.
Quack quack.
Anybody? Come on, somebody.
I
somebody
love
think-
how it's like in the chat the unsolicited opinions. I love it.
You always fight the chat, Josie. You crack me up.
Yeah.
Michael Weiss
care
says,
about
Josie
I
is
care about
alright.
individuals, unlike most people. You know how they say the chat is never happy. I'm like, yeah, because it's multiple individuals. You dumb fuck.
The chat
Oh,
always
easy. Ooh,
wins.
ooh.
I'll help you out, Joey.
Spicy.
There
Hey, you
go.
remember way back when Josie called you all
Teriak
dumb
does it
fucks?
better
She
than
didn't.
you.
She
Where
didn't
is
mean
he?
that.
He's in my chat. Teriak's in my chat. Go on Sarah's. Go on Sarah's panel, Teriak.
Actually, I got a question for Teriak. What did you mean by putting out the @based oracle is a PDF file? What was that all about? I'm just curious.
Oh, because he called the Glenn Lawrence a PDF file supporter, which I was gonna come here to like virtually beat his ass, but he gone. So
Who's
Yeah, he's been
what?
gone for
Based
like
oracle?
an hour or two.
Yeah,
I
you're
know
way
I was
late.
at Trader Joe's listening to this.
PDF
At where?
file. That's creative. I like that. I like that PDF file.
You were at
I
where?
never heard of that one. I heard. Well, never mind. But yeah, I like that one.
Who heard her? Your dad.
Yeah, what's that all about, though?
He called it a PDF file.
What?
Like-
What? Call them
Because
exactly
it was,
that?
like,
Or-
because he like kind of sort of defended John Zerka, and because John
Yeah, I
Zerka
don't-
probably got caught with like underage girls, which is like fucking ridiculous.
Right. Well, I don't know. Sarah, I'm going to respectfully withdraw
Dawson,
from
what the
that.
fuck?
Yeah, Dawson, what the hell's your problem, dude? Why are you looking all happy and stuff? This is
'Cause I'm
YouTube. You're
here.
supposed to be
Live
miserable.
on life.
You're supposed to hate your life like the rest of us.
Yeah, you're supposed to complain. Complain.
I can't complain because I'm going to see Asia next week.
Oh, is that the group?
Progressive rock.
Asia? Wait, they're
Rock and roll.
they're still a thing?
Hell yeah, brother.
Give me one of their songs.
Heat of the moment.
The heat of the
Love
moment. Come on, help me out. In your eyes,
Heat
something about your
of
eyes.
the moment.
The heat of the moment.
I've
Keep
been
it.
singing
There's
Oasis.
three of them,
Throttle.
and then it goes into what's the next?
And throttle.
All right. Anyway, all right. So that band sucks. All right. Next.
Next. Well, nobody had anything.
That's for a reason.
So this one time at band camp, I stuck a flute in my backpack.
Oh
and
my
It was pretty
God.
epic. I stuck a flute in my prison wallet.
That's
and it
not
was,
that's not the story. That's the story I heard.
American Pie.
Yeah. How bad is it that a dude will actually hump a hot apple pie that's like out of the oven like a couple
It's
couple
a
minutes?
movie.
No. Oh,
Gotta be based on something.
Oh, you
It's gotta
naive
be
young
based
lady.
on something.
Go
Ooh,
get the peanut
shot.
butter in a pinch, Josie. Like they don't care.
Sasquatch, is that just the movie? Come on, let's educate
Which one?
this young
You're gonna
Josie.
have to give me more details. What are you talking about here?
Talking about a hot apple pie. I mean, how many young horny dudes would look at
That's
a hot
gotta be
apple
just
pie?
a movie, man. I've never burned the end of my nuptials.
No, you gotta let it cool off a little bit. But it's it's a thing. Dawson, look at Dawson's laughing. Come on, man. There's etiquette.
Yeah, not fresh out the oven. Just let it
Hey,
sit
not
for
for
a while.
nothing. Yay. Yeah, Clue's got it. Look at Josie. What are you making faces for? I'm making you content. You're welcome.
I still say it's an AI.
Show some respect. Show some appreciation. Hey. Malone. Hey, yay. Hey. Gotta get some ragu. Hey. Gabagool.
Tough audience. It's a tough
I'm spurging over here.
I believe given about 20 minutes to sit and talk to her, I could reduce her into a giggling fit. But it would take a
You
minute.
can do that?
She's
You
not
a magic
an
man.
easy audience.
Nah,
she's
bruh.
not an
You
easy
can do that.
audience.
You're a
Listen.
magic man.
You're out
Oh,
of your
Sarah,
you're
why
out of
don't
your
you
depth
play
on
the video from Teriak?
Did Teriyaki send something? Did he send
one
something?
time at Bandcamp.
I don't know.
Is it on his page?
Glenn, why don't you just hop on?
Glenn, get up here, man.
Teriak,
I'll
what are you
leave.
talking
I'll leave
about?
so he can get on. I think I scared Glenn.
Good luck with
I
your interview.
kind of got a
Buckwheat.
little aggressive with him, and then I apologized for it because I don't think he deserved
Glenn's
that.
coming up. I want him on
I
top
don't
of
care.
Caucasian, did you want to do any closing thoughts? Are you
No,
leaving?
I want to be on top of you.
Wait, did you say closing thoughts like
Nice.
THOTS?
Yes.
Or
Closing
closing
thoughts?
thoughts as in
The thoughts coming over here to close us?
I might have had some, but I can't think of anything past what Michelle just said.
Yeah, I know which video, but
Holy Joe Cool, Batman.
Yeah, you laugh like Joe Cool.
Y'all have a lovely evening, and don't let the man get you down. Sasquatch out.
Bye, Sasquatch. Cock Squatch. All right. Well, if anybody didn't have anything else, I'm getting tired.
Yeah.
I get tired too.
God, who's that handsome guy right there in the top right? Man,
I'm right here.
Man,
I'm right here.
Look at
Oh,
that
you're talking about
Afghanistan
somebody
man.
else. Oh.
I got it.
No beard. Where's the beard?
See, that's some
Sarah, I
Italian
got it.
skin. One month
What
in
do we have?
Afghanistan. Look at that tan I got going on there. Look at that. I have a chin, guys. Guys, I got a chin. Look at my chin. That's nice, a chin, right? And I didn't have to do that. What do they call that thing where all those the gay boy guy does that little chin thing, the chiseling?
In private private
Hill.
chat.
What's it called
I don't
again?
know anything about gay.
Looks
anything,
maxing.
but okay.
Yeah, where they do that weird oohing or whatever the hell they call that crap.
Mewing.
Mewing, that's it.
In 6 minutes.
All right,
Dougie
I'm off
Fresh,
like a
you're
prom
on.
dress.
I said it to you in private chat.
Oh,
So hey, how do you guys keep a really good, awesome panel in suspense?
you just drop off. There you go.
Yikes.
That's what I love about him. Dude, this is 6 minutes. I don't feel like watching it.
Put it on times 2. Just play it.
I don't feel like it. I'm not playing crap on my channel.
Well, it's Teriak
Um,
stuff.
I'm not playing Teriak chastising somebody else. That's not kind of crap I play over here. But in any event, does anybody have any closing thoughts?
Yeah, so it was the first day of summer today. I got outside. That's why I'm also in a good mood. And everyone check out all of Sarah's videos because they're super awesome.
Thanks, Dawson. I love you, positive.
Rock and roll.
Fair enough. Clue channel to you.
Yes. Not much to say. I like this channel. I've been watching the replays of older streams. You're very creative, very artistic. I like that. And y'all have a good night and a good weekend.
Awesome. Thanks for jumping on panel, Clue. This is a
You're
fun
welcome.
one. Fun one for sure. Josie, to you? Any final thoughts for you?
Have a good night.
Fair enough.
Thanks for having me briefly.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, we were already shutting down before you came on, but I figured I'd let you come on and chit chat a little bit. But all right, well, you have a good night, Josie. We'll see you next round for sure. And we have Pass coming in with the $4.99. He says, "I appreciate the great vibes, Sarah. Keep being you and don't ever change for anyone or anything." That is probably the wisest words of the evening. Thank you, Past. The Bratty Tomato Fun appreciates you. Not tonight, Hurricane. We're already closing down. Sorry. I see you in the back, but we're closing down. Michelle.
Hey.
I figured I'd just let it be me and you for a few minutes.
Oh, I got nothing. I am tired.
Me too. I am like super tired. I have no energy whatsoever. I was kind of pushing that last hour.
Yeah. Your energy went way down.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was all high energy earlier, but then, as soon as that kind of went away, I was like, okay, I'm tired now. It's sleepy time. Plus, I already ate that chicken and those waffle fries. So that's like a good little, I'm ready to be tucked in. Somebody go tuck me into bed. Give me a bottle and shut me up and put me to sleep.
Sounds like a plan. I'm out of here. Bye.
All right. I love you.
Love you too.
Baby. And to you, chat, you've made it this far. Has anybody here been with us since the beginning? Has anyone been hanging out all night? I know Mama has. Mama Tomato's been here since the get-go. GS has. Of course, he's been on panel. Who else is like stuck with it through to the very end tonight? I feel like there's a few of you that might have been in here doing that. And for those of you who are on a restream, yeah, it counts if you stuck on theirs, from the beginning too. Oh, Past. Yeah. But in any event, these shows are meant for you guys. It's meant for entertainment. It's meant for fun. We're not going to sit up here and play, videos trashing each other all night. That's, I love you, Josie, but that's not my goal. I'm not a reaction stream. We don't play other videos of other things very often. And if I do play a video, typically I handcraft it myself and take clips and play the important parts. So we're not just listening to somebody sit around talking about gibberish. But yeah, it's not my style. It's not my thing. Might do like a little funny clip every now and then that somebody sends in or whatever, but we don't do those. We're not a reaction stream. In any event, I'm so glad you all sing us out. I don't even know if I have it in me, guys. You know what? Try Sleepy Tomato this Sunday. Maybe Sleepy Tomato Sunday night will get some singing in her to some degree. When I have a little bit more energy and it's a softer mood, it's nice and quiet, So wait, come back on Sunday night. We'll try to do it. But the lineup for this week, tonight, obviously, we had our questions on content creators and how they get along and associations and so on and so forth. I feel like that question has been very well answered in terms of, the consensus of the panel. And then tomorrow night, I will actually be doing a restream. So be on the lookout for that. Miss Nova Hot Lips, also known as Star. Her channel is called School of Thought. So I do recommend always going over to the original streamer. I think it's good. She'd asked me if I wanted to restream it. And I said, sure. And I think it's great exposure for her. But she wanted to kind of do maybe interview-ish, get my thoughts on some things. So I think that'll be really fun to do tomorrow night. Because I don't normally do Friday nights. So being able to do a Friday night on somebody else's channel and, so on and so forth. So we're going to have some fun. Tits McGee is making her way to the screen. And not only once, but she'll be coming on my show Saturday night. So Tits McGee, also known as Nova Hot Lips, also known as Star, and you can find her channel School of Thought,
will be doing Sip and Stream with me Saturday night. Lots of giggles, lots of tatas. It should be fun. All right. She's a fun young lady. She's interesting to talk to. She has some pretty hard stances on some things. So it might actually be maybe even get controversial, because I don't even know if I agree with her on everything. I don't know. We'll have to find out. Tune in. So that's Saturday night. So Friday night, restream. Saturday night, Sip and Stream. Sunday night, we've got the Sleepy Tomato coming back to you by popular demand. We're going to wind down this whole weekend of craziness with the soft serenade of Sarah, the Sleepy Tomato. And that's when it's just me and you. I'll be talking to just you, the chat, no panel, no nothing Sunday night, just me, my pajamas, and you having a conversation. So I'd love for you all to stop by any one of those nights, all of those nights. Be sure, well, I know the chat is subscribed because you have to be subscribed, but be sure you're subscribed, hit the like, do all of those things that you, the viewer, are obligated to do. Because if you don't do those things, then we have no reason to keep coming back for more, right? In any event, everybody that was on the panel, please go check out their channels. I tried to drop them throughout the evening. So if you can go find those channels, do the same thing, take interest. If you really like somebody that was here tonight on panel, I'd love for you to go show them some love on their stream and hit them back with that. In any event, holy shit, I'm really tired. Yeah, let's close it out.
If you thought this show sucked, well, you could have been watching something like this instead.
All right, I'm gonna get low with it, Michelle. I'm gonna get low there. Oh yeah, right there. Okay, people. Oh yeah.
Yo, listen up, I got a tale to tell about a sexy tomato with a fury from hell. All the other fruits.
She's not the best looking woman, but she's very into submission. Really into it, so is the husband, which I like. He likes there to sit there and watch her get dominated.
Mr. Chaco! Nothing gotta get.
She got scenes of anger, simmering inside. One long move and she'll take you for a ride. She'll throw shade with her skin so red. Her temper's like a flame burning through your head.
And swinger syndrome is people that think that they're
little sister, what's your Bible Chaco nowhere. Hey, little sister, who's so beautiful, man? Hey, little sister, Chaco!